Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Perea.
Here.
And Council President Maxwell.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda today?
I have received a few changes, but first some announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available through Zoom, as well as closed captioning. And we do have an in-house translator who will let you know what he can do for you.
Okay, por favor, todos aquellos que ocupan intérprete en español, levanten la mano. ¿Todos aquellos? ¿Nadie? ¿Le hace falta intérprete? Gracias.
Thank you very much. And changes to the agenda today. Consent calendar item 1C, that is file ID 23-301, regarding the master fee schedule resolution to add, adjust, and move, revise, or delete various fees. The following charge on page 60 should be removed. That is the special events rate per motor vehicle, new, $5 to $20, and a corresponding fee on page 120, special events parking at Roding Woodward Parks and Regional Sports Complex per vehicle, new, C Parks Regional Parks, special events parking fees. So both of those fees are removed from the master fee schedule.
City Clerk,
Yes.
just as a catch-all, can we also say, and anywhere else that that charge appears in the master fee schedule in case we missed it on another page?
Certainly. So that would be included. Any corresponding fee throughout the new master fee schedule will also be removed. Consent calendar item 1K, that is file ID 23-289. There was a change requested to be read into the record. The staff report and resolution should state, the city wishes to submit an application to obtain a Cal ICH allocation of ERF2R funding in the amount not to exceed $17 million. The following items were removed from the consent calendar and moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. 1B, as in boy, ID 23-295, the appointment of Jacqueline Leday to the Planning Commission, moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1C, file ID 23-301, regarding the master fee schedule. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Council President Maxwell and Councilmember Arias. 1D, as in dog, that is ID 23-299, actions related to the terminal expansion project at Fresno Yosemite International Airport, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1J, ID 23-263, regarding a $964,482 state and local fiscal recovery funds grant agreement with Poverello House for 26 tiny homes, moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. 1K, that is ID 23-289, regarding a grant application for the California Interagency Council on Homelessness for funding under the eCamp Resolution Funding Program Round 2, moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. 1L, that is ID 23-292, regarding a lease agreement with Titillion Holdings, LLC, for office space at 2440 Tulare Street, moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. 1O, that is ID 23-260, regarding professional engineering services agreement with PBK Architects for 911 Emergency Call Center project. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. And finally, 1T, as in Tom, that is ID 23-208, regarding a professional consulting services contract to Transportation Management and Design of Carlsbad, California. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Council President Maxwell. And I have received no further changes.
Thank you, City Clerk. I will be asking my colleagues shortly if they have any further changes, but before we do so, I'm going to ask everyone to rise for today's invocation, which will be provided by Dr. Sarbjeet Singh with the Sikh Association of Fresno, and to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance will be conducted by Councilmember Bredefeld.
ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਜੀ ਸਹਾਇ। ਵਾਰ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਦਸਵੀਂ। ਪ੍ਰਥਮ ਭਗਵਤੀ ਸਿਮਰ ਕੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਲਈ ਧਿਆਏ। ਫਿਰ ਅੰਗਦ ਗੁਰ ਤੇ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ। ਰਾਮਦਾਸੈ ਹੋਈ ਸਹਾਇ। ਅਰਜਨ ਹਰਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਨਾਉ ਸਿਮਰਉ। ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਰਾਏ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨ ਧਿਆਈਐ। ਜਿਸ ਡਿਠੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਖੁਜਾਏ। ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਸਿਮਰੈ ਘਰ ਨੌ ਨਿਦਿਆ ਵੈ ਧਾਏ। ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਇ। ਦਸਵਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਇ। ਦਸਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਜੋ ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਾਠ ਦੀਦਾਰ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਰ ਕੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ। ਹੇ ਨਿਮਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਣ ਨਿਤਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਤਾਣ ਨਿਓਟਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਓਟ। ਹੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀਓ। ਧੰਨ ਧੰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਹਜ਼ੂਰ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਅਰਜ਼ੋਈ ਹੈ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਨਾਜ਼ਰ ਜਾਣਦਿਆਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀਓ, ਫਰੈਜ਼ਨੋ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਦੇ ਸਮੂਹ ਮੈਂਬਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਜਲਾਸ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੈ। ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਆਸੀਸ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ। ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨੀ, ਰਹਿਮਤ ਕਰਨੀ। ਸਾਰੇ ਮੈਂਬਰਾਂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਦੇ ਸਿਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮਿਹਰ ਭਰਿਆ ਹੱਥ ਰੱਖਣਾ। ਤੰਦਰੁਸਤੀ ਦੀ ਦਾਤ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨੀ। ਇਮਾਨਦਾਰੀ ਤਨਦੇਹੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਸ਼ ਅਤੇ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਬਲ ਉਦਮ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨਾ। ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀਓ, ਸਹੀ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਮੇਲ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਮਿਲਿਆਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਚਿਤੇ ਆਵੈ। ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਭਾਣੇ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ ਭਲਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋ ਨਿਹਾਲ। In a few words, I will just translate all the prayer. One universal creator God, by the grace of the true Guru, Almighty God, we call you by many names, but you are one. Keep your divine hand over the members of the City Council as they help steer the future of our great city. Keep the truth on our tongues, love in our hearts, and sound judgment in our minds. Remind us of our purpose to love and serve one another and create a more peaceful world. We ask for blessings unto all leaders as they work for the common good. Give all who govern this land humility and courage, integrity and compassion. Release each one of us from ego so that we may serve selflessly. Help us remember that we belong to one family. Recognize the entire human race as one. We ask of the Almighty to also keep watch over our nation's protectors who work tirelessly day and night to ensure our safety and our freedom. You are everywhere, all are yours. Whatever is seen, O God, is your form. My Lord, you are but one. We ask you to bless this great nation and its people. In the name of Nanak, may we find everlasting peace, love, unity, mutual respect, service, and dedication to all humankind. With your will, Almighty God, we may there will be welfare for all of humanity. Amen. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for that invocation. I'm now going to go to my council colleagues and ask if you have any other changes you wish to make to the agenda, including any items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion, or whether you wish to register a no vote, abstention, or a recusal at this time. And we'll go in numerical order, starting with Councilmember Carbasi.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Just want to keep 1J as in Jack on the consent calendar. My questions have been addressed.
Okay, we are taking item 1J, as in Jack, off of contested, back onto consent calendar. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. I want to pull item 1P for contested consent. I just want to enter some comments that were emailed to my office yesterday. And then I want to thank our staff. I want to thank our legal team. I'm going to be moving to continue item 1W to the next meeting We've got some solutions. I really want to thank and appreciate City Manager. Thank you for speaking with me last night. Andrew Jans, thank you, our City Attorney, for you burning the midnight oil last night. I think we've got some solutions that I think all parties will be agreeable to. We just need a little bit more time, so I'm going to program that for the next council meeting that we'll have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 1J for discussion. 1G, I'm sorry, 1G for discussion.
1G as in George, moved to contested by Councilmember Bredefield. Is that it, Councilmember? Council Vice President Perea? And none from myself. So that will leave for contested consent, items 1B as in boy, 1C as in Charles, 1D as in David, 1G as in George, 1K as in King, 1L as in Lincoln, 1O as in Ocean, 1P as in Paul, 1T as in Tom, and we're going to be continuing 1W to March 9th. Anything else, council colleagues? Perfect. Can I get a motion to approve the remainder of the agenda as amended? Got a motion by Councilmember Carbasi and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any opposed? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Okay, that will take us to the ceremonial presentations for the day. We have 3 proclamations that we'll be presenting. The first one is a proclamation for Lower Doll Fitness Day, sponsored by Councilmember Chavez.
There it goes. Thank you. Good morning. We have Lorde up. Come on up. Oh, you brought your gang up. Come on up. A couple weeks ago, we've been honoring small businesses here in our community that invest in our community, but that also invest in people, and that's been equally important. And today, that's who we have here at City Hall. Lorde has a very inspirational story for her to tell, but more importantly for her to empower other women. And many of you know during the pandemic, depression rates skyrocketed, anxiety, other ailments that traditionally affect our community also were highlighted by COVID and COVID-19. And along those lines, we know that the numbers tripled. So we know that out in our community, there are a lot of people that could use help. And Lorde does that, and she does it under the umbrella of physical fitness, but it's much more than that. It's about your mental well-being. It's about self-care. It's about working with folks that have gone through trauma, that folks that have gone through domestic violence, folks that have gone through anxiety and other ailments. And we all know how intimidating it can be going to a traditional gym. Guilty as charged, especially if you've seen those reels of people using that equipment in a really awkward, weird way. She helps folks work through that, and I think that's something that's very inspirational because we need a lot more of that in our community. And so, Lorde, today we wanted to, one, recognize you, and other, thank you, and hopefully we can get more folks out there that could use that support, that help, because I know it's much more than just training. It's life coach, it's mentorship, it's making sure that women are able to help themselves, and that's the part that I think is key. You can show people what to do, but at the end of the day, it has to come from within, and I think that's what you do. You inspire women to be a better version of themselves, and I understand that you're also going to be branching out and serving men as well. And I know there's a lot of men out there that need help with a lot of stuff. We don't talk about it, but it's something very common along the lines of other things that we need help on with that. So, Lorde, we wanted to honor you today. Thank you for the work you've been doing. Maybe you could say a few words about, you know, why you do what you do. More importantly, the women that you serve.
Jamal is actually going to be speaking on our behalf. It's a team effort, and I have 2 more trainers that are females that also help other females, and then we have DJ that works with our male clients, but he's going to be speaking for all of us today. But thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jamal Cade. With me up here is my amazing wife, Lorde Cade. and our trainers from Lauderdale Fitness. We have Kim Iniguez, Zelina Garza, and DJ Castillo. We also have Kim's wife, Dani Iniguez, our son Isaiah, and our mother-in-law, Graciela Iniguez, up here with us. We're all very humbled to be up here accepting this whole day dedicated to our gym from the city of Fresno. I'd like to start by thanking city council members responsible for selecting Lauderdale Fitness for today's proclamation. Secondly, I'd like to thank Dr. Karina Rodriguez, who is here in attendance, who graciously wrote the submission letter for LDF to receive this honor. And of course, we'd like to thank our beloved family members, some of which are up here with us today in person and others in spirit. I've personally had the honor and privilege of watching the LDF team show up every day and impact the lives of countless members. At LDF, members and staff know it's more than just physical appearance and strength we're working on in our gym. The body, mind, and spirit are all connected one way or another. This is why we start by creating an environment where growth can begin. From then, it can flourish. We know from personal experience and testimonies that typical commercial gym environments can be intimidating for a number of reasons. We're very proud to say that we don't carry that stigma at our gym. Everybody's welcome. We have a dominantly woman-based clientele ranging from homemakers, entrepreneurs, law enforcement officers, nurses, teachers, and much more. But one of the most important professionals we have at LDF are mothers. All these powerful women come to LDF with the common goal of self-improvement, and it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. We also have a handful of males that train with us. They're some of the most dedicated and humble men I've had the pleasure of meeting, and we're incredibly happy to have them as well. In closing, I'd like to thank you all again for this honor. We may be in the fitness industry that often boasts its success with before and after pictures of physical appearance, but for us, when you're in the right environment with the right people, physical results is just a byproduct of what a growth-worthy environment brings. Building of the spirit and mind first, and the physical results will come after. Thank you.
Thank you. And the icing on the cake is the fact that it's a family affair. And that's really awesome to see you guys just, really work to improve the community and empower women. And I appreciate the fact that you guys are a team on there. I've seen some of the routines that they do on Instagram. I'm not sure I'm ready to try that yet. It's a little difficult, but maybe a little bit farther down the road, we can get there. So, City Clerk, would you like to read the proclamation?
With pleasure. It is with great distinction and pride that we join in honoring Lauderdale Fitness for opening new doors for health, physical fitness, and for offering a healthy environment that is welcoming and empowering by offering your life coach assistance to the Fresno community. Our city gratefully acknowledges you on your many notable accomplishments and positive impacts by restoring health and confidence to all of your clients with longevity and happiness. We thank you and wish you the best of continued success. On behalf of the City of Fresno, we, Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, February 23rd, 2023 to be Lauderdale Fitness Day in the City of Fresno.
All right, up next, we have Office of Community Affairs Civic Academy graduates will be sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
All right, if I could have my Office of Community Affairs come up. It's not my office, but it's the city's. Alma, Sandra, JR, and BT Lewis. If the four of you could come up here, and I'm going to have Alma speak here shortly, but we had our first Office of Community Affairs Civic Academy, and we ended up with 25 graduates. And the classes really give insight in terms of what government does, and in some cases doesn't do. And so we're going to just, we have some certificates that we're going to present to them out in the foyer afterwards. But we are going to have the clerk, I believe, read the names here. And I just want to congratulate the ones who have taken them on themselves to give up their time to learn more about government and our civic responsibilities, and to say thank you and congratulations to all of them. And I have my deputy mayor here, Matthew Grundy, who oversees the Office of Community Affairs. So, Alma Martinez.
Well, first of all, I just want to say how proud I am of this group because they did the hours, they took the time, and this Civic Academy is really just a testament of what this building holds for all of our community, right? We're here, we're able to express ourselves, but unfortunately, not all of us know how this place functions. So the Civic Academy helps you, gives you the government 101 of our city strong mayor format, and you're able to learn how things function. Our ultimate goal is to have civic engagement, for us to be prepared to make decisions along with leadership and have a beautified city for all that live here. That One Fresno vision becomes a reality when you see the folks that are up here, right? Different faces, different communities, different neighborhoods. So I'm also gonna make a plug, Mayor, I have to. We are currently recruiting for our 2023 Spring Academy. So if you're interested, please reach out to us and we will happily join you to the class. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Did any of those participating wish to say a few words? You're never shy on words.
Well, first, we'd like to thank you, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and we would like to acknowledge and thank Grundy, Pastor, and the staff for the opportunity to be a part of the Academy. We want to thank the President and the City Council and all of the departments that allowed us to literally tour and comb through all of their departments, giving us their visions, their dreams, and their budgets, and their needs. And there's a lot of needs in the city, and many hands make light work, and we're one of the groups that give many hands to make light work for the city.
Okay, and thank you. I want to say thank you to the council for supporting, not just supporting the Office of Community Affairs, but I believe the first one we had was Councilmember Esparza, who actually brought that forward. So thank you for that. And so, clerk, if you would read the names.
The Mayor's Office of Community Affairs Civic Academy engages community residents and leaders in our city's government process. The first OCA Academy offered 4 monthly 2-hour sessions from September to December 2022. Civic Academy participants learned the basics of our city's strong mayor form of government, easy-to-understand guides on reading city council agendas, information on city boards and commissions, as well as in-depth learning about several municipal departments, including land use and planning, economic development, public works, public utilities, parks, code enforcement, Fresno Police, and Fresno Fire. The goal of the OCA Civic Academy is to provide key civic engagement information to Fresno city residents and leaders that ultimately leads to positive outcomes in our neighborhoods and city. The OCA Civic Academy was honored to host 12 resident graduates from our program, whom we are honoring today. For members of the community interested in joining the Spring 2023 Mayor's Office of Community Affairs Civic Academy, please reach out to OCA at 559-365-1615. The Mayor's Office of Community Affairs Civic Academy 2022 graduates are Irma Chairs, Genevieve Ann Doan, Lynn Kwan Feldman, Harmon Gill, Virginia N. Humphrey Brooks, Daryl Jones, Keena McFadden, Susanna Rodriguez, Rosa Ma Rodriguez Berrigan, Deepika M. Shiroy, Harpreet Singh, Jaylene Swank, and Christopher Washington. Congratulations.
All righty. Well, thank you. We'll go out in the foyer, and then we'll take some photos and give out certificates.
Congratulations to all our graduates. You know, some of us on the council are still trying to figure out how this building works too. So if you want to come educate us, we'd be more than happy to hear you out.
I can tell you.
I'm sure you could. We have one more proclamation for the morning. This is going to be the Fresno Animal Center's Dog of the Month, presented by the Fresno Humane Animal Services. And this is also sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
I forgot. Well, Fresno Humane has a pet to adopt today. Oh my gosh. And I asked him not to bring a small dog or I'd be taking it home with me, so you honored that. So, we're very fortunate to have a partnership with Fresno Humane. We have our own, thanks to the council and the previous council, we have our own Fresno Animal Center. And as a result of that, we utilize Fresno Humane to oversee the operations. And unfortunately, we have a lot of dogs that are in our facility. And we need those adopted from time to time. And when they do get adopted, we not only know that the animal gets taken care of, but the owner of that animal gets taken care of too. So with that, I'd like to have you say a few words.
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah. I have been with the Fresno Animal Center since we opened in July. We have over 400 dogs at our facility at one time, so we are always looking for volunteers, fosters, adopters, different things. We like to do different things with the community to kind of get people involved. We do different play groups out at Woodward Park, so keep an eye out and go out and see some of our rock star dogs. And then I believe next Thursday we're going to do a adoption event at Lazy Dog. So keep an eye out for that, and if you're interested, we would love to have you. Today, I'm going to introduce to you Blue. Blue is ready to chase those blues away and become part of your forever family. He's an approximately 2-year-old shepherd who came to us about a month and a half ago with a hind leg injury. That has not stopped his spirits at all. He's a goofy and loving boy with everybody that he meets. And he's actually recognized as a rock star dog by our behavioral team, meaning that he gets along with dogs of all shapes and sizes, all people, everything. He cruises the yard. He likes to say hi to everybody, as you know. And yeah, he's working on sitting down and working at the front desk at the shelter. So if you see him, yeah. But yeah, if you or anyone that you know may be interested, head on down to the shelter and we'd love to show you around.
All right, well, thank you very much. And he likes cats. Council President, if you'd like to take him home to chase your cat around, he loves cats. All right, and we need a tower dog. That's all we need, Tyler. The other Tyler Mackey. All right, there's nothing to read here? Okay. Okay, who's going to take the dog home? Oh, we're going to take a photo. Come on. Huh? Vic. Come on. We're going to get down there. Come on. All right. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Fresno Animal Center. All right, next we're going to move on to council member reports and comments. I'm going to start with council member Carbasi this morning.
Thank you, Mr. President. Happy Friday, everyone. I just want to make sure you're awake, that's all. Happy Friday Eve. This was wonderful. Mayor, thank you so much for bringing the dog here. I just want to state something, Mayor. Brenda Mitchell tried that fostering scam. Now I have a new dog named Rupert. But fostering is great. If you have the ability and time to do that, it makes a big difference. So thank you for bringing that up to our attention, Mayor. So I just want to briefly state, yesterday with some of my colleagues, including Council Vice President Perea, it was an honor to attend the unveiling of a new fire station, Fire Station 18, which will service a big chunk of our city in the west area, including Districts 2 and District 1. I have to say, 2 months on the job and already a new fire station, that's some fast work, all right. So I want to celebrate a new business opening in District 2. This is a very unique business. It's over at Herndon and West, where the market is and the CVS. This is 3 businesses in one, 3 restaurants, and there are 3 food trucks that have opened a location. One is called the Curry Life, that has Indian food. One is Bubble Bee Boba, And the other one, you may have heard of Spicy Birds, the food truck. Oh, there you are. They're here today. That's great. All right. Excellent. Good to see you both. And we tried their food yesterday. It was very good. The boba is very, very good too. What was that drink? That was the strawberry drink we had. Okay, I admit I had a seductive strawberry drink. It's non-alcoholic, but it was very good boba. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here. The other piece of good news, we had a neighborhood meeting last night, and just so folks know, we do about 3 or 4 every year in each of our school districts. So yesterday it was Central Unified. It was at Herndon Barstow Elementary. It was in the west area, and I want to thank Northwest Police Detective Chris Hodge for attending. I want to thank Manny Camarena from Neighborhood Watch. I want to thank Scott Mosier. I don't know if Scott's here. They had a lot of questions about infrastructure out there. They're very happy about Veterans Boulevard. We're going to get a new hawk signal working with the county next to that school. If you ever drive out there on Bullard by the Dante Club, it gets really backed up. So the kids need a safe crosswalk, and thanks to the lead of the city and the county, we're going to be getting that done. Now, on a more somber note, I did attend the funeral of fallen Selma police officer Gonzalo Carrasco Jr. That was tough because you get to learn who he really was as a person. He was very young. He was only 24. He had a baby on the way. His parents were very proud of him, and that was made very clear. And he's just the kind of person you want going into law enforcement. It was a little comforting to see so many, just hundreds and hundreds of officers, men and women, from all over the state, including other agencies that have lost officers. I noticed there were some officers from Newman, and I remember when I was running for office, there was a Newman police officer, Ronald Singh, and I remember because it was the day after Christmas that he was killed in the line of duty. It's a very dangerous job, and to all our Fresno police officers out there, I just want you to know how much we value you, and we know the risks you take to keep us safe. And if you want to support Blue, there's a Support Blue run coming up on Saturday. So I don't know if it's sold out, it may be, but you could still go out there and support what they do. It's a lot of fun, and it's everyone from the community goes out there. So not my district, I think it's Councilmember Bredefeld's district, but I know you'll be out there too supporting them. So I hope the community joins us this Saturday. Thank you very much. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A couple of informational items. Just a reminder that we have the mobile showers for the on-house community and the mobile restrooms. They are stationed at front of City Hall every Tuesday and every Wednesday in the parking lot of the former CVS on Fulton Street. And the restrooms and showers are available from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. So for those of folks from the on-house community that join us virtually and in person, we continue to provide this service to ensure that folks have access to basic hygiene. Additionally, thank you to the Parks Department for the Hinton Center restrooms. I think they have almost passed their final inspections. Restrooms have been under development for more than 4 years, and we finally have a modern design of park restrooms. Looking forward to see how the new design works out for the general public and ensures that those restrooms remain clean and sanitized on a daily basis. A couple of last requests for the administration. I still don't have an update on when we're going to get the Monarch Alley Gate completed in front of the new Monarch housing project. As you know, those folks moved into the new housing project in Chinatown weeks ago, and we're about to do the official ribbon cutting, I think in March. So we'd like to see an update on when that gate's going to be installed in the alleyway. And also an update on the Chinatown cleanup. I know we are currently doing an RFP for the daily cleanup of the encampments and the trash in Chinatown. So I'd like to get an update on when that's going to be completed. As we are intentionally building new housing in Chinatown, we're getting more and more residents who are asking basic questions on the conditions of the streets, the plans for the streetscape improvements, and just basic services. So it's a good problem to have more residents living in Chinatown and more residents actively asking for better services from the city. With that, those are my comments for today. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick thank yous to our Beautify Fresno folks for the Fancher Creek Parkway cleanup that they had this previous weekend. And then also to Vice President Perea yesterday for letting us crash for a new fire station party that they have in District 1. Beautiful, state-of-the-art. I think our team did an amazing job in making sure that that station was built to last. And then also a big thank you, obviously, to our firefighters that will now be stationed there a little bit more strategically to respond to emergency calls in the area and the region. Also want to thank our staff, Scott Mosier, for walking me through the Fancher Creek Park Trail Plan. This is another step in making sure that we get trails and bike lanes built across South Fresno. I am going to be, and I flagged it for him, city manager, I'm going to be using some of my infrastructure funding to prioritize the trail from the Callaway community all the way to Peach, feeding into the 49 acres, that park that we're building there. So just want to put that on your radar. Scott Mosier got that word. We're going to be working on that. And I'm going to be utilizing some of my funds to prioritize the first segment and making sure that we can build that as soon as possible on that. With that, that's all I got, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bertefield.
Yeah, also I want to mention about the Blue Run this Saturday at Woodward Park. I think it's starting at 7 o'clock. I've always been a supporter of the Blue Run, love our law enforcement. We have, of course, our police, we have sheriffs, we have correctional officers, district attorney's office, federal law enforcement, everybody out there supporting law enforcement, and of course our great Fresno police officers. And if you want to know how much our police officers are loved, I would tell you to come out there, because there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people that come out and support police. And so while there's a lot of noise that often criticizes our law enforcement, the majority of people, super majority of people, support and admire and respect our law enforcement. And so we hope to see you out there for a walk and supporting law enforcement. Lastly, I just want to say that we'll be having a district meeting March 8th at Liberty Elementary School, which is at 1250 East Liberty Hill Road. March 8th, 6 to 7:30. We're going to be talking about critical issues, of course, related to public safety, homelessness, traffic issues, public works, all kinds of things that are critically important and people are very concerned about. I will be reminding people again about that, but we look forward very much to the district meeting and encourage people to come and attend so we can address concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, just a few updates on a few good things happening in District 7 out of the many. We'll be partnering with Beautify Fresno at Webster Elementary School this Saturday morning. So it seems like almost every Saturday, every other Saturday, we have a Beautify Fresno event in the district, and that's a very good thing. So to neighbors and community folks who want to join us up there at Webster this Saturday, you are certainly welcome. This coming Tuesday, we have another community meeting regarding the Proposition 68 improvements over at Radio Park. That'll be at 5:30 at the Fresno Art Museum. That's directly adjacent to Radio Park. Certainly encourage neighbors and other stakeholders. I know there's going to be some flyering out there today, I think. So again, we encourage folks to continue providing their input as we transform that park with the dollars that we receive from the state. Lastly, in terms of events, our office will be piloting something called Play Streets on March 11th. It's going to be held on Huntington Boulevard between 1st and 3rd Street, where we essentially close off the street and provide play opportunities for not just children, but really folks of all ages. Maybe I can get Councilmember Chavez to come out and walk down the street and join us from the other side of Huntington. No dunk tank. No dunk tank this time. Last time I got the dunk tank, Chavez cheated and came and knocked me over without throwing the ball on the target a few times. So I think I owe him one. Paid his $5, he said. But yeah, so we're piloting this new thing called Play Streets. It's been done in some other places. We're going to give it a shot here in Fresno, and I'm excited to find out myself exactly what it looks like and what it's all about. And lastly, we'll give a friendly shout out to our Parks Department and Public Works Department for continuing to execute our vision for investment in our neighborhoods. Just a couple of recent examples of this are, number one, the Parks Department recently completed the new parking lot at Romaine Park. Long time coming, and appreciate the work there. And secondly, again, another example from Public Works, all the different trees that were planted along Mackenzie Avenue, and the beautification efforts that are occurring there. So thank you to those two departments. And Council President, that'll complete our report for today.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Vice President Perea.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few updates. I had the opportunity on Valentine's Day to visit with some of our veterans, so just very grateful for the opportunity to thank them personally and listen to their stories. I also had the opportunity to participate in the Leadership Fresno panel on local politics and government. So just, again, very thankful for that opportunity as well. I was a part of Class 31. So if you're looking for another way to get more involved with our city on a more personal level, I would highly recommend looking into the Fresno Chamber of Commerce's Leadership Fresno program. This past Sunday, I had the opportunity to participate in the Mardi Gras Parade. The Tower District Marketing Committee Executive Director is here today, so just thank you, Tyler, for your efforts with this event. It was a very family-friendly, safe event. It was a great opportunity to bring the community together to support our Tower District. Yesterday, as my colleagues from District 2 and 5 mentioned, we did open the brand new Station 18 over on Shaw and Bryan. This is a beautiful facility that will better serve the residents of west of the 99 in both my district as well as my colleagues in Council District 2. So just incredibly thankful for the efforts from Fire Chief Donis, and just wanted to give a shout out to my predecessor, now Assemblymember Esmeralda Soria, who did have the foresight to plan for all the population growth that we have been experiencing west of the 99. This station will inevitably save lives. It'll cut down on response time, and it's just a beautiful facility to better serve our firefighters out there. I also had the opportunity to stop by a neighborhood watch meeting last night at the Link in my district. So I look forward to working with our police department on addressing some of the issues that those residents had. Wanted to thank our CSO, Officer Guzman, who is an incredibly hard worker, dedicated person to the people of the Central Policing District. So thank you, CSO Guzman. And lastly, I did have a chance to do a ride-along with Advanced Peace, and so that was just an incredibly humbling experience to have the opportunity to not just attend one of their meetings, but to have the opportunity to go on a ride-along. They took me to some hot spots in my district, as well as other parts of Fresno, so just incredibly thankful for that firsthand experience of what they do every single day. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. No remarks from myself this morning. I'll hand it over to the city manager at this time, or the mayor.
Yeah, just a few comments. I had the opportunity last Friday to speak at the EOC retreat, and it is amazing all the work that those folks do within our community, and much of that work quietly, but I got to spend about a couple of hours with them last Friday. Again, reiterate Station 18, incredible facility in Northwest Fresno, and I want to just say thank you to our Public Works Department, Scott Mosier and his team for, although we were not on time, it was no fault of theirs, but we were under budget, so that is always a good thing. Also, Councilmember Arias and I were at the Legra Commons ribbon cutting yesterday. It is a affordable housing unit development with supportive services that the Fresno Housing Authority constructed, and we also supported that effort. 42 units, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom. Again, that's at 130 West Barstow. Later this afternoon, I'll be participating in the BizWorks Mobility Hub Clean Mobility e-bike soft launch downtown, and I look forward to that. And then lastly, we have an event tonight as part of Black History Month at the Chaffee Zoo with Dr. Cassandra Little and Robert Golden from the Golden Charter Academy. So with that, I'll turn it over to the City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council President. Just a few items. Councilmember Arias, I'm told that the Fagan gates are ready to be installed. It's just pending weather. So hopefully tomorrow, depending on the storm, so as soon as we have some dry weather, they're ready to install those gates. A couple other things, a couple trade memos I want to call to your attention that went out from the police department. One, an update on the crisis intervention teams, which is really important when it comes to police response to mental health calls. So wanted to call your attention to that. And then also we did a recruitment and training update for the police department. And kudos to the police department recruiting team. It's nothing short of remarkable. Our ability to be able to recruit and the numbers that we are recruiting, we're getting closer and closer to being fully staffed in the police department. And I would say that we are very unique across the country in being able to do that. Part of that is thanks to obviously the support of the council for the contract. Which made our officers, compensated at the highest level in the valley. So thank you for that. And then also we just sent out an update for the kind of constituent management software that you all were interested in. We're looking at the short-term solution to immediately address your needs, and then how it works with the long-term Fresno replacement. So I just wanted to call your attention to that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, City Manager. It looks like we're having some issues with CMAC broadcasting the feed, so we're going to give them about 3 minutes to get back up and going. So we're going to take 3 minutes at this time and come back in a few. Okay. scheduled, please fill out one of these yellow cards. You can find them in the back of the room. Bring them up to the city clerk, and she'll give them to me. Everybody has 3 minutes, whether you're on Zoom or here in person. When the green light goes off, you have 2 minutes. When the yellow light goes off, you have 1 minute. When red light goes off, we'll give you an additional 10 seconds. Beyond that, we'll have to cut off the mic and go to the next speaker. Now, we do have a couple of folks who are scheduled, so I'm going to call on them first. And that first appearance is going to be our 10:05 appearance by the People's Fresno, LLC, to discuss preliminary license to be reinstated to complete CUP process and the Cannabis Social Equity Program and Social Equity Policy be changed. Is that person in the audience today? Is that you? Okay. All right, come on up and you will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am Sean Robinson. I'm 1/3 of the People's Fresno LLC. We are no stranger to this space. We are Fresno. We are the community. And some of you know my work. You know what I do. I am who equity programs should have in mind when they are attempting to repair harm and create space. Over 25 years ago, I received a non-cannabis related charge. This was shared in my final background check interview, and we passed the initial stages of Fresno's licenses process. Over $100,000, and 10 months later, we are rejected based on this very charge. During this process, we have dealt with the equity program that is underfunded, often mishandled in terms of resource allocations and inaccurate resources that were not real, such as property. For example, we received referrals from Mago Green that were not equity friendly, meaning they weren't aligned and well-informed of the SE program principles of our city, Fresno, as their information was inaccurate and we were sent back to the city for further assistance. Our case manager, Robert Holt, on one or more occasions, provided us with outdated information and didn't understand what our micro-business license required. These are complaints we shared in real time and have proof. We have seen big business and those with long money and name recognition win. Almost a year ago, findings and recommendations were released based on an assessment of the equity program. This study was funded with state dollars with the intent to right and prevent unintentional harm. And to my knowledge, none of these recommendations have been applied. But the time is now, and we are the perfect opportunity for council to make good. FMC Section 93318 speaks specifically to the need for a time frame to be placed on conviction histories. My ask is that a waiver be applied for this charge and the People's Fresno's license be reinstated. I have paid my dues and I have reformed my life. The city of Fresno has the opportunity to fulfill the purpose of the equity program. This would not only be a win for us, this would be a win for the community, a win for all those who had dreams of doing it differently, going legit. This would, without a huge team and a firm behind them, apply the recommendation and let's move forward with making Fresno's market actually be reflective of its community. Thank you.
Council President, if I may, City Manager or Legal Counsel, I know there's provisions, since these applications are still quote-unquote pending, that the council cannot really engage with the applicants. But can you remind us for the record who is currently responsible for the applications and the concerns that were addressed to the council today? Is this still at an administrative level? And if so, who would be the point person to have those concerns redirected to?
So I have Jennifer Rees, Deputy City Manager, who oversees the cannabis application. She's on her way, walking into her, but it would be Jennifer Rees in our office.
So just want to be clear with the council. I know this is a timed and agendized item, but we still have a no contact provision between the governing body and potential applicants and awardees until their process is complete. So until now, I think it's appropriate for us to really redirect them to the administration to address their grievances and resolve any pending issues with them. Is that correct? Legal counsel, city manager?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you guys for coming and bringing this to our attention.
All right, thank you again. Next up, I see my friends from the Valley Dream Center in the room. They are scheduled to appear at 10:10, so we're going to call them up now. Just like with any speaker, we'll have up to 3 minutes per speaker. So I understand you have a couple designated speakers that wanted to come up and talk today, so you could start sending them up at this time. Thanks.
Good morning. City Council, Council President, Mayor. I'm Craig Jones, and I'm the Executive Director over at the Valley Dream Center. We are just completing a 15-week course on healthy relationships and how to recognize and maintain a healthy relationship, as well as how to prevent, hopefully, early pregnancy. With that said, we have a class of 15. Most of them are out here in the audience from Clovis Christian School. I just want to thank them first. They've been phenomenal. Secondly, I want to bring up two of my employees who will talk a little about the program to more familiarize you with it. Rebecca, you want to talk about the curriculum?
Good morning. My name is Rebecca, and I am not only an employee of the Valley Dream Center, but I am also a co-instructor with Craig and Cecily. A little bit about the curriculum. So me personally, I didn't start attending the class or being a part of the classes until about a month ago, but just in the little time that I had there, I was able to notice a lot just going through the curriculum. And let me pull up my notes. Well, the curriculum is evidence-based. It's been around for a while. It's evidence-based, and the result of this class is a 46% reduction in unwanted teen pregnancies as a whole. The difference with this class versus other classes like the general ones that you'd find in high school, the general sex ed that you'd find, is that it deals with the root of the issue, which is a lot of mental and emotional and social issues that tend to arise. So yeah, that's a bit about the curriculum.
Thank you. Cecily Petty.
Hi, my name is Cecily. Thank you for taking the time out to hear us. I am here to introduce the students of the Clovis Christian Schools. 50% of the school is foster children, and when I met them, they were quiet, they were scared, but they have come to win my heart, and I'm excited to see them use their voice. We have named them Young Leaders with a Voice, and thank you for taking the time out to hear them.
Thank you. And City Clerk, we'll go ahead and reset the clock and give each of these youth an individual 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, appreciate that. And as Cecily said, we wanted to add a leadership component to this class. That's what this represents. We wanted to teach our youth that when you have a challenge, you go to the responsible body, you bring up your issues, and you get them resolved. Thus, the trip to the City Council. Again, thank you, Council President Maxwell, for making this possible, and now I'd like to turn it to the students, the stars at hand.
Hi, good morning. My name is Victoria Battershall. I'm 17. I go to Clovis Christian Schools, and I'm with Young Leaders with a Voice. This morning, I'm going to be talking to you about the subject of allocation of resources, more specifically, resources dealing with homelessness, and how conducting our resources differently could greatly affect the population here in Fresno County. In 2022, the Department of Urban Housing conducted a census saying that there are 4,216 homeless people in Fresno County. And while Fresno County has 7 active programs working on housing, both with the homeless and to help prevent homelessness, there is the struggle, though, of helping the people on the streets and keeping not only them, but new individuals like them off of the streets. And according to Stanford University, Family Promise, and LifeBridge Shore, the 3 leading causes of homelessness in California are lack of affordable housing, unemployment, and mental illness. What do we do about it? One, we come together as a community because these people have just made a different set of mistakes in their life that led to where they are, and it's love and compassion that changes a person. Two, we attack the problem from where it starts, and money, or more kindly put, resources on a large scale is how we can make a difference. We have programs in place here in Fresno to help with people with the lack of affordable housing, and Fresno is currently putting up Gateway Villas in Kerman. Though possibly taking a step back and looking at our already existing programs and seeing just how successful they are could be a part of the next step. Resources being put into an unsuccessful program, being put into something that could be successful, could make a change. While I don't have time to touch on unemployment, the American Psychology Association says that in the lesser population of homeless people, there are twice as many struggling with mental health disorders than that of the general public. And what leads to mental illness? Well, Mind, a company based in the UK who's over 60 years old and who studies and works with people struggling, says that childhood abuse, trauma, and neglect are the leading causes of mental illness, though drug addiction is riding right there along with those. According to the University of San Francisco, 20% of people report that their homelessness started with drug abuse. With that information, we could look to the foster care system, getting adequate therapists and services available, and begin to teach people how to parent and not just expect them to know. Drug recovery may call for transitional centers in conjunction with rapid rehousing or transitional. The problems at hand are bigger than just myself or even just a group of people. They require community, strength, and guidance. I want to say that Fresno City Council, I admire your dedication and work to the city. All things I say with the utmost respect, and I thank you for listening. As you continue to guide your city, I pray for you. Do you have any questions?
Hello, Council President, Vice President, and other council members. My name is James Draper. I am 17, I am a Christian, and I am a senior at Clovis Christian Schools, and I am with the group known as Young Leaders with a Voice. I come before you today in regards to allocation of resources in regards in the realm of homelessness, and I would like to first start off by saying that the homeless people, they're not a statistic. They're not an annoying problem that we throw money at to solve, but they are individual people, individual human beings that have a right to dignity and respect in the way that we treat them. And so with that, because they are valued, we expect value out of them, because we do value out of them. We have the best interest for them, as well as we would like them to have the best interest for our county. Most of the homeless out there are those who have been previous members of society and contributed to society and somehow fell away, whether that be because there were money issues or other addiction issues that led them to the place that they are today. However, we don't judge them for that. So I would like to offer a solution. I would like to propose that we allow homeless that are trying to get off the streets to enroll into a trade school and learn a skill so that they can be effective, productive members of our society. And with that, once they know a skill, they can start their own business. And with that, a lot of people knowing the same skill decreases the amount for, say, a welder or, say, a bricklayer or a plumber. And so that increases the economy and it lowers the competitive market. I would also like to say, for those who don't want to learn, that you would implement a three-strike reputation system where you allow them to make better choices, and if they just refuse, since they wouldn't be productive members of the county, that we basically, in the nicest way, kick them out of the county, give them a bus, have them travel to a different county if they want to be a part of that county. But I believe that we should all be effective members in this society. I'd also like to speak a little bit with mental health, and I'd like to ask that if you have a child and that child unfortunately falls ill and dies, how much money would you pay to have that child back? And it would be a lot of money. And Thank you for your time. You have any questions?
Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Joelle Gordon. I'm 17 years old, a senior at Clovis Christian Schools, and a member of Young Leaders with a Voice. I come to you this morning speaking on the topic of mental health. Because mental health is just that, it's health. Yet people tend to look at it differently than a physical issue. A broken view on life is very often more deadly than a broken bone, but is often treated as less than a scrape. Now, I understand we have the teenager here talking about how terrible life is with absolutely no life experience whatsoever. So let me put things into perspective with my research of statistics. 50% of lifelong mental illness starts by age 14, and 75% of that by 24. 1 in 6 of our youth, aged 6 through 17, suffer from mental illness per year. Only 50.6 of youth suffering from mental illness in 2018 received care, and it's only gone down since the pandemic. In California, only 23.4% of mental health needs are met a year. 71% of adults with moderate mental illness did not receive care last year. I know moderate doesn't sound all too bad. I'm considered moderate mental illness, and I've attempted suicide 3 times. These may not seem all terrible at face value. Not everyone suffers like this badly, right? Suicide is a second leading cause of death in our country, second to heart disease. 1,232,000 adults thought of suicide last year. 4,491 of those went through with it. Every 11 minutes, that's 660 seconds, someone commits suicide. I don't know about you, but that's terrifying. That could be my friend or myself. That next 11-minute marker, council members, could be your child or friend. How do we prevent this? We fix the care. As I previously mentioned, only 23.4% of mental health needs are met on average. And a person's suicide is not preventable without the proper care. A reason for our needs not being met may be the care we are receiving. I was sent to a facility here in Fresno after a suicide attempt in 2019, and the care was horrendous. It was obvious the facility was underfunded. It was filthy, and the staff was clearly underpaid, counting the minutes to the end of their shift. Yes, there are good, helpful facilities out there, but they are either A, expensive beyond reason for most of the population, B, outside of the Central Valley, therefore inaccessible for almost every family whose child needs care, or C, both. We need care here in Fresno that is affordable, helpful, and accessible. The youth who need the care, including myself, are the future of Fresno. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Valley Dream Center. I know it can be nerve-wracking speaking in front of a large audience, but we appreciate you coming out and talking to the council about some of the issues you've been working on. Thank you.
Council President, if I may.
I don't typically like going back and forth with council and audience. I see a couple people punched up on the dais, starting with Councilmember Bredefeld, and then you, Councilmember Arias. I'll allow 30 seconds per council member to speak.
Yeah, I just want to commend you all for coming. You're 17 years old, coming before this council with a large crowd here, and it's not easy to do. I've spoken before councils before, and it's kind of intimidating. So I just want to commend you. I appreciate your research, your willingness to come and speak before the council, and I wish you all the very best. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. As the council member who has the vast majority of the homeless shelters and homeless housing in the whole county, I can tell you that what you speak of, there's a lot of truth to. I would also invite you to meet some of the homeless and unhoused that we're currently serving the warming centers. This county has 1 million people. We have 3 shelters that are keeping people warm and off the street, and they're all run and funded by the city of Fresno. I just met with your mayor of Clovis this week to share with her that there's quite a bit of people from the city of Clovis in our warming centers. Yet there are 0 shelters in the city of Clovis. There are 0 shelters in the county of Fresno. So I invite you to stop by Tetsi Wills, Maxi Parks, Mosqueda Center, get to meet and talk with them, share some coffee, a donut, and you will learn quite a bit about their needs and the significant amount of resources that we need our county and our neighboring cities to also come to the table with. It is an issue that we cannot take in alone. We have housed more than 3,000 homeless residents in the last 2 years in the city of Fresno. There's far more to do, but thank you again for coming forward and providing your ideas and your urgency to this matter.
Thank you again. Keep up the great work, everybody. Thank you. All right, again, we're taking public comment at this time on all consent, including contested consent, unscheduled communication, and closed session. Fill out a yellow card in the back and bring it to the front if you'd like to speak. If you're on Zoom, please punch up so our clerk knows to call on you. We'll be starting with folks in the chamber today, beginning with Janice Cup. Janice, can you please come up to the front? You will be followed by Hector Luna. Janice, are you in the audience? Okay, we're gonna skip Janice. Hector Luna. And after Hector will be Vincent J. Good morning, Hector.
Good morning. I'm with the County Fresno Public Works and Planning. Just make a brief statement regarding the Fancher Creek Trail Plan. The county supports the city's position for the alignment of the Fancher Creek Trail Plan to fill gaps in the trail network. Just to clarify, the county's Bridle Creek Trail and canal bank along the trail network shall remain in their natural state and not paved over. That'll be it.
All right, thank you, Hector. Next up is Vincent J. We have a Vincent J in the audience. Wanted to speak on Bakeman? No? All right. Next speaker will be Marcy Macias. Or Mary, sorry. Come on up, Mary. You'll be followed by Stephanie.
Hi, good morning. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Bakeman Water Company. This is mainly directed to Mr. Chavez, since you brought that up in the agenda. So you were just here a few minutes ago discussing about how wonderful small businesses are, and you recognize them. Well, I'm here to recognize Bakeman Water Company that's been serving us water for the past, especially me, for 35 years. So I don't understand, Mr. Chavez, why you would go and try to take away, or whatever you want to call it, the rights of Mr. Bakeman that has been here in Fresno for at least over 75 years. Is there a reason for that you would try to do something like that? Because I'm here to recognize that they give us the best water here. Like I said, the best water that you don't even have to buy water bottles. So we have a lot of people in this community that are grateful and very happy with Bakeman Water Company. And then you come and you're talking about affordable housing when you should be focusing, all of you, in regards to what's going out there in the community. Like, for instance, the people that just talked about the homelessness, that's a big issue here in Fresno. Why would you want to do something like that when we have our own problems here with the crime, the homeless, and everything that's happening? I see it day in and day out, day in and day night here where I live. So it doesn't make any sense, Mr. Chavez, that you would do something like that when we are happy with the water that we're getting from Mr. Bakeman. And there's a lot of us out there that agree with me 100%. So I urge you to do the right thing and don't even bring that up or table it, because let me tell you, what you're doing is absolutely wrong. And another thing, why do you have a Mexican flag there in front of you when this is America? So I want to know, why would you do something like that? I'm sorry, I'm a very vocal person. I'm very active in politics and everything, but I just feel that what you're doing here is absolutely wrong about the water. And you're dealing with a developer. So please, take into consideration the people that have been here for several decades, and businesses like Mr. Bakeman that's been here for over 75 years, and you bring this up again. So I totally disagree with you 100%, Mr. Chavez, what you're doing. And I think it's a disgrace that you are doing this. and no one will respect you for it.
Mr. President, I just want to specify, racism is not free speech. We all have heritages. We're Italian Americans, Mexican Americans, Persian Americans. I was very alarmed by the comment the member made. It's, again, public comment. Ma'am, your time is done. Your time is done. You had your chance. That was really inappropriate.
Next up will be.
Council President,
Yeah.
just point of order. I just want to make sure that people are entitled to give their opinions. I respect that. But just want to make sure that folks understand what happened today. The item that, Ms. Ma'am just came up and spoke about has been tabled. So we are not voting on that item, and everything that was discussed, that's not what the item was about, but everybody's entitled to give their, 3 minutes of speech. So I just want to make sure that's cleared for the record.
Next up in the chambers, we have Stephanie Bouvier. Stephanie?
That's AKA Steve Diddy. I've been up here before to speak. Let's see if I can be as eloquent as Caitlyn Jenner was on KMJ Radio back in 2018 when she had a campaign for governorship commercial played on there, and at least was thought of as inspiring and flowery by Ray Appleton. Anyways, I live in District 3 now, and I have 3 ideas, just developed one just sitting here, listening to people speak, for District 3. First of all, about 10 years ago, I noticed that there's only one chain grocery store in District 3. And while I was interned in Riverside recently, I came up with the idea for a Seoul Central chain of grocery stores. I even, I think a while back, Twitter messaged Michelle Obama about owning it herself, the company. And the second idea I had was for a sports complex in District 3, either owned by the benefactors of Vince Wesson's family or Icky Wood's family. And then just now I developed an idea for a housing project. Well, let's not call it a housing project. Housing artist enclave, much like they have in North Hollywood. Section 89 housing for those crazy artists like Jean-Michel Basquiat or John Lennon, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next here in the chambers, we have Lori Dolquist. Lori? Good morning.
Good morning, Council President, Vice President, and members of the City Council. My name is Lori Dolquist, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Bakeman Water Company. I recognize and am pleased to hear that you have tabled the item that was to consider interconnection or a pressure valve to address fire flow issues at the Brand Haven housing development, which is part of the larger Fancher Creek development. However, I'd like to respectfully just provide some additional context and food for thought while you consider this for the next City Council meeting. As many of you know, Bakeman Water Company, the Fancher Creek development exists in the service area of the Bakeman Water Company, and Bakeman Water is the exclusive water service provider to that development. Bakeman Water is regulated by the California Public Utilities Commission. The commission sets the rates for service and the legal terms under which service is provided, and also regulates the facilities provided for service. I'll provide some additional context on that, but I also want to make clear that Bakeman Water supports new housing in the community, particularly housing directed for seniors or low-income citizens. However, any delay in bringing this new housing online is not the fault of Bakeman Water, but rests squarely with the developer, FCTC. This developer has known since 2009 that a new water tank is required to meet fire flow requirements to provide service to this development. Bakeman Water negotiated with this developer for more than a decade. Under the terms of service regulated by the PUC, when new facilities are required to serve a development, it is the developer that pays for those new facilities. Those facilities are not subsidized by existing customers. It is the developer who pays for them. However, FCTC went back and forth for more than a decade trying to shift its share of the cost to Beekman Water's customers. They eventually filed a complaint with the Public Utilities Commission, and a decision is being issued on that complaint today. The Public Utilities Commission decision finds that Beekman Water acted reasonably, that this tank is needed to serve the new development, that this decision is based on evidence provided by Beekman that an intertie or pressure relief valve is an unreliable and unsafe way to meet fire flow requirements. This decision also finds that the developer must pay for its share of the tank needed to serve this development. Beekman Water has been working diligently during this entire time to make sure that this tank is ready to be constructed. It has gone through the design and engineering phase and also has pursued permits. We hope that the developer will abide by this decision to be issued by the PUC today and make these funds available so that we can move forward as quickly as possible to get this much-needed housing built. Thank you.
Next here in the chamber, we have Aletha Lang. Morning, Aletha. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Sadly, since Mr. Campos failed to include my emailed February 1st comments in your agenda packet today for the Fancher Creek Bridle Trail Plan, I'll make as many of my points now for inclusion in the record as only 3 minutes will allow. My husband and I are Sunnyside County Island property owners, less than 2 feet from the planned Fancher Creek Trail Project. Segment 4 in the feasibility study includes us as well as 23 other neighbors whose properties also back up to the trail. But as such, we never received any notice of this plan mailed to our house or to our homes. Thankfully, we found out about the final January 31st meeting at a Fancher Creek Elementary School from friends on Facebook. And in the 3 short weeks since that meeting, we have gathered more than 55 signatures of our neighbors opposed to this plan and more on the way. We want to join our county supervisor in voicing our strong opposition to this and any plan to pave the existing bridle trail behind our homes to create a Class 1 bikeway or for any other purpose. We also strongly oppose any proposal to construct a tunnel under the railroad tracks adjacent to Fancher Creek. We are also opposed to any concrete lining of Fancher Creek, which will be necessary for any tunneling under the railroad tracks. This concrete lining would deprive water to the existing 100-plus-year-old shade trees along the creek, displace wildlife, and ruin the amenity of the bridle trail forever. You need to know that the document before you today is internally inconsistent. Citing just a few examples, starting on page 45, the study states this segment has a high feasibility rating. However, on page 53, it states the feasibility of this very same segment as medium and only utilizing the existing bridle trail. On page 52, the study describes the tunnel under the railroad and recommends amenities such as signs along a Class 1 bikeway, saying nothing about leaving the existing bridle trail as is. Page 53 states NA under the cost estimate for segment 4, which page 51 estimates a cost of $9,505,000 for construction, including the tunnel under the railroad. And page 55 discusses the conversion of soft surface path to Class 1 bikeway under segment 5. In conclusion, we and my neighbors in the county island urge you not to accept the Fancher Creek Trail Plan project feasibility study as submitted today, but instead return it to the consultant so that they may correct the internal inconsistencies
You have 10 seconds to wrap up your remarks.
within the document and restate the conversion of our Fancher Creek Bridle Trail to a Class 1 bikeway and construction of a tunnel as not feasible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next in the chamber, we have Brett Rush.
Good morning, Council. My name is Brett Rush. I work for Fresno County Supervisor Nathan Magson. And for the record, Nathan would like the city not to pave any portion of the bridle trail at all or the canal. He's met with residents past weeks and months, and to a T, they also are against any paving of the bridle trail. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Next up, we have Mr. Elizondo here in the chamber.
Peace be with you. I see I'm not alone. I have people that feel the way I do. You up there don't know what you're doing. You're hurting the people, one way or another. Power and control, that's all it is. There's a few unfinished business. Number one is this. $600,000 and nobody's doing nothing about it. Who took the money? Mr. Andrews doesn't want to look into it because
Let's make sure we keep comments focused to the city council, Mr. Elizondo.
What's that?
Sure, we keep comments directed towards the city council. Thank you.
What'd you say?
Your comments need to be directed towards the city council members only.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, well, anyway, it doesn't say that anywhere. You said it. Anyway, where's Mr. Dyer? He's not here. That's directed to the city council. He's not here, right? So it works both ways. Anyway, let's not be rude. Another thing I noticed is that city council, it doesn't take much for them to lose their composure. And that's not good. That's not professional. These are your people that are here for you, yet you're not there for them. Today we have a big problem, lack of communication. City council, I don't know if you guys need hearing aids, but you're not listening. You're not listening. You go ahead and do what you want. And I still wanted to know about the fact of freedom of speech. Freedom of speech does not mean 2 minutes. There's no justice here. So how can you say you represent us? You don't represent us, you represent yourselves. We are under dictatorship. And I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Who's the dictator here? I already know that it's happening. We have been infiltrated. You know what that means, infiltrated? I hope you do. Because I know what it is. And I don't like it. I didn't have to go to Vietnam to fight for democracy. We're fighting it right here. Every day. Because people that don't know what they're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Elizondo. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next in the chamber, we have Tyler Mackey.
Good morning, City Council members, Council President. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Tyler Mackey, and I represent the Tower District Marketing Committee. The Tower District Marketing Committee is a nonprofit business association, and we've been working on a proposal in partnership with the California Fresh Farmers Market Association to bring a California certified farmers market to our community. This item is before you on today's consent agenda, item 1U. The business of the Tower Districts are urging you to support the establishment of this market as its establishment will increase commerce and provide greater economic opportunity to the businesses, the small local farmers and artisans, as well as provide a reliable source of local fresh produce to the Tower District's residents and surrounding communities. This process began in August of 2021 when the business members of our organization sat down with the California Fresh Farmers Market Association to hear a proposal for a regional event, a street closure of Olive Avenue, to host a weekly street farmers market. This market would take place in the heart of the business corridor and include fresh produce, value-added baked goods, prepared goods, artisans, and food vendors. The idea was well received and the businesses began reviewing the proposal, providing feedback, and suggesting changes to improve the market plan and to make it in the best interest of the Tower District business community and its residents. Over the course of that time, CFFMA and the TDMC went through several proposed drafts of the agreement, which met both parties' needs and addressed their concerns, came up with a budget of the first year's operation, and solicited and received the financial commitments from health organizations, businesses, community partners sufficient to fund this project. We established the plans for oversight for the community input to ensure that the farmers market would be adaptable to fit the community's needs as it established itself over this first year. We held community meetings over the last year and a half and went door to door to ensure that every business in the area was involved in this plan and approved of its implementation. The proposed farmers market will be implemented and operated by the California Fresh Farmers Market Association, who has managed farmers markets here in Fresno for now over 25 years, and the TDMC would have the review and oversight to help accommodate the needs and the changes to the market during the contract term. Ensuring the value of the market to the surrounding businesses and the community is at the top priority for both organizations. The contract would be for 52 years with a renewable term of $1 per year to renew the contract. California's Fresh Farmers Market is a nonprofit, and its continued operations after the first year would be borne by them and the participating vendors. The primary goal of our market is to provide access to locally grown fresh produce, ending the food produce desert that has long existed in the Tower District. It would increase visibility for our district by creating a regional event that draws from all over Fresno County and increase foot traffic and greater economic opportunity for our businesses. As a certified market, the market would accept EBT, PBT, and PBET, increasing access to the whole community. We believe this plan will achieve our goals of improving the quality of life for our residents and increase the success of our businesses, and we hope that we can count on your support for the agenda item. Before you is a packet of signatures from all of the business in the enclosure area. Signing off on it, there are several that are missing, but they have expressed their support, and those are forthcoming. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tyler. Next in the audience, we have Aaron Gossett. Aaron? Good morning to you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Aaron Gossett. I'm the owner of the Lincoln Pub and Grub down in the Tower District, and I'm the president of the TDMC. For over 2 years, us as the business community, not only restaurants and bars, but also retail establishments have been working on this plan for the Tower District Farmers Market, and we feel that not only will it bring economic growth to the area, but as well as provide access to the residents to fresh produce and quality food that is not currently available in the area as far as walking is concerned. You know, there's been some debate on whether or not the Olive location is the best location for this. I feel like there's almost no negative to the Olive streets versus the plan that was actually, the other plan that was submitted with the Tower Theater parking lot, which would obviously eliminate all parking for the Tower area, as well as the Fern area, which is blighted and has no lighting. So the Olive Quarter has lighting, it has open businesses. There's already pretty much a street plan, a closure plan in place with the parades that we do down there. It's a win-win both for residents and for businesses. So I ask that you go forward with this plan to.
All right, next here in the audience, we have Blanca Lopez. Bianca Lopez. Good morning, Bianca.
Good morning. I too would like to speak regarding the Tower District Farmers Market on behalf of Splash Fresno, LGBTQ nightclub business in the Tower District. We are very, very proud to be a part of the Tower District, and any event that would bring even more diversity, even more attention to to the Tower District, we completely support. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet because the meter's running. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Thomas Amaro. Thomas? No Thomas in the audience. We'll move on to David Galaviz. David? No David. All right, we're going to go on to Kevin Nazaroff. Kevin? No Kevin. Seth Van. Seth in the audience? No Seth. Peter DeYoung. Morning, Peter.
Good morning, Council President, City Council. I appreciate your time. My name is Peter DeYoung. I'm the Executive Director of California Fresh Farmers Market Association. We currently operate 6 farmers markets. They are all certified by the state of California. 2 different kind of levels of being able to create a farmers market and put them on. One is less restrained. The other follows very strict rules that everything is grown locally. That's the form that certifies us. Our markets range in size from 25 vendors up to River Park that's over 100 now. This will be the largest farmers market in probably Fresno County. I'd love to see just a quick show of hands. Who's been to the San Luis Obispo Farmers Market? Anybody? One? It really has helped to define their community. It's a very long street closure market that we're modeling our farmers market on. We hope to start as soon as we can get a couple more things tweaked. The produce is ready for us, and we will operate year-round. So we really wanted to thank you, and if you had any questions.
No questions at this time.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your time. Next here in the chambers, we have Renee. Renee?
Good morning, President, City Council. My name is Renee Rios, and I'm here today talking about the Wellness Center over at San Pablo. We need it. I'm homeless. I've been here and homeless for 21 years. I'm a graduate from Fresno City. I attended Fresno State. I'm a facilitator and a volunteer and a member at Blue Sky Wellness Center over on Blackstone and Dakota. I'm homeless right now. I've been waiting for a year and a half at the Donald Sheriff's Apartment. I qualify financially and creditly, but they don't have an apartment available for me, and so now I'm on the street. And I'm here to ask you to help the warming centers to stay open for as long as you guys can. Thank you. My name is Renee Rios.
Thank you, Renee. Next in the chamber, I'm having a difficult time reading the first name, last name of Wong. Good morning. Oh, thank you. My apologies.
Good morning, council members and other members of the public. My name is Kerwin Wong, and I'm a resident, and I grew up born and raised here in Fresno. And my argument or my dilemma is with code enforcement. We have a case that's been going on. They finally closed the case, and the interim attorney, city attorney, she came in and she assessed that all she wanted us to do was to remove things that were or at the house that were normally inside items that were outside. All the other items they didn't seem to care about. But I've been down to the we got this our tax bill for the property tax, and I've been asking the city to remove the because they put on here, one thing that I really dispute is a charge for $1,000 for cleanup. I've seen the city trucks that go around doing the curbside pickup, and we've participated in that a little bit. Probably not as much as we should have, but I would like to request the city remove that from the county tax. And I've argued with the facilitator, or Mr. Lopez. He's a non-city employee and has no oath of office. And my arguments were that these were violations of 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment and no due process, the 14th Amendment, and that they shouldn't be on here, at least on this tax bill. And my question to you is this city and code enforcement, I was quoted, or I'm quoting, paraphrasing me, that the city has a right to put it on the tax bill. I'd like to understand how the city has a right to overstep my constitutional rights to due process. And again, I thank you. And
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next in the audience, we have Bobby Gentry. About 6.
My name is Bobby Joe Gentry, Jr. I'm a United States Navy veteran. I swore in to serve my country right here in Fresno. I did that proudly. I'm homeless at this time. They have housing and they have things for us vets. But as a homeless person, I was violated the other day, not notified. They came in and they swooped my area, and I was over doing a little part-time job that I do to keep my mental illness in control. Okay, everything was taken. When I approached the officer about it, he denied the fact that anything was salvageable. I just came back from staying the night with my daughter and did my laundry. I had everything in bags, suitcases, everything. That man lied to me. He said that they didn't have anything that was suitable for storage. I had brand new clothing in there, brand new everything. There's no reason for them to take my belongings without notifying me. I was right around the corner. They gave me no opportunity to do any kind of movement. They did on the track when I was back there with the other homeless. I could be the best rep for the homeless because the city of Fresno is not helping them, they are hurting them. They're pushing them further in their mental illness, and I just don't understand why it's got to be like this. When an officer's going to lie to my face and tell me that nothing was salvageable, when everything in there was folded, clean, and my not being notified is what's bothering me. If you want to talk about the homeless, come talk to me. I'll tell you about being stolen from and being moved around so much that we can't think straight and get anything accomplished. How are we supposed to do that if we don't have a place to live? One that we can know we can go back to and trust it'll be there. The city of Fresno's people that are doing this are stealing from us. They gave me no notification they were going to even do that to me. I was right there. My area was tidy. There was no reason for being taken and stolen from. I served this country proudly, and I got an honorable discharge. I would like to have been treated with respect and not lied to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the audience, we have Crystal. Good morning, Crystal.
Good morning. Hello, so sorry about my voice. It's kind of going away due to the traumatic experience I went through the other day. As he said that all his stuff was gone through and thrown away, my sister went to go see if he was there, and he wasn't, and she was dealt by the HEART team, and I heard her scream for help, so I went to her, and unfortunately, the officers put me in handcuffs, arrested me, and then also proceeded to hurt me at the headquarters, and I had to go to the hospital and spend some time in jail when I shouldn't have, due to we didn't do anything wrong, and we were just helping out. I never expected the police to be like that, and I was fearing for my life in that headquarters, and so I didn't say anything, but now I'm trying to speak up. You guys need to have cameras, or their body cameras need to be on while they're in the headquarters, because that's not right. And it was men that did it, not women. And I asked for a woman officer to come, and he said no. So you guys really need to look into that, and it's serious, because it's not right. Thank you, and I want to give the rest of my time for silence for the homeless that have passed away. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next here in the chamber, we have Kristen P. Kristen?
Hi, my name is Kristen Pothier, and I currently reside in one of the homeless shelters called Journey Home. I have been here for just about 2 years now, and how much longer do I have to be here before I go crazy? Mind you, this was supposed to be only a 90-day program. We are not given any tools in this program to deal with life crisis. For an example, I just found one of my good friends dead in her room. I ran to her room and grabbed her dead body. Mind you, this is the first time I ever seen a dead body. I got scared and ran out. I asked staff at Journey Home the next day for someone to talk to, and still to this day, I have not spoke to anyone to help me deal with this. So this shows we need mental health also. Also, just recently, I went to go check on one of our combat vets' tent that the HEART team was throwing away. In the process, the HEART team arrested me. As I was being arrested, I yelled for my sister for help. So my sister just heard me scream. So she came running to find out what was wrong. The HEART team bum rushed her and they roughed her up. So what I'm trying to get to is our fellow HEART team are supposed to be compassionate and use a humanitarian approach to helping the unhoused individuals, but instead they do the opposite. I'm asking just for a hand up, not a handout. I don't have the tools to get through my life crisis, so I'm asking for help. And I would like to give the rest of my remaining time in a moment of silence for all the homeless that has lost their lives.
Thank you, Kristen. Next in the audience, we have William P. William?
Hi, my name is William Pothier, and I'd like to thank you for giving me this time to speak. I currently reside in the Ambassador Inn in one of the homeless shelters, and before that, I've been homeless for a while now, and I've pretty much done a lot of things. I've gone to school, been to a trade school. I'm a certified cement mason, and I come here and I try to get a job, and I'm just laughed at. I'm laughed because I have my certifications, and the other people don't. I have no opportunities for any kind of work opportunities. Like, I can't get help. I've asked for help. I've been to, the Pavarella House, and I've got no help there. I've been there several times. It's not good for the unhoused people, individuals out here. You guys need to really come out, see what it's like out there, talk to us, and see that we're all just drug addicts and no good people. We're actually trying to get up on our feet, trying to do what we were supposed to do and everything else. So, thank you. And yeah.
Thank you. Next in the chamber is Des. Good morning, Des.
Hello. You guys have heard many of the unhoused members come in here and speak to you about addiction, mental illness, the shelters, homeless task force, heart team. I just want to know when you guys are really going to hear them. I see you listen, some have conversations while people only have 3 minutes to sit up here. It's very, very rude. But when are you going to start doing something? When are we going to have safe lots? You guys think that safe lots are uncontrollable, but there's not one of you, again, that can sit up there and say, anything happened at my safe camp for a year and a half that I had with no funding. Okay, I did have organizations come over and help me with mental health. I had to call Bakersfield just to come down and give vaccine shots because the city of Fresno would not allow it. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? We had nothing. We had dirt, we had tents. We built our own kitchen. We built our own, living quarters. We had a TV. We had an antenna. I mean, what is it? What is it? Why are you guys so against it? People are already living on the streets. They're living in your alleys. They're living at your schools, in your parks, and all you do is complain about it. But you're refusing to build safe lots in every single district. I am getting sick and tired of seeing District 3 overran with the low income and the poor, the poverty. We need to start circulating these safe camps and these shelters into Bredefield and Carbasi, Maxwell, Perea, Esparza, Chavez. We need to do that and stop talking about tiny homes because you guys are here to give $1 million to Poverello House. You gave it to them last year, so I'm confused on why we're back here again to announce that you're giving $1 million for tiny homes to the Poverello House. You guys have been talking about this forever. When's it gonna happen? We are sick and tired of being sick and tired of waiting. All you guys do is sit up here and say, we're gonna do this and pat yourself on the back. One thing I would like a correction from the mayor is that he posted on Facebook that the units that out there on Tulare and Clovis Avenue were gonna be affordable. He needs to correct that because I was told 120 units will be built there, 20 of them will be affordable, but they're for senior citizens only. So we need to make sure that the people that are on his page say upset because they're gonna be affordable housing and our whole neighborhood's going to shit. No, it's gonna be for senior citizens. Do I want more than 20? Yeah, but I'm just happy at least he added something about affordable housing. But let's correct that because now the city's getting upset. The people over there at Franja Creek getting upset because they think it's gonna be for senior citizens. We need it, but I am asking for half of that unit to be for senior citizens of the unhoused community. That's all I can think of right now. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments, Des. Next in the chamber, we have Bob McCloskey. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. Come here today. I just came from the warming center. Ted Sewell's giving people rides back to their locations, and I can tell you it's very full. People are using it. I do want to make you, and they're using the other center that's open right now. Mosqueda is out right now because of a transformer problem, and Pinedale was closed. And I know people that were going there, and they said there's never been a problem there with the students of that school, with the parents, with anybody. Now, the people that were going to that center were not bothering anybody, and you close that. I think you used a phony excuse to close that center, frankly. I come here every week, every couple weeks, or sometimes on Zoom. I'm very calm. I'm tired of being calm. You 7 people sit up there on the dais like 5, 7 little kings, never really hearing what people say. I can tell you, these centers are used. You need to keep them open. The day after the center's set to close, these centers are set to close, it's 33 degrees on Wednesday of next week. You plan to close it Tuesday night. I can tell you the rest of the week is cold. It is below 36. So you're going to have to keep it open anyway. So let's keep it open for March. I can tell you, I see so many people out there that are disabled, barely able to get around, that are trying to survive and barely making it. barely able to survive. I have had issues, and I can document so many cases where the so-called homeless assistant response team has taken people's gear, their survival gear. Like this gentleman today, I got a call, guy needs a tent because Hart threw it away. I had to scramble to get a tent. I go out and buy stuff at Big Five and sleeping bags and tents, blankets. Other people donate stuff to me. I pass it out, and you people throw it away. I'm talking about you. You council members throw this away. This has become very personal for me. We are fed up. We're not going to take this anymore. You're going to have people camping out in front of City Hall. You're going to have big press about it. We need a revolution in this city of homeless people rising up against the fact that they're being abused constantly by HART. I would call HART, H-A-R-T, harassment, aggression, robbery, and terrorism, because that's what they do. They steal people's survival gear, and they terrorize people, and they harass people, and some of them are very aggressive. So I think the words I just said totally represent HART, and you need to rein these people in. They're out of control.
Thank you, Bob. Next up is Brandy. Is Brandy still in the chambers? I think I saw her leave shortly. Okay. Last yellow card I have is Anthony. Anthony, that's the last yellow card I have. If anyone else in the chamber wishes to speak, please fill out a yellow card and bring it up to the clerk at this time. Good morning, Anthony.
All right, right here? Cool. I'm here specifically talking about the farmer's market. I don't want to say I'm opposed to this thing. I only gave you a couple options. I do think a farmer's market in the Tower District would be wonderful. I do mostly want to give my support to the Department of Transportation's assessments on the impact it will have on bus routes. I think primarily my perspective coming as a kind of an employer, most of our staff and employees use the bus system primarily on Olive Avenue. I think there was suggestion for farmer's market to be placed, I think maybe on the Venice alleyway, something, but I am open to creative solutions, and I support the farmer's market in the neighborhood, but I do want to support the Department of Transportation's assessment. So, into the formal homeless people, I mean, they're gone, but I agree with what they're saying. If they need some clothing or a job, tell them to come find me. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Anthony. That is our last speaker that we had submit a yellow card to speak today, so we'll go ahead and transition to electronic communications. City Clerk, would you mind taking that away?
Brandy Nuspiegas.
Okie dokie. Morning, Brandy.
Brandy?
Hi, it's not Brandy, but it is Lisa Flores.
Okay,
Hello?
Lisa, go ahead.
Okay, first off, good morning. I have 4 issues I want to talk about real quick. The first one is item 1B. I stand in opposition of the appointment. Once again, I was not interviewed. My application was not pulled. My question is, why not me? If you want the best and the brightest and the most qualified, why do I keep getting passed over? 20 years of both planning experience with a vast knowledge of CEQA and NEPA. It is nothing personal against this woman, but what you're going to appoint somebody with a vast real estate background, isn't there going to be a lot of conflict of interest based on her employment history and her current employment? And that's the first thing on that. The second part is, Annalise, will you be recusing yourself from voting on that since your father is one of her, how can I put it, backers in her application? That there should be a conflict of interest there. And to Jerry Dyer, I guess there really isn't one Fresno when you continue to overlook me. Second thing, I also want to make a comment. I just want to remind City Council
that when people come to speak with you, they're exercising their freedom of speech as well as their right to protected political speech. We may not agree with it, whether it's racism or some civil rights shenanigans that that young man was speaking about, but they do have a legal right in this country to espouse whatever they want to espouse, even though we don't agree with them. The second thing I want to bring up is 1C, the fee schedule. I've asked countless times, how much is it going to cost for me to rent the dog park? I really want to do a special event at the dog park. There's no line item. And also too, in the fee schedule, it would be behoovant of the city to add a line about disability parking and how it's free, so there is no confusion. So if any member of the public looks into it who is disabled, if they have a placard, it is clearly stated versus having to call and waste staff time. Also too, the increase in Camp Fresno from $300 to $720 for a week of camping. How is that going to be affordable for the low-income population in Fresno? On to 1J, tiny homes. Could you please change your nomenclature of the verbiage that you use?
Please wrap up your remarks.
Okay, these homes are not tiny, but are she sheds or shacks. Pocket 144 says they are to be used for non-living, yet you're going to house people as sleeping quarters.
Thank you.
And
That'll
the
be all
other
for
one-
this morning. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Carla Martinez.
Hi, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council. I'm going to start off by reading comments from a resident who couldn't get on online today or go down to the chambers. I'll read it in Spanish and then I'll translate it over to English. Yo soy Benita Vázquez, Distrito 7 de la ciudad. Soy un miembro activo en las necesidades de la... Y espero que por favor consideren apoyando el programa contra desalojos, ya que es un programa de mucha ayuda, especialmente para mi comunidad inmigrante, ya que somos gran parte de la comunidad de Fresno, que también aportamos a la economía local. I am Benita Vasquez, District 7 of the city. I am an active member in community needs, and I hope that you please consider continuing to support the program against evictions, since it is a very helpful program, especially for my immigrant community, since we are a large part of the community of Fresno, that we also contribute to the local economy. So I wanted to make comments on item 3B. We do look forward to hearing the mid-year budget review from staff and are looking forward to budget conversations later this year. Community residents are ready to share their community priorities and budget ideas ahead of June. I do want to highlight the need for continued and additional funding to the eviction protection program. Families continue to be evicted, displaced, and forgotten, and it will continue to worsen without more funding for an extended program, a known program to mitigate the displacement of our communities. Residents cannot keep falling prey to greedy, corrupt landlords without proper legal help. I continue and will continue to refer community residents to the EPP. The eviction protection program is often the first line of defense against illegal evictions and harassment by landlords, especially for low-income residents who cannot afford an attorney or undocumented folks who cannot access other legal aid services. We personally know a handful of folks who were able to avoid an eviction on their record and have been able to stay in the place they call home. The eviction protection program is a prevention tool against homelessness. As city leaders and policymakers, you all hold the responsibility and authority of millions of dollars that could protect half of your constituency and support an equitable economy that benefits the lowest income households. The EPP program cannot go unfunded and must add additional funding now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gede Maza.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Could hear you, G'day.
Perfect. First and foremost, thank y'all, council, for hearing Sean Robinson. I'm going back and I'd like to address item ID 23269. I am 1/3 of the People's Fresno LLC as well. And very specifically, Councilmember Arias, you know, with all due respect, to re-refer us back to the cannabis office, for us is a challenge because we've been rejected. So there is no conflict of interest. And also, we were referred back and encouraged to speak on our concerns to council this morning. So that is that. And I also want to be clear, like what we're pointing out here to you all as city council is that the city of Fresno received 1.2 million in state funds based on the fact, findings and recommendations as well, that, limitations, timeframes such as Sean's non-cannabis charge, which is over 25 years old, would be addressed, and we would create a pathway into the cannabis industry. So again, we're just asking that, we make good on that. And then secondly, the other thing that we missed in actually addressing is that we're also worried about contradictions and irregularities in the social equity program itself, and very specifically, worrisome interactions within those. So we're coming to you all as City Council to ask for help in the best interest of community, but also, this idea of transparency, which we know all chairs sitting there in front of us have spoken clearly about. And that's all I have for comment. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next, we have Cynthia Pembino.
Good morning, Council. Cindy Pembino here at Christ Helping Hands, Fresno Church. First off, I want to give a huge heartfelt thank you to the following FACTS employees and supervisors. FACTS Operations Supervisor 2, Gabe Acosta, Director of Transportation, Gary Barfield, and Joe Vargas, Assistant Director, and also Angel over at the Mosqueda Warming Center, Parks and Recreation employee. They assisted our homeless when the lights went out Tuesday night at the Mosqueda Center in transporting them safely and with care over to the Maxiel Parks. They are definitely a huge blessing to our homeless community as they assisted them. And they did this with dignity and respect, and I'm forever grateful for them. Also, Pinedale Warming Center, we know it's closed, and I did put a call into the principal, Mrs. Bowles, at nearby Pinedale School. This is over 3 weeks ago. I wanted to discuss a solution to the problem she was stating that was occurring. And as of today, I still have not received a call back from her. And it was not a call to complain or ask her for accusations, but it was a call to find a solution. I was going to suggest to her that myself and another volunteer were willing to stand there at 6:30 in the morning when they exit them out at 7 and make sure and monitor that our homeless leave the school perimeters and are out of the school perimeter sites. And that was my concern there, was trying to find a solution to that. Very concerned about where the warming center is going to be next year and also our cooling center. Now, the HEART team. Everything that's been spoken about the HEART team today and most previous times, I would say is 95% true, because myself, I was a victim of an assault by Officer Rocha on February 4th. What we really need on that HEART team, and that never has been implemented, is cahoots, mental health, or a mental health worker that comes to every call that the HEART team is responded to. Also, putting up our homeless on safe lots. Like Des said, we need one in every district, and they can self-regulate. The city just needs to provide the fencing and portable bathrooms and wash stations and a dumpster. It sounds just so too terribly simple, but it's what we need. We need safe lots. Also, I'd like to thank the Clovis Christian School youth leadership for bringing out to light the darkness of our homeless and the mental health illness. They are amazing, and may God bless them, and God bless our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Shar Thompson.
Good morning, Council. My name is Shar Thompson. I'm the Central Valley Regional Coordinator with Tenants Together, a trustee with the Lowell CDC, and a community leader of the Fresno Tenants Union, and a single mother of one in Councilmember Arias's district, in District 3. I'm here to urge you to extend and ensure permanency as well as more transparency of the eviction protection program through the end of the fiscal year, since it's projected that the funding for this program will end in April and May. The EPP program has been very imperative has been a very imperative program to our community that has helped keep 5% of the individuals that it has served housed. Many more residents it served were assisted in receiving more time to prepare to move, and has also been able to find invalid evictions prior to residents having to get to court. With more outreach, I am sure that this program will be able to assist even further than 600 plus residents of Fresno, California. With the EPP program, these individuals would have never been represented by legal counsel or assisted with filing a response to their unlawful detainers. It is imperative that this program is extended to continue to assist in keeping our neighbors housed and keep landlords accountable to the laws that they are to follow. Thank you all for your undistracted attention, and I look forward to seeing you continue implementing more protections from the Tenant Bill of Rights we advocates know that are vital to helping this emergency in Fresno, this housing emergency in Fresno. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Brandy Vegas.
Hello, thank you. I want to echo what was just said regarding EPP. That is absolutely crucial. So we have people who are out on the streets because they've fallen through the cracks because there wasn't protections. I want to support 1G. Very grateful for the work of the LGBT EOC sanctuary, as well as the Tower Market as a vital resource for our community. I'm very glad that we had Renee come. He is one of the people who've been at the warming centers and has been a vital resource. And I'm very concerned about what will happen to them next week. I hope that it will be extended as there's continuing to be inclement weather through that. But at the same time, we have people where this was a place of hope. And I am very grateful that we've had it during the very cold weather. But it's been such a huge, important resource. It's allowed people to be able to be refreshed, to be safe. We have disabled individuals. We have a lot of elderly individuals. I've met 2 women who are unable to, that are mute and unable to speak and have talking disabilities and should not be out there. So I'll be out there. We need to look at what resources can be provided, whether or not it's continuing something, the warming center or something like that, to ensure that our most vulnerable are protected until we can get them into shelters, as many of them have signed up for shelters, and ask that you consider what resource can be done before this closes, when we have people who have been benefiting from this absolutely vital service that has literally saved lives. I also ask for 1K with the encampment resolution that we focus on actual services and getting people into services rather than displacement. We've keep coming across people who get pushed from private property to public, and then when it's public, their stuff is taken, as you've heard. And we need actual solutions rather than wasting money shuffling people around. So as that, we look at this, but a huge part of it is a lot of people wanted to speak up, but it's very difficult to get there. So I ask that you do a lived experience, that you focus on trying to make the voice of those the unhoused more heard. When they did the cultural arts things, they had these wonderful outreach to be able to get the voice of the community. And we need you to hear more about the experiences of our community and help overcome accessibility issues in speaking up. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Last speaker we have is Ruben Espinoza.
Hello, good morning, City Council. My name is Ruben Espinoza, and I'm a policy advocate with Fresno Barrios Unidos. And today I wanted to comment in regards to the eviction protection program, and wanted to say that we need to further extend this the eviction protection program through the end of the fiscal year, and also continue to fund it. As many of the advocates before me had made the case on why this service is so crucial to those who are struggling with evictions. I have been able to connect a couple of people with this eviction protection program, and the results were fruitful, and they ended up not getting evicted. So I would like to see this program continue to be funded, and it's working. So just want to show the support and hope that it will be funded to the end of the fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. One more, Council President. We have Alexandra Alvarado.
Hello, my name is Alexandra with Faith in the Valley. I'm joining this meeting in support of the continual and desperately needed expansion of the eviction protection program. The current program, as it operates, has not had the opportunity to serve as many residents as it can. We haven't seen this resource work at its full capacity. Community has come into this chamber on Zoom and on e-comment, crying and pleading for help to keep them housed in a safe and affordable home, free of retaliation from landlords and increasing rent, fees, and threats in the form of unlawful evictions. Many times in public comment, it's been explained to you all what a resident goes through when facing an eviction. It's traumatizing, even with an attorney. Elected leaders like you all pass laws to protect tenants. But as you all know, laws are complex, and oftentimes tenants don't even know when protections are passed. Evictions also move really quickly through the courts. And we know that nearly 10,000 families in Fresno County are forced to move from their homes every year, in part because tenants are set up to fail in eviction court, in housing court. The decision to not continually fund and expand this program, I believe, is a huge disservice to the community you serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. That's all we have.
All right, thank you, City Clerk. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Got a motion from Councilmember Bredefeld and a second from Council Vice President Perea. Is there any opposition to the motion at hand? Seeing none, passes 7-0. Given that we have about 30 minutes till lunch, I'm going to go a little bit out of order here. The first item I'm going to take is going to be the scheduled 10 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy special tax hearing regarding City of Fresno CFD 11. This is located in Councilmember Esparza's district. Councilmember, you have any comments you'd like to make on this one before we go out? Okay, go out to the public for comment. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak on the 10 a.m. item? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Got a motion from Councilmember Arias and a second from Councilmember Esparza to approve the 10 a.m. item. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0.
You're welcome.
Next order of business, we are going to go a little bit out of order on the contested consent. We have some folks who won't be available after lunch. So we're going to kick it off with item 1G as in George. This is a grant agreement with Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission to support services of Fresno EOC LGBTQ+ Resource Center. This was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. So Councilmember?
Yeah, I have some questions about this agreement and the scope of services. Who's here to address that?
Good morning. My name is Misty Gaddy Blanco. I'm the Sanctuary Director, and I have Jennifer Cruz, our manager.
From EOC?
Fresno EOC, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. So in looking at your scope of services on item A, this is $100,000. I believe this is coming out of our general fund. Is that correct? I believe so. Okay. And there's a couple of issues there. It says the scope of services will be for LGBTQ plus competency training education. Then there's one that says Q closet to receive gender affirming clothes and supplies. What is that?
I'll let you describe that.
So under the scope of work, you see a list of services that we provide. Q Closet provides clothing, free clothing to community members who need gender affirming clothing, accessories, makeup, things of that nature.
Okay. So how would that work? I mean, how does that work? Where you say somebody wants gender-affirming clothes? What does that mean?
The Q Closet is stocked by donations from Fresno
Okay.
people, and then if people would like to make an appointment to visit that Q Closet, it works like any other free clothing place. They can make an appointment, they can come in, find their sizes. We have shoes, we have hygiene products.
Okay.
It includes a small food pantry now as well.
Gender-affirming guidance, what exactly does that mean?
So we have staff members that are trained in things like gender and name change marker paperwork, so they can help them fill those out. Legal forms can be very complicated, and the community sometimes needs help with that, but also if they need, if they're in the beginning of what we call gender journey, then they can meet with someone on staff to help guide them through that process.
Okay. And so this guidance, is this all adults? Are there people under 18 that are being guided? Who's being guided?
We serve all ages, but generally for those appointments, it's usually over the age of 18. We do have parents that will bring in their youth for youth group or some type of guidance occasionally.
Are there ever kids who are not with parents that are getting this guidance?
Those appointments generally are adults. The appointments made are generally adults.
Okay, when you say generally, are there any kids that come in without parents who
I
are
haven't seen
underage?
anybody under the age of 18 without a parent in the center receiving that guidance.
Okay. And what is Stress Busters, including mindfulness and safe spaces?
So the safe space refers to our drop-in space where people can come and get some food, drinks, stay warm or stay cool, use our internet for job or apartment searches. Mindfulness workshops and stress busters, they're kind of combined now, but that included a lot of positive mental health activities, things like grounding, breathing techniques, all around positive mental health resources.
And what are sex-positive supplies in education?
So we keep all the flyers from the Department of Public Health up front. So things like information on sexually transmitted infections, HIV, medications, access to PEP and PrEP. Sex-positive supplies would include things like condoms and those safe sex tools.
Okay. So you're handing out condoms to prevent transmitted diseases and anything else that you're doing to prevent?
We're not handing it out. It's available
It's
with the
available.
information for people to take.
Okay. And I just want to be clear. So are you telling me that there's never instance that young people come there under the age of 18 without parents? There's always a parent there.
Well, our events are all ages, so people, like during Art Hop, you have people in and out of the center observing art, walking through, making contact with staff. If their parents allowed them downtown during Art Hop, they could potentially walk in without their parents.
Okay. Do they get guidance, when you say guidance, young people with gender-affirming care without
When
their
they're
parents?
walking through for Art Hop, no.
Whenever, not just Art Hop. You have a center, do you have young people who come in there without parents seeking gender-affirming guidance?
Youth generally coming into the center is joining the youth group.
And the youth
So,
group? And the youth group is what age?
The youth group is 17 and under.
Okay. So there are young people under the age of 18 who are getting gender-affirming guidance without
That's
parents?
a separate appointment. So the appointments that people are making for that, as I said, they're usually over the age of 18 or they're with a parent.
Okay, but what about the youth group?
Youth group is 17 and under, and it's specific to that age group on purpose. And that's a group for support, and usually they're driven by their parents.
Okay. Who's running those groups?
So they're all listed as peer support groups. We do have a couple groups that are facilitated by our counselors that we subcontract to. So that's Integral Community Solutions Institute. They're therapists and counselors.
And when you say they're counselors, what's their background and training, education?
Most of them, I believe, are marriage family therapists.
Okay. And they might be counseling some of these people in the youth group? Is that what you're saying?
So the way our request for service, I'd invite you to come down and check it out. The way requests for services work is they can go in and check, I'd like mental health services, and then we connect them with ICSI, and then they reach out to whichever age participant it is, schedule an appointment, then they have to get transported there. They can also have the option of meeting at ICSI's building downtown.
Do you get any funding from the county that is responsible for social services and mental health treatment and funding for mental health needs in the community?
Not specifically from the county, no. So the funding that we do have is who we contract, which is why we contract with ICSI, and they are either MFT trainees, but they're all oversaw by a clinical supervisor as well that has to oversee their hours.
Okay. Well, I'm very uncomfortable with this, with gender-affirming guidance, as you say. I'm not sure really what that means, because as I've said many times, there are young people who struggle with all kinds of issues. And as a clinical psychologist who's worked with lots of people and kids and families, they struggle naturally. And I know it's in vogue to push this gender-affirming care for young people who struggle with identity issues all the time as they grow up. Everyone on this dais has gone through adolescence and knows those difficulties, as I'm sure you do. And so I'm very troubled by it. I don't think this is what the city of Fresno should be involved in. I don't think we should be funding this. I don't think we should be using $100,000 of general fund money to support this. I think this is misguided. It's misdirected. And I think some of this gender-affirming care may be helpful for some folks, but for some others, it encourages them to move in directions that I think are very unhealthy for them. And so I don't think we should be involved in this at all, and I think parents should always be involved in whatever is going on. I understand they set up appointments. Most of the time that's the case, but I'm concerned when it's not the case. So I won't support this, and I'd like to make a motion to deny it.
Can I just respond really quick?
Please, feel free.
For gender affirming care, no one's out pushing gender affirming care onto the community. We support all of Fresno County. People are on their way to making whatever decision they've made with regard to their gender before they seek us out. And then they can call and make an appointment and get support around that, whatever that looks like. Nobody's pushing gender affirming care onto children in schools or otherwise.
Well,
So our services are wraparound base. Most of this money will probably go towards the mental health appointments, the way we are able to take our money, funds like those that are unrestricted, and pay therapists to see people individually, because as you know, Fresno is impoverished and they can't afford, or their insurance doesn't cover a therapist who would understand the intricacies of LGBTQ folks. So it's that thing that you keep saying, gender affirming care, is a small portion of a huge list of services that we provide, none of which is being pushed on any part of the community that doesn't seek it out.
Well, I respect what you're saying. I disagree that there isn't an agenda, and I'm not suggesting you, but in our society today, there is an agenda to push a lot of the sexualization of children. We don't grow up today, the kids that are growing up today grow up very differently than many of us or people long ago. There is an agenda to promote sexualization of children, whether it's inviting kids to drag shows at the Fresno Zoo or churches, or promoting homosexuality or other things. It's on TV, it's in films, it's everywhere. And to suggest that it's not being promoted is to turn blinders on, or put blinders on, and I think most people have the blinders off. So I think it is being promoted. I'm not suggesting your organization is promoting. You're probably responding to what is taking place, but there is an agenda, and it's an unhealthy agenda, and it's the destructive agenda for children, and so I'm going to continue to speak out against it. And again, my motion stands. Appreciate your comments.
The majority of this council supports the work that we do, Fresno EOC and the LGBTQ Resource Center. Most of these people were there last year, with the exception of you, to raise the flag to show that we support all Fresno.
I support all Fresno too.
Including the LGBT.
I support all Fresno too, but I don't support this agenda of
Including the
gender-affirming
LGBTQ
care.
community. In your district, sir, there are
Excuse me.
LGBTQ
Excuse
people
me.
who
Excuse
need
me.
our services, and they come
Excuse
and
me.
find them They
Excuse me.
don't, we
I
don't go
don't
to your
support-
district to find the gay people.
Excuse me.
Let's let the council member
I
finish his
don't
remarks.
support
Thank you.
this gender-affirming promotion. It's been clear I don't support having flags other than the American flag and California flag and the Fresno flag flying outside the city hall. And you can make any assumptions you want about me because I don't agree with that. But the fact is, I oppose this agenda that is hurting children. And it is hurting children. You don't see it. I see it. I talk to the parents who are dealing with it throughout the media, in school, and everything else. So I will continue to oppose it regardless of what you have to say. Thank you.
We have a couple folks punched up, but being as I didn't hear a second on council member's motion, I'm going to make a motion to approve this.
Second.
I think what you're doing is great. I think it's a vital resource for our community. We are a city that will gladly embrace and help our LGBTQ2 plus community in the ways that we can. We set aside this money in a budget that was passed unanimously by City Council last June 7-0. So happy to make that motion, but I'm going to hand it over to Councilmember Chavez and then Council Vice President Perea for additional comments.
Thank you, Council President. I was the one that brought this actually item last budget, and it did pass on a 7-0 vote this past year, June. I just want to thank you, Jen, for the work that you guys are doing at the center. I did have an opportunity to go and tour and get a little bit more educated on the services, the programs, the resources that you provide. And I do disagree, Councilmember Bredefeld. You referenced children. They're actually helping children, and they're helping children in this specific way. During the pandemic, and the statistics were shared, we saw an increase in depression and also suicide rates for our LGBTQ young people. And I know that you guys are at the forefront of providing those services, not just for them, but also for their families. That's something that was appreciated. This whole conversation actually started because a couple of young people approached me about supporting the center so they could have a place to go to feel safe, to feel supported. Oftentimes, sadly, they don't have that at home. And we need a place for our young people to go and feel safe, get resources, stay healthy. You guys have been at the forefront of that, and that's one of the reasons why I brought this item forward, and we're very proud to support the work that you do, and we hope to continue supporting you this next budget that will come around, and I'm hoping that the support will be there from my colleagues in this council. So thank you for the work that you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add that as a member of the LGBTQ community, I will just speak on behalf of the community for a quick second and say that what you guys are doing, you're saving lives. And I wish this was available when I was younger, or I wish I knew more about these resources available when I was younger, but you guys inevitably will be saving lives. And so just thank you for your continued advocacy and for your hero abilities for our community. This is not harmful to children. This will save their lives, whether some people realize that or not. I haven't been to the resource center in a minute, but I would just welcome Councilmember Bredefeld if he would like to go with me. I will take him there. It is a safe place. But again, just thank you for all you guys do and all your staff. I'll speak for myself. I fully support you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. There are easy votes, and although they're easy, they're extremely frustrating because I feel like we continue to have a debate that occurred in the 1940s and 50s. And this council voted to fund a mental health resource center for the police department. Building in Southeast Fresno where officers can take a mental health break and get some mental health services. Officers who make more than 6 figures, we just made them the highest paid officers in Central Valley, all of us did, that we provide a pretty darn good insurance plan for, and that they get as much time as they need when they need a mental health break, paid for that by the taxpayers of the city. We take care of our employees, and we committed a center for folks who have access to some of the best mental health clinicians that the Valley has to offer. In comparison, the youth of our city don't have that. the youth of our city just lost the only youth shelter in the city. We don't have places for the youth to work through and get the support that they need, irrespective of their background. To Member Bredefield's point, he's right that this should be a core responsibility of the County of Fresno's behavioral health. You should be having an abundance of resources funded by the county social services. But in their absence, the city has to step in. Just the way we have stepped in to shelter thousands of homeless in our city, we have a moral and a legal obligation to step in and provide that gap support when others have not. We've done it for our employees, we do it for the unhoused, and we should be gladly doing it for the youth. So when folks reference the high rate of suicides amongst our LGBT community and youth, it's because there's been an intentional de-investment in supporting them and providing those wraparound services. So I think we should be doing more, not less. And just like I invited the youth from Clovis Christian to visit our warming centers and actually get to know the human beings that we're talking about, I invite those who may have concerns to show up and get to know the youth that we're actually talking about. And I've been to more Mardi Gras and Pride parades than most, and I've never felt pressured or pushed to be anyone but myself. And that's what the city represents for so many of our community and our youth. And coming from a small town, I can tell you that in too many of our small towns around this community, you cannot be yourself. And it is a city of Fresno steps in. It is a heart of our city that provides that environment for them to be themselves, and we should and are proudly in a position to provide that support, and I think we should be doing more personally.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Jennifer, for being here. I was very grateful the couple of occasions I've had to come and see for myself what the center does. I just want to be very wary. While I respectfully disagree with my colleague, who is a friend, I look at this differently. Unfortunately, there is a narrative out there when you watch cable news networks, which is why I specifically stay away from them. I understand we're focusing a lot on the T, and on the spectrum, and there are a lot of questions being asked. But the reality is that's not all this noise. This is not about Democrat versus Republican. This is about compassion. The reality is there are people, many of them adults or many youth with their parents, who are struggling and they need a resource. And unfortunately, this is a subject that a lot of people are very uncomfortable talking about. There was a time where you wouldn't say gay. We're very uncomfortable talking about that, but that's changed. And I think our society has changed with that. We're becoming a more understanding and compassionate society. So when someone has a psychological breakdown, it's important to have a resource they can go to with experience rather than a friend. My parents are always worried about me going to a friend and getting advice rather than going to them or a teacher. And I will say I'm very proud of serving with the first member of the community on this council, Councilmember Perea, and thank you for your words on this. So I think as a representative, not of myself, but of my district, I am proud to support this funding. It is a very small part of our budget. I'm surprised you didn't ask for more. But the reality is, when people are hurting, I think that the same way we do protect our law enforcement, the same way we do protect our unhoused, the same way we protect so many other people, the reality is the numbers show that members of the LGBTQ plus community are disproportionately at risk. And rather than let them become homeless, rather than let them face despair, rather than allow them to get to the point where they commit suicide, we can do a little bit to help the experts help them. I don't believe you're programming anybody. I believe you're just there as that island of hope, and I hope you continue to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. City Manager White.
Really quick, I just wanted to correct a statement. Councilmember Arias, the city did not fund the Police Wellness Center. That was funded by the Fresno Police Chiefs Foundation. So I just wanted to make sure you're aware that the city dollars did not go in.
Is it not our city facility in the health center? Is that not our city-owned facility?
The building's owned, but
Right.
but just so you know, there were hundreds of thousands of dollars that were spent by the Police Chiefs Foundation, not the city.
Are we charging the foundation rent for the facility? Do we charge them for?
I understand what you're saying, but
we're partnering, we're providing.
We're partnering, but you
Great.
implied that that the city had funded the construction of that center.
Thank you, City Manager. Seeing nobody else punched up, we do have a motion and a second. City Clerk, did you register that earlier? Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Do we have any opposition? We have Councilmember Gary Bertefeld opposed. Any opposition besides himself? Seeing none, item passes 6-1 with Councilmember Bertefeld opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are pushing up against the lunch hour, so we're gonna go ahead and take our lunch now. We're gonna reconvene at 1:30. We're going to pick up on the 10:15 a.m. scheduled item when we get back, and we'll take the remainder of contested consent afterwards. Thank you. this meeting back to order. The time is 1:34. We're gonna pick up at the 10:15 a.m. item. And again, that's the actions pertaining to the disposition of approximately 2.28 acres, generally located at the southwest corner of Florence and Walnut, and the northwest corner of Florence and Palms Avenue for development of a 14-unit, single-family, affordable housing project. I'm gonna go ahead and go out to the public to see if we have any comment in the chambers. Not seeing any yellow cards. City Clerk, do we have anybody punched up to speak about this item? No, okay. Please take it away.
Yes, as you mentioned, this is disposition of 6 lots at Florence and Walnut and 8 lots at Florence and Plumas. Approval of a resolution finding substantial public community benefit for the conveyance of the land, and an approval of a restated amendment for the DDNA with self-help, wherein they will develop 14 single-family homes for sale to households earning up to 80% of AMI. Briefly, Self-Help has made substantial progress. They have zone approvals for both Phase 1 and Phase 2. They have plans approved, on-site plans approved for Phase 1 and the grading permit, and they're ready to commence grading at the conclusion of this month. During the planning process, flood control issues required additional evaluation, leading to the restated amendment before you. In terms of the scope, for Phase 2, 3 agency-owned parcels will be set aside for potential use as a temporary ponding basin. Should the basin be unnecessary, through an acquisition of an easement to extend storm drain lines southward to the main and church, then Self-Help has a first right of refusal so that they can continue to develop those 3 lots, and we'll be back to the 17 homes versus the 14. Regarding the budget, Phase 1 will require some storm drain improvement at the inlet along Walnut, so we have increased the budget, we the agency, by $50,000, so the total expenditure in addition to the contribution of land is $730,000. The performance schedule is extended for Phase 1 so that close of escrow will be at the end of this month, and Phase 2 close of escrow has been extended to October of this year. Regarding disposition, because the properties are housing assets purchased with the Low Moderate Income Housing Fund, they are being disposed of pursuant to redevelopment agency disposition statutes. So accordingly, a summary report was prepared by our consultant, Kaiser Marston, and that report finds that the contribution of land and financial assistance are warranted from the consideration received by the project. That report and the DDNA have been available to the public in the clerk's office since the first posting of the public hearing on February 8th. So that concludes, unless you have questions. And Becky McGovern Garcia, the Director of Real Estate Development with Self-Help, is here and may like to make a couple comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Betsy McGovern Garcia. I'm the Director of Real Estate Development at Self-Help Enterprises, and excited to spend the day here in Fresno with you all. We are really excited about this project, and we are ready to start construction on the first 6 single-family homes. I want to say that I really appreciate the leadership of Marlene and the city in developing this home ownership opportunity. There's been a lot of challenges with the projects, and your staff, including department head level leadership, has made themselves available to meet weekly, to talk about the issues, to brainstorm solutions, and to be at the table as a partner in the development of this affordable housing opportunity. So we really appreciate the time and dedication you have put into this project. And I think the most important message we want to convey today is the importance of home ownership. Home ownership creates the opportunity to break the cycle of poverty and create equity for low-income families. Self-Help Enterprises continues to be committed to home ownership in West Fresno, and we continue to be committed to working with our stakeholders and partners to help low-income working families achieve their dream of home ownership. So thank you for this opportunity, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Betsy, and thank you, Marlene, for that information. I'm going to hand it over to the chair of our RDA Successor Committee, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. And just for the reference of the public and for the benefit of the public and the council, this is one of 27 housing projects that are under development in my district. We have been working on this particular project for now 4 years and have hit every complexity you can think of possible in developing housing in West Fresno, from the lack of basic infrastructure for flood control. You know, in the past, the city had approved a lot of apartments in that area without mitigating flood control. And as we're trying to build these single-family homeownership affordable homes, the project was trying to be tasked with resolving, 100 years worth of flooding challenges in the area on these particular homes by themselves. And that, of course, would have made the project completely financially unfeasible to undertake. I do want to thank Terry Cox, city manager. She continues to pay off in, double and triple from the fact that she continues to find really good alternative solutions. She was able to make contact with the next door property owner of vacant parcels, get right of way to be able to connect the sewer line, be able to manage the flood control in that area and keep this project on path. So it is my pleasure that we are finally going to do a new way of undertaking housing in West Fresno, and that's just not only doing multifamily affordable, but also doing home ownership that's affordable in single-family units near a community center, near a health clinic, near parks and green spaces that the folks have been asking for decades. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve the item.
Have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second from Council Vice President Perea. Any discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0.
Thank you, self-help.
Okay, thank you again, everybody. We'll next move on to the contested consent portion of today's agenda, and we'll go in alphabetical order, starting with 1B as in boy. This is the appointment of Jacqueline Leday, Planning Commission, for a term ending on June 30th, 2025. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
City Manager, who's the staff member that's going to address this nomination?
Matthew Grundy's coming down.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
How are you, Mr. Grundy?
I'm good. I'm trying to stay warm up here with this overcoat.
All right. Well, welcome to a council meeting. And as you know, I've shared my concerns with you privately, and I've made them very public since I've been on this body. And my overarching concerns continue to be, in my view, unaddressed. When I got elected to this body, the vast majority of planning commissioners were from North Fresno, making decisions for the rest of the city without hearing their voices. I also noticed that quite a bit of them didn't have any experience in land use matters, in CEQA matters, and a lot of them were mostly in the world of development and private business. So I noted the commission's makeup today has one member from District 6, nominated by this administration, one member from District 2, another member from District 2, a third member from District 2, one from District 1, one from District 7, and one from District 5. I also noted the fact that just about all of them are either in business or in development, except for one, which I believe is Pastor Kreiner, who I would classify as, doing community work. The commission itself has continued to have problems with meeting quorum for conflicts of interest, financial conflicts of interest of members that are on this body. We've been promised that those were going to be addressed and that we would be nominating folks that would not have that challenge. One member, Member Hardy, his term expired June of last year. We were promised months ago that he would be replaced, and yet today you're not replacing him. You are replacing the member from District 3 that vacated the seat a few weeks ago. Help me understand how come this selection of District 6 is not replacing Brad Hardy, whose term has been expired for more than half a year, and who has a number of recorded conflict of interest with the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias, and thanks for your time. Thanks, everyone, for your time. So to your question regarding, or the commentary about the appointments, as you know, there are many appointments that currently serve on the Planning Commission that preceded this administration. For those whom we have appointed, we look at a myriad of things that, A, we're hoping someone will apply. And that's something I know we've discussed. We're constantly seeking new applications. For those who do apply, we are looking at two things paramount. Number one, are they willing to serve, and are they able to serve? And within the ability to serve, we're often looking for folks who have some relevant experience. So with that being said, Ms. Lyday, the appointment at question, she certainly had relevant experience. To the question of why we did not appoint Ms. Lyday to replace Mr. Hardy is because Mr. Hardy, as the commissioner appointment state, they can serve until they are replaced. Now, Mr. Hardy's still willing to serve. Unfortunately, the council member whom we previously appointed, Mr. Fuentes, he had to step aside, as you mentioned, due to a conflict of interest. So there's a current vacancy. So that's why we wanted to fill the vacancy first, knowing that we plan to appoint someone new to Mr. Hardy's position in June of this year, at which time the actual seat will be open.
But as you know, Mr. Hardy has multiple conflicts with the city as being a primary vendor of homeless shelters. So he too has significant conflicts. Why not ask him to leave now so you can appoint him today, appoint his position?
Yeah, two parts on that. One, again, if we're seeking folks who are able to serve and have relevant experience, it's inherent that we're going to often find someone that has some sort of conflict. Now, the degree of which that conflict stands may vary. Mr. Hardy, in his case, frankly, we've had the discussion with Mr. Hardy, and we are willing and able to appoint someone to that seat once we have someone that we feel is willing and able and qualified to serve in that seat.
So are you telling me that there is no other person that's willing or able to serve as a planning commissioner?
Well, it's not simply, and again, for the sake of simplicity, it's not simply willing and able, but yeah, we haven't found a good replacement yet.
How many other candidates did you interview when making this consideration? Did you interview only Ms. Leday, or were there dozens of other candidates that you interviewed?
Since January of 2021, we've had a few interviews that have taken place. This is a more recent one.
Right, but would you say you interviewed 3 people potentially for the appointment?
I don't want to misspeak. How many do you think, Chris? Has it been maybe 2 or 3, give or take?
2 or 3.
Yeah.
Who's responsible for reviewing the conflicts of interest of commissioners?
So ultimately, we seek legal opinion from City Attorney's Office.
And has the city attorney advised that this individual is free of conflicts and is prepared to serve?
So when seeking...
I'm sorry, let me not ask you that. You're not the city attorney.
Right. But I will say, I can respond simply by saying we did seek a legal opinion, and that opinion we shared with council prior to this meeting.
Okay. Who's going to be responsible for monitoring that applicants and applications that come before the Planning Commission in which they're represented by not just Ms. Leday herself, but by London Properties, her company, that the commissioners are aware of that and that they're being recused from those decisions?
Yeah, so we have had the conversation with Ms. Leday about the fact that she will have to self-police her ability to recuse herself should a conflict arise.
So I recognize that she would have to and essentially engage in the honor system for her personal conflicts, but who's going to ensure that her company's conflicts are addressed? I'm sure Melissa Day doesn't know who's doing business with the dozens or not hundreds of London Property agents. And my understanding, London Properties as a company is also conflicted out, not just Ms. Leday and the clients that she specifically serves.
Yeah, so going back to the question around significance of potential conflict, because again, it's always potential conflict. we looked at, as an example for her own personal conflicts, how realistic would she have a conflict? Or how realistic would a situation present itself to pose a conflict? And in her case, she averages somewhere between 0 and 6 listings a month. Currently, right now, she has 2. And London Properties over the last 30 days has had 122 active listings. So when you take that number compared to the 184,000 housing units in the city, we thought that potential for conflict was insignificant enough that would allow her an opportunity to recuse herself should something arise.
So is she expected to self-monitor the 122 listings that her company engages in on any given month?
She would
to ensure there's no conflicts?
She would be.
And City Attorney, if a conflict does arise in which the honor system did not work, who's ultimately liable for that conflict and that decision being, undone?
Council member, that would be a case-by-case situation. Part of the analysis would be first to determine if her voting on a particular issue affected the outcome of whatever vote took place. That would be the first step. Depending on whether there is an effect based on her vote, that item might actually be voided.
And if the item is voided, I'm assuming applicants pay legal fees, permit fees, processing fees. Who's would be financially liable for those fees being returned? Or is the city on the hook for any of those? I mean, I'm sure we've confronted this situation in the past where a vote was undone for conflict of interest. Is it typical that the city would have to pay those back? Or is that the risk that the applicants take?
It could ultimately fall on the city. We did the same analysis with the previous commissioner, and we went back and looked. His votes, certain votes that he took, didn't affect the outcome, so we never got that far.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, is it your intention to appoint a District 3 resident to the next opening of the Planning Commission, or are you gonna come back and tell us that you selected the willing and able body and somehow magically there is no willing and able qualified body in District 3?
I love the question. And yes, it's always the intention to ensure there's representation from some of our more marginalized and disadvantaged communities. So for those parts of District 3 where there's a voice needed, we're absolutely always looking for it. I know it would probably also be worth noting that for all the appointments, for all the mayoral appointed boards and commission positions since we came in January of 2021, I know I shared that pie chart with the council that shared the distribution by district. And we've, frankly, District 6, District 3, and District 1 have had the most appointments across the board.
So I would encourage you, Deputy Mayor, that we all have district implementation committees. There's a district-specific committee developing a specific plan that's being updated. There's a Tower District Review Committee. Mm-hmm. All those members of the public have substantial amounts of land use experience, far more than the candidates that you guys have brought forward as nominees. And I have yet to see any of those individuals in these dozens of positions be lifted up. And in my view, that's our farm team. People spend years doing land use in their own neighborhoods, and for some reason they're never lifted up. We only seem to find willing and able individuals from the business and developer community, not from the dozens of retirees and regular folk that have been serving in these positions for years now. And in my view, they're far better qualified than the nominations that I've had to weigh in on in my role here. So I will again put on the record, the majority of the Planning Commission is from North Fresno. The majority of the difficult decisions that have to take place around pollution, mitigation, litigation, and land use are all taking place in South Fresno. And I am yet to see a South Fresno individual with land use experience and free of conflicts of interest be nominated by your administration. So I'm gonna hold you to that. And intent is one thing, but to suggest that there are no qualified, willing and able individuals in District 3 to serve in these roles, I think is simply untrue.
Well, there you have a misstatement. I never said there's no qualified individuals in District 3.
Just
But
not
but
willing
to
or
the
able?
farm analogy you gave earlier, we need those folks to apply.
Well, we need the mayor to ask them to apply, just the way the mayor has asked all these other individuals to apply. So, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I won't be supportive of this nomination today, but I put my objections and my concerns on the record, and I will hold the administration responsible if we have to undo votes based on conflicts of interest not being honored.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Councilmember Bredefeld and a second from Vice President Perea. Vice President Perea, you're queued up to speak.
Thank you, Council President. City Manager, do we currently have a quorum issue at Planning Commission meetings?
I just checked with Director Clark on that, and she says as of late, we have not. The only time we have had quorum issues is like right around the holidays, when people are taking time off for vacations, and we have a Planning Commission meeting like right before or after a holiday. But generally speaking, throughout the year, as of late, we have not had quorum issues.
Okay, thank you. I will be supporting this nomination today. I have no problem supporting a strong woman of color with a longstanding history of community service. She has a great background in land use with knowledge of how our general plan works. And I will say that I do believe the District 1 appointee on the Planning Commission is actually a D3 appointee with redistricting. And so at some point, I would like to see a District 1 person be brought forward in addition to possibly another D3 appointee. I'd be supportive of that too, but. Noted. But thank you for bringing her forward to us, and I look forward to voting in support of her.
Thank you, Vice President. Up next, we have Councilmember Chavez.
I too want the mayor to ask people in my district to apply for that. No, City Attorney, I just had one simple question. Well, I heard the conversation about the conflicts of interest. As it stands now, our process I believe it's the individual's responsibility to disclose their potential conflicts. I don't think it's your job to be analyzing which conflicts they have to come forward with information. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that, because I was a little bit confused. It's just like an elected official. We have an obligation to disclose our own conflicts that we have. I just wanted to get clarification on that. That's all I needed, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Lastly, queued up, we have Councilmember Karbasi.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Grundy. So I'm going to borrow this, if that's okay. So I just wanted to point out a couple things. So we had a D3 member. That person was conflicted out. Okay. So there have been D3 appointees from the mayor's office. He's asked people from D3 to apply. Okay. So I want to talk about one of the D2 planning commissioners. I'm really honored to be his council member because he's a really nice person, is DJ Kreiner. My colleague mentioned he does a lot of community work. Where does he do that community work?
D3.
Ah, okay. Okay, that's good to know. Now, I'm looking at Ms. Lede. I've not met her before. I know her on paper. And I see here Kerman High School, valedictorian, 4.2 GPA. Now, I never got a 4.2. That annoys me, but good for her. University of UCLA, BA in political science, a minor in human complex systems. She might want to come to study this council with that minor. But I think someone with this kind of qualification has the ability to fill out a Form 700 and check themselves to make sure they're not conflicted out. As far as I'm concerned, in all seriousness, this is a very highly qualified applicant. Now, I know you have other people you've looked at, but I'm sure based on this clearly is the kind of individual with a diverse background and, again, like Councilmember Perea, Council Vice President said, a woman of color who's worked hard to get to where she is, and I think to have her voice on the Planning Commission only makes us stronger. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Karbasi. We have a motion from Councilmember Bredefeld and a second from Council Vice President Perea. Seeing no other discussion, is there anyone opposed to this motion? We have one opposition from Councilmember Arias. Seeing none other, the item passes 6-1 with Councilmember Arias objecting. All right, next item on contested consent is going to be 1C, as in Charles. This is a resolution adopting the 575th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule Resolution. This was pulled by both myself and Councilmember Arias. So who will we have come up today to address these questions? City Manager?
So we've got Henry here, but we have the departments here. It sort of depends on which department the fee is related to, so we'll be prepared to.
Can we have Parks come up first?
Sure.
Address my line of questioning. Thank you.
Aldi, Director Geary is at jury duty, but Aldi Ramirez is here.
Sounds good.
And Ed Chenevert.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Assistant Director. I have a few questions related to the parks portion of the request of master fee schedule changes. You know, I'm used to seeing these changes come before council. They help, adjust for inflation and pay for the bills, they pay for wear and tear, the cost of paying employees to go out there. But I pulled it because this was a little alarming to me. I saw a lot of drastic changes when it comes to a lot of these park fees. So I just want to kind of go down the list and get the rationale for the different requests that are being asked for.
Okay.
Starting with the mobile science unit.
Okay.
Currently, Assistant Director, is there a 2-hour minimum for folks to rent that?
Currently, it's a 4-hour minimum.
Okay. So under your proposal, it'd be a 2-hour minimum.
Correct.
And the fee is currently $50. And we're asking for $150 now per hour times 2, so $300.
Can I further explain?
Yes, please.
Okay, so currently we charge $50 for the 4-hour minimum, which equates to the $200. And then you have to take into account, you also have the $50 vehicle preparation fee, and then $1.75 per mile, and $7 per participant per project. So if you put that all together, right, you're looking at well over $300 with the new proposed rate of $146 at a 2-hour minimum. You're looking at
Would you bring the microphone just a little bit closer?
146 times 2, and then we're getting rid of the $7 per project cost. So
Hey,
you're
Aldi, I think
actually-
you're okay to lower your mask, just to speak a little more clearly.
Okay, so currently you have $50 at the 4-hour minimum, which is the 200, plus the $50 vehicle preparation fee plus the miles. And then you have a project cost per participant of $7.
And what does that mean?
That means the supplies that are going for the projects, right? The exhibits, et cetera, whatever they're teaching the community.
And you're taking those out?
We're taking those out.
Okay.
So we're significantly actually reducing the cost, overall cost to the customer, because that gets rid of that, and you just have the 146 times 2 plus the $50 vehicle preparation fee, and then $1.75 per mile.
Okay, so in reality, it's only going up by about $100 per hour?
I wouldn't even say it's going up. We could do a scenario.
Yeah,
So
could you please, just so I can
yeah,
better?
so if we do 50 times 4, that's your 200.
Yep.
Plus your $50, plus, let's say that's $250. So if we say you have 25 participants, times the $7 is 175 plus 250. Okay, that's 425. If we go the new version, we're gonna do 146 times 2 plus the $50, 342.
Okay. And then no additional $7 charges on top?
No.
Okay.
So the only place that you're gonna see the $7 fee stay is for non-City of Fresno residents.
So
if you're
why
outside-
make this change then if it's actually gonna be less money to your department?
I wouldn't say that, I would, like, to your point, it's pretty similar, but I would say this fairly covers the cost to deliver the service to the community. The
Less than
146.
what you're getting right now?
Huh?
Less than what you're getting right now?
I just feel like the per project, per cost, it's up to 7, right? It leaves it more vague for the community. They have to wonder, okay, is it gonna be $5? This is very straightforward. We got rid of that and built in the staff cost to deliver the service.
Understood. I think that alleviates my concerns on that item. I wanted to talk about the neighborhood park recommendations. I want to make sure I'm understanding this correct.
Related
Assistant
to
Director.
centers or fields?
Neighborhood parks and fields.
Okay.
There was one recommendation to, if somebody wants to request 1 to 3 fields, it would go from $100 to $500. And if they want 4 fields or greater, it would go from $150 to $700. Is that correct?
Specifically for tournaments.
For tournaments.
Correct.
Okay, can you walk me through the justification from jumping from 100 to 500 and 150 to 700? Because that, again, seems like a big jump.
Yeah, definitely. So this tournament fee at community and neighborhood parks aligns with essentially the community, or the tournament fees at regional parks. It's actually a little bit lower. So you have to remember that everything that goes into a tournament, right? We have the staff, we have the maintenance of the fields, prepping, trash, bathrooms, and then oversight of the tournament. So I feel like the fee as it stands right
So
now.
it sounds like that's mostly personnel costs.
Correct.
Going up 7 times?
Huh?
5 times, 7 times the cost?
To align with the tournament fees at regional. So I feel like we're pretty far off right now in terms of what it costs to deliver a tournament versus what we're charging the community.
So does that mean that you're going to be hiring more employees, or that the employees that are overseeing the administration of this are going to be getting paid more?
No, meaning that we won't be losing money, right? They're out
But it
there.
sounds like a lot of that money, like you said, taking out the trash, preparing, overseeing, those are all personnel costs, right? You're paying those folks to go out there and to administer those tasks. So if we're going from $100 an hour to $500, and where's that extra $400 going if not to the person going out there and administering all those duties?
So to offset revenues, right? I mean, we got to replace the money from either the general fund or the Measure P. So right now we're covering with one of those two sources. This would help offset the need to dig deeper into our pockets.
It's all about the theme behind of what you'll see in these fees are cost recovery of only, we can't charge more than what it costs to provide the service, but this is an attempt to charge enough to cover the cost of providing the service. So to Aldi's point, what we were previously charging, twofold. One, it wasn't covering the cost to provide the service, which means that other funding sources were covering the cost. And number two, it was also creating the situation where because it was so inexpensive, we had people hogging the fields, and there were a lot of complaints about folks not being able to have access to the fields because it was the same people reserving the fields all the time, all day, because it was so affordable to do so. And it was so affordable because we weren't charging what it cost us to provide the service.
We can't put a time limit on folks and have the staff that's out there.
That's what we're proposing for, if you see right above that, on field reservations at both community and regional.
Those are just the 2 regional parks then?
The 2 regional, and regional sports complex. It's really regional sports complex. And then community and neighborhood parks. We are proposing to do exactly what you said for field reservations, which is going down to a per field, per organization, per day with a 4-hour max versus a full 250 for the full month, which was causing the monopolization of fields.
Sure. I want to say a little less than a year ago, Assistant Director, I talked to yourself and Director Aguirre about transitioning into an electronic QR system to handle a lot of the reservations. And are we making any progress?
We are making
on
progress.
that?
We're going through the upgrade of RecTrack right now, which is our public-facing system. So that's still on the horizon, and we're working through making it easier for the public to reserve both online and then having the QR option, as you mentioned.
Okay. And then I see, in addition to those increases, we're now going to be asking for a $500 deposit fee on top of those costs?
Which is consistent with both regional and pretty much everywhere else that you're reserving something in the parks department.
Yeah, I guess my trepidation with this is, last month I teamed up with your department to make it a lot more cost-effective and affordable for families to get involved with city-sponsored leagues, which I think is great. We partnered up and we did an incentive, waiver program to get more kids involved in city-sponsored sports programs. I just see this as being really cost-prohibitive to a lot of folks that want to get involved in private leagues.
They do get 80% back.
Of the deposit.
The point of the deposit is to make sure that staff can go out and inspect, do a pre-inspection and a post-inspection after the field or the court, et cetera, is used. Ensure there's no vandalism, things aren't broken, fields aren't, have a bunch of divots in them, et cetera. So really keeping the 20% for the person to go out, do the inspection, and then the 80% if something was to be wrong. Generally, we see 80% go back consistently.
Okay. Those are my questions, Assistant Director. I'm still mulling in my head if I have any additional or what I'm going to do on this item, but I'll hand it over to my colleagues now to ask any questions that they have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you. I hope staff is comfortable because it's going to be a little bit long here. I want to start off with the airports.
Hold on, let us get Henry up here.
Thank you. Director, I see that you're going from replacing badges from $25 to $50. Have badges gotten twice as more expensive?
Well, we're losing a lot of the badges. They aren't being returned to the airport. And
Are these badges for employees?
yeah, for all airport employees. And so we're required by TSA to rebadge the entire population for security badges when the loss rate is 5% or more. And so we've been working with all of the tenants to try to get them to return those badges so that we don't get to that 5%. And unfortunately, we've not been successful. And so increasing the fee to $50 is designed to incentivize them not to lose the badges and to return them to the airport.
What's the other approach if they keep on losing their badges and we don't hit the 5%?
Well, already we're starting to work with those tenants directly on how they're managing their badges. Typically what's happening is employees will quit their position, and the employer will not retrieve that badge. And so we're trying to work with them to address how they can collect those badges.
Okay. Thank you. I am a fan of your new fees on enforcement of airport rules and regulations, but for the record, this is for the tenants of the airport, right?
That's correct, primarily the airline that operates out of the airport.
And would this also apply to the folks who are leasing our hangars, like at Chandler, and not following the rules when it comes to security and access?
That particular fee does not apply to them.
What fee does?
Well, we hold them accountable based upon their lease, and I'll have to double check to see if there's a financial penalty there, but this is specifically for the airlines.
Is there any financial penalty for leaseholders who are not following security procedures of the airport?
There is not.
Is there a reason we're not creating one at this time since we have some issues?
Again, the challenges that we had with those tenants is a recent thing, and so we're trying to work through that, but certainly a fine or penalty is something that we can look at going forward.
Okay. And I wasn't aware that we do a hangar waitlist fee. How does that work? If I'm assuming we have more requests for hangar space than we have hangars, so how does that typically work?
That's correct. So the FAA requires that all airports maintain a wait list for individuals who are interested in renting hangars, and that's to ensure that there's a fair and open process when a hangar comes available. And so typically what we've had is people just simply putting their name on the list, just to be on the list. And then we go through the process when something opens up. We have to continue to go down that list and call all these people, and then they're like, no, 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 no. So it takes a lot of administrative time to do that. And so how some airports are handling that is they're requiring a deposit to go on that list. And that deposit gets returned, or a portion of it gets returned, if you do accept the opening when it gets to your name.
And how many folks do we have on a wait list at this point?
About 60 right now.
60. So about $150 times 60 is what you anticipate generating of revenue?
Yes.
Okay. And then I also noticed you guys are increasing office space fees at the airport?
Correct. So the current fee is extremely low and hasn't been adjusted ever. So, $150 a month for an office space is significantly low. And so we've done, surveys of office space, and we're trying to align that with where it should be. And I should also say that, all of the fees at the Chandler Airport are designed to begin to improve safety and security and to recover the cost of operating the airport. And we have not touched the fees there in a very long time.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for the airport department. Do we have the convention center folks?
Okay.
Oh, there he is. Assistant City Manager, I see that some of these fees are increasing by nearly $200 for rooms, banquet rooms. What's the rationale for that significant of an increase?
Let's see, I'm looking on page 18 and 19, and all of these we are deleting.
You have one here, banquet room, 3 salons, delete. It goes from 395 to 575. Am I reading that incorrectly?
What page are you on?
18?
No,
No, those are all being deleted.
So we're not charging?
This is the Schottler Center, Convention Center, which is which is connected to the Doubletree, which we no longer own, and no one has gone through to officially delete all of these fees. So
So is
that's
it-
what we're doing. That's all we're doing is deleting all these fees.
Got it.
because
So it's
we-
just cleanup of a facility that we don't own
Absolutely.
anymore?
Yep, thank you, sir.
What about the other convention center, the facility that we do own
There's nothing new for them.
for this year?
Yeah,
No
no.
adjustments?
No.
Okay, Soundrina for the record?
No adjustments.
All right, Chachansey Park?
No adjustments.
All right, good deal. Thank you. Then,
Welcome, sir.
my other questions are around Parks Department. Assistant Director. I noticed that you guys are tripling the fee for the Memorial Auditorium ticket fees. Can you walk me through why we're doing that? I know that auditorium hasn't been upgraded in probably a few decades. Why triple the additional fee?
I think a few reasons. One, to be consistent with some of our other assets, so tower, amphitheater, Selland. Also, there was a study done in 2017 on the facility that shows that there is, to your point, significant improvements needed. So staff is currently working with Public Works through the Form 10 process to get an estimate to further do those studies, as well as put funding towards, painting, carpet, et cetera. So I think really it's to be able to put back money into the facility for maintenance and improvements.
Yeah, I understand that, but remind me, when we increase these fees, the money doesn't stay at that facility, right? It goes to the Parks Department General Fund?
To use on the facility.
On the facilities, right.
Is there a guarantee it goes back?
Absolutely. So the APES fees at Chachansey go back to Chachansey. The APES fees here will stay in parks for these facilities. And as the Assistant Director did mention, again, this is to try to put it on parallel with the other ones so we can start to put some more resources into them. And you could move it up and down. So there's a range between $1 and $3 based on the ticketed event.
Yeah, the worry that I have around fees is I'm all for collecting our costs back, but once we've made improvements, right? We all don't mind paying additional fees when we get a better quality facility. In this case, this is the worst facility we have in terms of like buildings, auditoriums, the tower, Sorian, and we're tripling the fee, but I don't see the plan to actually make improvements.
We are working through that plan.
But
So
it's not ready for construction yet, right?
some of that is maintenance, right? So it's going to be the cosmetics, the painting, right, the carpeting, what we can do without diving into the historical. That's why we need the studies to make sure that we keep the integrity of the building. with the bigger
Understood.
pieces.
I'm more comfortable making this adjustment in fee after we make the improvements, not before. That facility does qualify for some other funding sources within the city, and I'd rather we collect the fee after those improvements have been made, because $2 a person, it might take us 20 years to be able to collect enough fees to make actual infrastructure improvements.
So, Councilmember Brian Barr, have you and your team begun to work with Parks on just that assessment? And what's the timing of that for the council member?
When do you anticipate finishing any improvements, much less starting?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Brian Barr, Director of General Services. Yes, we are working with the Parks Department. In fact, we just recently went through our request for qualifications procurement to bring on-call services specifically for consultants to come on board to assess facilities as needed on call. And we're working through that process and getting our first costs, I believe, on this particular property and others to bring to council for award.
So when would you have a project, and when would you anticipate completing an actual improvement project, not getting an assessment of the needs?
Well, right now, we're at the assessment stage because we need to go through that due to the historical nature of the facility.
So is it a year, 6 months?
It takes a few months to get to council and a few months to do the survey. So it's 6 months, a year out to being complete.
Got it. So it won't be between now and the budget year of June, right? When we do the next budget?
Councilmember, I just want to make sure that you're clear. Staff's charge is to recover costs and to propose a plan. It's certainly within the council's prerogative to make adjustments as to whether or not you want to fully recover costs or not. So I just, if you don't want to charge the 3 now and you want to wait, that's certainly your prerogative. I just want to make sure, like, their charge is to recover costs to cover the cost of their operation.
Yeah, and I'm trying to balance out what our charge is to charge people an appropriate amount for a quality facility. If we have not yet provided them a quality facility, I don't feel comfortable charging up the higher price. I know Parks is completely overwhelmed with all the projects across the city that you're working on, from design to EIR to bidding. I'm more comfortable after we make the improvement, we adjust a fee so that we can maintain that improvement in the long term, not doing it a year or 2 years before any improvements actually made. So your park fee, you include a cleanup deposit. Remind me again, I know we've had discussions around, historically speaking, the city has never had janitorial services for restrooms, park restrooms. It's been replace the toilet paper, lock it up. And I know we've been working on getting routine janitorial services to park restrooms. Is that taking place now?
Yeah, our park staff, so for park facilities where it's not a community center, our park staff is doing that, and they're, to your point, on routes. And for community centers, the agreement you just passed with Scrub Cam will help support the inside the centers.
It's actual sanitation though, right? Actual cleaning
Yes,
toilets, cleaning sinks.
the floors, the inside of the toilets, yes.
Right. And this cleaning fee or cleaning deposit, is that meant to hold folks accountable if they damage a facility, leave it in a mess?
Correct.
Those kind of things. What about for vandalism?
Could also be used for that if it was during that reservation, and that's why the pre-inspection is important as the post-inspection to make sure that we're not, not accurately charging someone for something that maybe they didn't do.
Is the language specific enough that it would allow us to keep the fee for vandalism purposes? Somebody decides to go tear up a community center.
If they had a reservation, right? If it was a part of their reservation.
Okay. Your processing refund fee, this one kind of threw me for a loop because it reminded me as I was returning something at the store. We currently charge $15 to process a refund.
Correct.
And we're proposing to now make it $45 to process a refund?
To recover the cost that it takes staff to issue the refund. So as Georgia mentioned, really just a cost recovery mechanism. It touches about 5 hands just in the Parks Department alone to go through the refund process.
But isn't that really on us that we don't have more streamlined process to just process a refund? I mean, when I go to the Macy's to return a tie, it doesn't require 5 hands to process a refund. So
I think it's more about checks and balances, right? They call the customer service team, who then says, yeah, no problem, we'll get that refund issued. Huh?
5 people it takes to do checks and balance on the refund?
That's the customer service team. Then it goes to the fiscal team, so maybe a principal account clerk, right? And then it's got to go through a business manager, and then it goes over to finance to cut the check to refund them. So goes through quite a few hands. I know, right?
Yeah,
Let's talk about streamline, but
so I think it's on us to find a better streamlined process than to simply pass on the cost of a very antiquated bureaucratic process that we have, because I don't see how it would require 5 hands to process a refund. I know that's what it costs now, but we need to figure out how to do this better versus simply passing the cost on to the person who just simply canceled a birthday party for COVID or whatever the reason.
understood. And just to clarify, this is for fees that would be over $50. So anything under $50, there would be no fee.
Correct. So if my fee was $50, my refund cost is $45?
If your fee was $50.
So I get $5 back from just canceling the reservation?
And to your point, there's been about 50 cancellations this past year. So it's not a highly demanded service, but I understood where you're coming from.
Okay, I'm not comfortable with the proposed adjustment, so I think it's on us. I know we're staffing up our fiscal team and wherever our controller is. I'm not sure how we go from 5 hands to 2 hands to process a refund, but given the scope amount of refunds that we do, I'm not comfortable with this adjustment, so.
Understood.
I'll be asking for an amendment to delete that increase. And my last question on parks is, you're going from on-field reservations from $250 a month for a field to the proposed is $25 a day for a 4-hour maximum. I understand the reason for changing the structure of reservations, but in my math, keep in mind I flunked math, so somebody have to check me. The per day cost should be more like $8 if we're simply just changing the structure of the fee versus the amount. We currently are on average doing $250 a month, which is, why is such a difference?
Yeah, I mean, your math is correct, right? $8 a day. The likelihood of someone renting it every day is probably pretty low, like the same person renting it every day is probably pretty low. I'm not sure if you're mentioning your $8. I'm not sure if that would be for a full day or a 4-hour max, but I think the goal behind going to a daily 4-hour max is to have essentially 3 slots during that day, so 8 to 12, 12 to 4, and 4 to 8, to free up. Right now, they're being monopolized by one group for months at a time. So while it may look like we're reducing it down to 25, I think revenue will actually go up because more people will reserve the fields versus the 250 at a month.
So I'm all for changing the structure because there are leagues, especially leagues outside of the city, that are monopolizing our parks and limiting the access for neighborhood kids. I just want to be thoughtful that we're not simply also finding that as a method for making it far more expensive to rent a space.
So earlier in the master fee schedule, there was a space called Playfield Sport Court, which we got rid of, and that was lighted and unlighted. That fee was $25 and $35 respectively, so we were just remaining consistent with that,
Okay.
which those were deleted.
Those were all my questions. I did have other concerns with other fees that were eliminated by the administration prior to this item being discussed today, so thank you for that. I would like to make a motion to approve the item with the deletion of the refund fee proposal, as well as the Memorial Auditorium additional ABIS fee increase. Those would be my request for changes.
Councilmember Bertefield, you're up next.
Yeah, I don't know if Councilman Arias talked about the Camp Fresno. Was that discussed yet?
Camp Fresno has not been discussed yet.
Okay, so I'm in complete agreement about the removal of the processing fee. I think it's too much, the $45. But the other issue I had, the Camp Fresno family camp, we are increasing that, it seems to me, rather significantly as well.
Can I explain?
Yeah, sure.
So we're not, there's not actually a net increase fee to City of Fresno residents. Rather, the fee is taking the improvement surcharge that you see, the $113 per week and $24 per cabin, and it's just.
What page you on?
I'm on page 70, but I don't know
I am
if.
too.
Okay, so if you look right there, halfway down the page says improvement surcharge, and you see it's striped
Yeah.
through. Okay, so we're not increasing the fee, rather we're rolling that fee up into the
Oh,
other
I
one
see.
so that you don't have
Okay.
two different fees you're having to pay. Again, just trying to make it clear to the public about what they would pay. You will see an
Got it.
increase on non-City of Fresno residents,
Yeah.
to your point.
Okay. And is that the same also with the Camp Fresno Junior?
Correct, exactly the same.
Okay, thank you. That was it. Thanks so much.
All right, Councilmember Carbasi, you're up next.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. I don't have a lot of questions, and I appreciate staff postponing this item so we can discuss it today. Clearly, government was made to take money and not give it back. That's just a joke. So, no, I appreciate the presentation. Now, I do have other questions, but I think at this point, to spend all this time out here discussing them probably won't be very conducive. What I'd like to suggest, I don't want to hold up the entire item, because I think part of planning our budget, you need to know what these fees are going to be, and I get that. So I'd like to propose an alternative. I'd like to pass the item, but there's 2 portions I'd like to postpone until at least the next council meeting. One would be the portion on Chandler Airport. And the reason for that, I haven't had a chance to meet with my colleague. I respect it's his district. I did have a chance to meet with the airports team, and you guys were very helpful. Henry, thank you for the answers. I haven't had a chance to meet with the folks that are concerned. A lot of them, these aviators live in my district, and I need to get their perspective because I'm concerned about any operational changes that come with this. So I'd like for us to come back on that one. The other thing is, I'd like the parks portion to be held off, and I'd like the parks team to meet with our Measure P and PRAC committee, which I believe is the council president, vice president, and member Arias. And that's my motion.
If you want to make it in a form of amendment, I'll be happy to.
Okay, that's an amendment.
Agree to it.
Thank you.
I agree to the amendment.
Then I will second that amendment.
So for the record, the motion, City Clerk, is to approve the fees except for the additional increase on the auditorium, APES fee, the additional increase in the refund fee, and the parks fees will be set aside and brought to the Measure P Council Committee, and the Chandler Airport fees will return next meeting.
Have a motion from Councilmember Arias and a second from myself. Is there any other discussion? Any opposition to that motion as amended? Seeing none, the item passes 7-0. Thank you, everybody, for your
Thank you all for recovering costs, but we gotta also make sure we give a better quality of service for take people's more money.
That'll bring us to item 1D, as in David, actions related to the terminal expansion project at Fresno Yosemite International Airport. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Director. I also want to thank you, Director, publicly for the time that you spent with us all individually going through this process. This is a long time coming for a lot of us in the council. Just want to get a couple of things on the record. Specifically, this is a project labor agreement project, right?
I'm sorry?
It's a project labor agreement construction project?
That is correct.
How are those conversations progressing?
Very well. In my individual meetings, I did share with you some of the preliminary numbers for the PLA, so we're getting good participation there.
Good. And is the parking garage officially closed? Has everything been punched and, covered and cleared?
So it's been open and operating since November of last year, and the work is substantially complete, but we still on the 4th level have solar panels to be installed, and that work's happening soon.
When do you anticipate having a final number of the total cost and the total length of the project for that garage?
For the garage, I could get that information for you by next week.
Okay, that would be great. My only comment on the design aspect of this proposal before us is, as I've shared with you privately, Director, is the international area that we are expanding to. As you know, the record-setting growth from Latin American flights has put the city in a position to actually expand the airport international wing to accommodate those flights to and from Mexico. And I think we've been extremely successful in attracting more passengers from the neighboring airports based on the quality of service that they're receiving. But I did notice that the design itself depends on the international wing expansion to be a lot of, how would you describe it, outdoor plaza for a waiting area for the arrivals?
That's correct. As proposed now, there's about a 2,500 square foot arrivals lobby, and then there's a plaza in front of the building there.
Yeah, and as I expressed to you, it concerns me that we are designing this international wing with a huge outdoor plaza, because the vast majority of those flights to Mexico go from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Mm-hmm. It's just look at the current temperatures. It gets pretty cold outside and pretty hot in the summer. Mm-hmm. And I don't want international passengers and their families to be waiting outside in the cold or in the summer heat and be loitering outside the airport waiting for folks to come in and out as they arrive in their international flight. So I'd like to see the design include more indoor waiting areas, just the way we do for the domestic side. That seems to be pretty well. I also want to reduce the amount of folks loitering outside the airport. To the credit of your police officers, they're very good about moving people along, making sure that they're not a national security risk by loitering around the exits of the airport. And so I don't want to have an experience where families are being hushed around the sidewalks, getting in front of, passing by vehicles, because we designed it to be an outdoor plaza versus an indoor waiting area. So I'm not sure, I'm not an architect or a designer, so I don't want to, start making changes to your design, but I really want to be clear that that is my overarching concern, and I hope you guys can address that in the design phase before you come forward with the construction plan.
So let me try and address that concern now. After hearing the concern, we did go back and we studied this particular area here, and I don't disagree. We could, create more space and make it more comfortable and improve the experience. And so we've already looked at the design of that area, and to double the space to approximately 5,000 total square feet, and to make improvements in the plaza area, that comes at a cost of about $2 million. We can certainly incorporate that into the project, but that's additional scope above and beyond what we've presented to you today. So that would be a change order to make those improvements.
And remind me, but we're receiving federal dollars for this expansion. We also receive Measure C dollars for the airport. We have some general fund and some fees. So do you need us as a body to identify the additional $2 million in the budget process? Or how would you like to proceed, City Manager? At what point do we say, in order to get the kind of international airport we want, when do we have to identify the money?
So I'm going to defer back to the director because we actually have a game plan as we wait for federal awards and then the bonding. So Henry, if you could explain that.
Yeah.
So you're correct. The funding for this project comes from a number of different sources. Ultimately, if it's council's desire that we move forward with these improvements, we'll identify the $2 million. It will likely be funded from the bonds that we're taking out for a portion of this work.
Okay. I would like to see that, and I know you're not there yet with showing us actual designs of the layout, so it's really hard to envision how what I feel an outdoor plaza means is some cement and a couple of trees that are going to take 20 years to grow, right? A couple of benches, and the kids are going to run around outside and run in front of a car that's dropping people off. That's my fear. So I want you to take that into account, and if we need to invest more money to, accommodate this huge international investment, I think overall, what's the total project cost? $150 million?
About 145 as it stands now.
I think a $2 million adjustment would be appropriate to make sure that those international flight and their family members are not, at risk of the traffic that's going by.
So I understand, and again, perfectly willing to move forward with those improvements. I just want to be clear on the front end that we will move forward with the design, and this will be a change order to what we are asking you for today. So we will be coming back asking for that approximately $2 million.
Understood. And typically, you do change orders, right, on a project this big?
Well, we were hoping not to, but before the project has started, we already have our first. So
they're not change orders; they're improvements. they're improvements. Just put yourself in our position, right? We're flying out at 11. We're coming back at 2 in the morning.
I understand.
Grandma and grandma are waiting for us. Grandkids. The last thing you want is a kid run over because he was in an outdoor plaza and in front of traffic, so.
I understand completely.
All right, well, City Manager, do you need a motion with direction to come back with a change order, or is feedback sufficient? What do you?
I think we're good.
Okay, well, thank you, Director, and thank you again for keeping the garage on budget and on time, and you have a lot of customers that show up on that airport daily, so thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Director. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So move.
I have a motion from Councilmember Arias and a second from Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. That'll take us to item 1K as in King. This is a resolution authorizing and directing a grant application to the California Interagency Council on Homelessness for funding under the Encampment Resolution Funding Program Round 2. This is pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Director, just for the benefit of the public and the rest of the council, I know we secured an initial grant for Tiny Village, and you guys are working on that. Remind us, what's this grant proposal for, and what's the scope of the project that's being proposed?
Sure. Happy to do it, Councilmember Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Planning and Development. It is true that we applied for this grant last year, received a $5 million award. It was the largest in the state of California. This year, we intend to apply for a larger grant, potentially as much as up to 3 times the amount as last year's. The really focus of the grant, as funded by the state of California, is to, I think, spur some innovation as it relates to encampment resolution, meaning that the state's goal, as it was with round 1 and as it will be with round 2, is to fund, for at least the city of Fresno, some innovations in our outreach methodology, and ultimately give us the opportunity to prove our theory of change. And so for this year, what we are applying for is, again, to focus on a particular geography within the downtown Fresno footprint, whereby we have 165 people currently that are unsheltered in this footprint. We would be adding 6 outreach workers to the outreach team. Their specific assignment would be to provide housing navigation services directly to those that are unsheltered on the streets. Because we prescribe to a housing first model, what that typically means is that we invite people from the streets that are unsheltered into some form of shelter, and it's once they get into shelter that they are then provided case management services that consist of permanent housing placement, mental health services, document readiness, et cetera. What we're proposing in this application is something we've not been able to do before, we've not had the capacity for, which is to provide those same case management services to people who are on the streets now and sort of free up the bottleneck that we have with shelter beds. One other very critical component is that we are going to be adding 1 clinician to the outreach team, which would enable us to do mental health assessments, again, directly to those on the street, which would allow them to access services that the county has available currently that, again, are not accessible readily. And so we have forged a new partnership with the county. It's a start. It's not everything that we ultimately hope for, but this proposal represents that. The last thing that I'll mention with this proposal, and the reason that it's significantly more than last year's, is not just the outreach component, but also the addition of bridge housing. So we have shelter housing, or we have shelter currently, but once people get to a place where they are really just awaiting permanent housing placement, instead of requiring people to remain in shelter while awaiting permanent housing placement, we want to add bridge housing, which is sort of an intermediate step between shelter and their permanent placement. So all of those components combined over a 3-year period represent a larger grant proposal.
Director, I read your proposed project deliverables in the application, and I didn't see the additional support services. As you know, we're operating warming and cooling centers in the city, and there is no outreach being done to the 200 people that are using their shelter on a daily basis. Nobody's trying to provide them social services. Nobody's trying to house them. We're simply keeping them warm and cool during an emergency crisis. Would this grant, as written, allow us to provide those wraparound services to those individuals at the warming and cooling centers that we intend to continue operating on an emergency basis?
Yeah, unfortunately, no, council member, because the state's parameters for this grant require that we focus on an encampment area that's a very narrow geography. So we'd be an ineligible application if we sought to provide those services that you mentioned at Mesquita, at Maxey Parks, at Ted
Unless
C. Wills.
we convert the convention center to a shelter, right? And therefore the shelter exists within the geographical footprint that you applied for the grant for.
So possibly I would mention that for this particular application, so conceptually I hear you, but for this application, we would have to go through a significant interview process with all those that are living in that encampment area, so convention center. We would need to then gain all of their sort of lived experience and fold it into the application because it is a major component of this year's application. We've done that work for the 165 people that are living in the downtown area.
Does this grant as written allow you to provide permanent housing to the 165 folks that you identified in the downtown area?
A portion. So we are building, just like we did for year one, we're building in dollars to also fund permanent supportive housing units long-term, 26.
And would the supportive housing have to be within the same downtown geographic area?
No, it does not.
All right. So here's my feedback. I think it should. I finally believe that if there's homeless residents in downtown, we should provide permanent and transitional housing in downtown. We should not shift them to Southeast Fresno, North Fresno, vice versa. We should not play ping pong with human beings. So I know that it's really hard to find property in downtown. We've been at this for a couple of years, contaminated sites, lack of open land, things of that nature. They're just normal. But I'd like to see the transitional and permanent housing be in the same geographic area in which these encampments exist and which we're relocating people, from. I don't want to move them to my neighbor's district and have them as a solution, and that's because most of the county has used my district as the solution. The only solution to a countywide crisis has been my district. I don't want to repeat that behavior with this potentially $15 million grant. So it is my interest to find, a location within that downtown footprint in which we can relocate these individuals to.
Staff would be very pleased to be able to find or locate a location within this downtown area for the permanent development. We'd be very pleased to do that. As you stated, we've been working on some sites, and so we'd be very pleased to pursue that.
All right, thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second from Vice President Perea. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0.
B.
Who are we missing? Oh, sorry. Be 6-0 of Councilmember Chavez not present. Take us to item 1L as in Lincoln. Lease agreement with Tatalian Holdings 1 LLC for office space at 2440 Tillery Street. Item was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
City staff, my only question here is why aren't we using our existing empty buildings that the city controls and owns for this office space? We have, as you know, quite a bit of buildings that we control. Why are we leasing private office space?
Sure. City Manager, would you like to respond?
So that is the department's goal. They have identified a city building. This is intended to be a temporary solution for the division because we have been getting estimates of what it would take to bring the particular building into usable space and figure out a financing plan for it. So that's where we want to get to, but right now, they're pretty squished, all operating out of a conference room, so this is intended to be a temporary solution. The rate that is being afforded to us is actually a really great rate for the type of office space they're going to be getting, so that is our ultimate goal.
Yeah, and I confirm that the rate is a good rate given the downtown rates. What does temporary mean? Is it a year?
1 year. So the lease is for 1 year, and speaking to the lessor, that is all they intend to lease it to us for. And as the city manager just stated, and you just affirmed, it's actually a cheaper rate than what we would be paying if we were staying in a city facility, frankly.
Yeah, and I know it's more expensive to stay in a city facility, but it also addresses vacant commercial buildings owned by the city, which, we have the old Contracts building that's perfectly zoned for office, on the first floor. We have the old original Fresno B Met building that's also is mostly empty. And I'd rather have us occupy our own buildings than be one more vacant landlord in a commercial strip. So I'm supportive of it, but I am going to look forward to the plan to transition to city-owned buildings that are vacant and need to be filled. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Carbasi. Any other discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Chavez absent. Thank you, Phil. That brings us to item 1O as an Ocean Professional Engineering Services Agreement with PBK Architects for 911 Emergency Call Center Project, Council District 3. Item was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Just basic question on what's the timeline for construction and completion? I know we're just awarding the design contract today, but I'm sure you have a construction schedule, right?
Hello, yes, we do.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry, Mike Mooneyham, professional engineer, Public Works.
Welcome to the City Council chambers, and we're pretty nice people around here.
Yeah.
Except for him.
Somebody has to do the oversight work.
So, right now we're planning on the bid award, August 2024. Notice to proceed for construction September 2024, and then wrapping things up November of 2025.
So completion November of 2025, and are we still looking at the old Fresno B building on G Street as a location?
At the MSC?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not the old Fresno B building, at the actual Corp Yard on G Street.
Oh, the one to this side?
Yeah, El Dorado.
It's a parking lot.
El Dorado and G.
Okay. Is it going to be new construction or renovation of existing buildings?
New construction.
Okay, good deal. Well, with that, I'll make a motion to approve. I also want to add, City Manager, that I was at FACS yesterday, and those are some of the oldest and ugliest buildings I've ever seen in my life. And I don't know how the 911 dispatcher jumped in front of them for a brand new building, but we need to address the FACS buildings.
I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second from Councilmember Carbasi. Any other discussion?
Yeah, can we just bring a bond forward and get that done? I'm sure Measure C will pay for it with the additional revenue that we expect.
Need to pass it first. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Councilmember Chavez not present. That will take us to item 1P, as in Paul, resolution accepting the Fancher Creek Trail Plan, Council District 5. This item was pulled by Councilmember Chavez.
Motion to deny, since he's absent.
We will come back to this. Let's go ahead and jump ahead to item 1T, as in Tom. We'll come back to that item, give Councilmember Chavez a few more moments. 1T, Professional Consulting Services Contract to Transportation Management and Design, Inc. for Title VI analyses. This was pulled by myself, Council President Maxwell. Who do we got?
Council President, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Hey, okay, Assistant City Manager Barfield. If Title VI was last updated in 2022 and does not need to be updated again until 2025, why are we paying for the consulting services now?
So this is a request, this is a requirements contract. So now we'll have someone on retainer in case we need to do something in between that period of time. Prior to this, the last, 5 things that we've done, I think 4 were under contract and 1 we were able to squeeze out getting it done, but it cost us more money in the long run than just having a requirements contract in our hip.
Do we have any planned fare changes for calendar year 2023?
No fare changes at all. I think we're done with fare changes for a while. Unless you're telegraphing something to me right this second. No, I think we're done with fare changes. I do see the potential for us to do some service analysis on service changes, particularly increased frequency, and we're prayerful for an ATTAIN grant, which would mean micro transit in the west area. So our fingers are crossed and we're really looking forward to that. And if we did get that, we would have to do a Title VI analysis.
Okay. City Manager, what does it mean in the staff report when it says ensuring compliance with FTA necessities, equity analysis for all service changes that exceed council-approved thresholds?
So in our Title VI plan, anything above 25% has to go out to, we can do anything below, but anything above, we have to go out.
And that's set by council? Is that what it means by council-approved threshold?
Yes, there was a resolution we put forth to you a year ago, in October.
That was setting the threshold for burden on peoples of color and people of a low socioeconomic status?
Correct.
Okay, and that was set at 20% each?
25.
25%,
right.
okay. Last question, what does it mean in the staff report, fiscal impact, when it says required match will be sourced from Fax Enterprise Funds? I thought this was completely paid for by Fax Enterprise Funds.
If there is any match, we would pay for it. But in this case, you know, we now have a requirements contract. I don't think we'd have to come out of pocket beyond the, 180 we're asking for.
Okay.
185.
Sounds good, thank you. So just to reiterate, no planned fare changes for this calendar year, but perhaps some service changes which could necessitate the consulting of these folks.
As long as you're not changing the fares, we're not changing the fares.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve by myself, Council President Maxwell, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Any discussion? Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0.
All right, I want to thank the staff for coming on over.
Thank
Good
you,
seeing you
staff.
guys.
Appreciate
Glad
it.
you got out of the ugly building.
Sorry to make you sweat. Okay. All right, that leaves just that one item left. Item 1P as in Paul, resolution accepting the Fancher Creek Trail Plan, Council District 5. This was pulled by Councilmember Chavez.
All right, who do we have to answer questions for this item? I just want to make sure, don't worry, I will be brief. I am more than happy to let my colleague get the blah, blah, blah award today. So thank you for the presentation, by the way, that you guys did. We don't need to put the presentation on the board. You don't need it. This will be quick. Thank you guys for meeting with me with the Fancher Creek trail work and understanding that obviously we're approving the plan, but we still have to get subsequent funding for it. With regards to some of the folks that came and spoke today, I know that the process is with anytime we share jurisdiction with the county, that we obviously work with them, make sure that, you know, we're having a joint effort. And there was some comments, I believe, we shared jurisdiction over in Sunnyside. Supervisor Nathan Magzik sent over some comments with regards to the Bridle Creek Trail, the canal bank. Was it in the feasibility study that we were going to pave over that segment of the trail, or is that just something that was said during the public comment meeting?
It is not included as part of the plan to pave the trail.
Okay.
It was mentioned in the public meeting, but it is not a part of the plan.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that, make sure that folks understood that that was not part of the plan. And any subsequent work where it's joint jurisdiction, we'd have to go and meet with our folks over at the county and work with them, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Those are all the questions I had. I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Chavez, and I count Councilmember Arias as the second. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Thank you to staff for being present today. I want to say that concludes our contested consent. All right, before 3 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Had to double check. We'll now move on to the general administration portion of today's agenda, starting with 30A. This is to adopt a resolution of the Council of the City of Fresno, California, to authorize the examination of sales or transactions and use tax records by Fresno City Council members, subject to mayoral veto, sponsored by Mayor, City Manager, and Councilmember Arias, who I will have kick us off.
Thank you, Council President. It's a simple item. As the city manager can speak to further if I misquote, as she always corrects me when I misquote things. But essentially, in order for us to do our work in the budget process, a resolution that is drafted before us needs to be approved so that the council can have access to financial records used to build the projection models that are being presented to us in the budget process. So this adoption of this resolution allows us, all council members, access to that information so that we can have the same information that our administrative team has as the budgets are being built and projections are being projected, so that we're all on the same page in terms of the data that we see as we develop and try and adopt a balanced budget. So there's, with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
My apologies, City Manager. I should have kicked it off with you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So first, I wanted to, the reason why I brought this forward is because, as you know, council members have been requesting copies of the Muni Services report. Muni Services is the company that we contract with that helps us with our forecasting for sales tax revenue. And on a number of times, we have come back to you and we have shared non-confidential information. And, you know, we have heard comments from a couple of you that you wanted the entire report. And we shared with you that we weren't able to provide the entire report. And I know, you know, there's been a number of conversations about, you know, council members should be able to have access to the same information that the administration has access to. And I just wanted to very clearly articulate that within the Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 7056, it very clearly says that it is unlawful for us to provide the information to you unless when there is a request for a resolution of a legislative body. So when we have been telling you that we could not share the information, we couldn't share the information. Having said that, we provided all of the non-confidential information, and the reason why the information is confidential is for this. The information that we get is tax information that when businesses pay their taxes to the state, it is their revenues, and it is their by business. It identifies what their revenue is. And if used improperly, that information could, if it got out into the public eye, could, you know, cause all sorts of problems. So what we have provided to you is all of the information for the cities, for Fresno, about what the projections have been, what the actuals have been. The information that we haven't provided is the sales tax generated by business. Now, I really mean no disrespect when I say this. Really, I really don't. It's probably going to come off as disrespectful, though. I don't know. It probably will, but I don't know what you are going to take, how much sales tax, say, Panda Express is generating in the city of Fresno, and extrapolate whether or not our projections are good or not. I'm not sure, with the exception of maybe our local economist on the dais, I'm not sure that, you know, any of you have the, you know, or CPAs or have that expertise, as opposed to our controller, our finance director, our staff. But having said that, there is a process by which you can have access to the information, and that's the resolution in front of you today.
Well, City Manager, I would add this, that I may not be able to make sense of Panda's Express sales, but I will be able to make sense of Amazon sales and tax revenue, especially given that we have an agreement that requires us to get their information and pay them rebates, as we do with Ulta, as we do with the Gap. So I may not be able to count the beans at Panda, but I can surely count the beans at Amazon, and those have huge financial implications to the city, since there are legal contracts that require us to pay back some of those tax revenues generated by them.
Right, and
can I just respond quickly? Good afternoon, Council President and members of the council. The agreement that we have with Amazon regarding their sales tax isn't about the amount of sales tax that they collect or remit to us on behalf of their customers or their transactions. The agreement is to rebate any sales tax they pay as a result of purchases that they as a corporation make. So none of that's going to be reported in the Muni Services information. So I just wanted to be clear about what the agreement calls for.
Thank you. So anyway, having said that, I've got the resolution before you. I just wanted to note, we could only find one other jurisdiction in the state of California where the elected body has access to this level of information. And the reason why is you are only allowed to use the information for purposes of budgeting and forecasting. You have to declare what that legislative, and if the information is used outside of those guidelines, we run the risk of the state pulling access for everybody, us, Muni Services, everybody. So I know that you guys, those of you who request access to this information, I know that you will take that very seriously and make sure that you are not using it for any purpose other, because otherwise you will be tying the hands of the rest of the city organization to have access to the information. So the resolution, I believe, is compliant with the Revenue and Taxation Code. It says what it needs to say in order to be in compliance with the Revenue and Taxation Code to give you access.
City Manager, do other jurisdictions have to sign non-disclosure agreements for that?
I don't know. We could only find one other city, the city of Campbell. I did not ask if they had signed non-disclosure. I can tell you that the state, to my knowledge, according to the code, the state does not require a non-disclosure agreement, and I think it's because it's very clear that if the confidentiality is violated, you're violating state law. So I'm not aware, the state, in my reading, and obviously the real attorney can confirm, there's no requirement of an NDA by the state. There's just a requirement of a resolution and that the information be kept confidential.
Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes.
But if you wanted to do NDAs, I'm sure for an internal control, obviously you could work with the city attorney on that.
Councilmember Carbasi?
NDAs are for staff.
Okay, when I saw this item on the agenda, I was curious. The city manager and Councilmember Arias working together. What's going on here? And I really wanted to have this debate. Now, I'm one of 3 members that sits on the Budget Committee. And I do share the concerns when looking at the proposed mid-year where the money's coming from. However, I'm also a small business owner, and I will say it is the business of no politician how much money my business makes. And I worry because we have a fiduciary duty and we need to see data. But I'm surprised the Chamber of Commerce isn't here right now. I really worry because information's been weaponized before. If this information gets into the wrong hands, what a campaign will do with it or what another person will do with it. So I want to know how this information is going to be kept confidential, what information exactly is going to be shared, and what, with the assumption that it can all get out. Can you give me some information on the security?
So the way the resolution is drafted, you would have the same access to the Muni Services and the confidential sales tax information that we currently do and Muni Service currently does. And that also includes the information by business of sales tax collections.
So if I have a business here yesterday, they opened those 3 restaurants in Northwest Fresno in that one location. If I want to know how much sales tax, I can get this information and pull up their specific business and know how much sales tax they've contributed, and from that potentially calculate how much money they're making?
Yes, which is why it's confidential at the state level.
Right.
But there is a mechanism within the code by passing this resolution that would allow you that access. You would have to, I mean, I can't control you guys.
Here's my question, and maybe for the city attorney. What is the legal consequence if I give that information to my campaign team or give that information to a member of the media?
You'd be opening yourself up to civil liability, maybe
But
even
the
criminal.
taxpayer would pay for it, not me personally. Is that
Potentially.
correct?
I mean, then there's the criminal aspect of it too. You could be criminally liable for releasing this information. So I would highly advise you not to do it.
Agreed. We've been, well, anyways, I'll leave it at that. I agree with my colleague. We have to have, for our confidence, we have to have access to more information. Maybe it should only be the Budget Committee that gets it, so we can reduce the number of people. But I worry because things happen. Our staff maybe sees, things get out.
Yeah, and I think part of the problem is you guys have a little FOMO. You've never seen a Muni report, so you don't know what you're not getting. So we've given you...
City Manager, I have seen that Muni report.
I have seen a muni report, and I know how to read English.
You've seen the confidential information? You've seen the confidential information? Wow. What is he saying? Okay, no, my point is, you haven't seen a full Muni report with the confidential information. So you think that, oh, we're missing out on something, right? We need to see this. And what I'll tell you is what we've given you is all of the city by sector, the sales tax generation by quarter, by year. What you haven't seen for the most part is the by business. So that is where the highest level of confidentiality is. So you're not, here's the deal. It's upon request. If you don't want to have access to it, then obviously you don't have to have access to it. But there was tremendous concern expressed by several of you that we were, quote, withholding information. And I just want to really clearly say we were withholding information because we were legally required to do so. We would have been breaking the law if we gave it to you. However, there is a mechanism to legally provide it to you, and that's what's in front of you today.
Okay, can I resume the floor? Sorry.
Well, it was, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
And then Arias.
I just want to get the feedback from my colleagues, especially those that maybe haven't spoken yet, and of course, Councilman Arias as well. But I want to understand, I totally get it. I want to see as much information as possible. I'll admit, I'm very suspect about mid-year coming up. But at the same time, wearing the business hat, I understand there are certain government agencies that have to see our tax records, but I'm really, really worried. We've had information weaponized before. I want to make sure that's not going to happen again because stuff happens. So I want to know, is there anyone have an idea how we can make this, maybe it's the honor system and we'll just pray it works. But I really want to know if anyone has an idea how we can maybe get conduct our fiduciary duty, but at the same time, have the safety in place that it won't leak. Maybe we put our own consequences on it as an amendment.
You know, I think we've been in this situation before with some legal documents, legally sensitive videos, where, and I'm not necessarily a fan of this, but where it's held in a certain location, we're told, you know, you can access it at this location. We go to that physical location and we access that information or that video or whatever the document happens to be. So that's the only thing I can think of in terms of having unfettered access with some level of oversight. Just throwing that out there in terms of what we've done in the past with respect to things that are in the City Attorney's Department.
Okay, I have Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Butterfield.
You know, we've had some experience with, you know, 600,000 going missing and not knowing about it right away. So I think our staff, their job is to take information, present to us with the context and their professional experience. But in order for this check and balance to work and for us to meet our fiduciary duty under the city charter over the budget, we need to be able to have a trust and verify mechanism. And in my view, trust and verify in the budget process means that I get to see the same financial documents and data that our fiscal analysis staff has, that our assistant city managers have, that numerous individuals in the controller's office and finance department have. So, you know, this is not unique. In order for us to get access to that, we need to adopt this resolution. And if people misuse it, as they have posted, you know, legal opinions on GB Wire and, you know, made other things public that shouldn't be public, then there's a mechanism to deal with those consequences. In this case, the mechanism is state law and civil and criminal exposure. I think it's fair to say that our district attorney would not hesitate in, you know, dragging us to court with valid or invalid charges and try to hold us accountable for that. And ultimately, nobody has an interest in knowing how much Panda Express or the brewery across the street makes on an annual basis. What we need to be able to do is to assess whether the actuals and projected revenue being portrayed by staff encompass everything in the city, especially as we're going into these significant budget times. We have done a good job of building a reserve. We've done a good job of paying our employees and making our, police officers the highest paid in the valley and doubling the fire department. And we've continuously are told the recession's coming, the shrinkage is coming. And if that's the case, based on the data that our finance staff has access to, we need to know it now so that we can start making adjustments. Because you cannot tell me as a policymaker there is no money, but also oppose us freezing the hiring of new positions or eliminate vacant positions. Because there really is a cliff coming, then this is the time for us to take those policy actions. If people misuse it, there's a mechanism to hold them accountable. And I have yet to see a city staff member misuse it, and I don't believe that a policymaker would do that. And if they do, then, Lisa can handle it.
Councilmember Bredefield?
Yeah, I understand the reason for wanting to do it, but I think it's a solution in search of a problem. I'm not sure that we really have this problem. Only one city, you said, one city's doing this, correct?
That we're aware of. We didn't call all 455 cities, but in asking the companies that provide this data, we could only find Campbell. Was it Campbell? Campbell.
Okay. And it does feel intrusive to me if we do this. I mean, I don't want to see that kind of information, personal information of businesses. I'm comfortable with administration doing their job, and legal counsel is recommending against it for good reasons. And we have mid-year reviews to assess whether the projections and the information that we passed the budget on was accurate. And we review this. There's an ongoing process of review. So for that reason, I don't feel the need to move forward with this. I don't want that information. It feels like it's intrusive. And we have, if we're being honest, we've had problems with closed session, things being leaked. And that's been an ongoing problem since I've been here this time, as well as when I was here before. And I don't think we need that kind of information messed with. So for that reason, I'm not going to support this. And yes, I think the way it was presented was a little insulting, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm good with that.
We're used to being insulted. Councilmember Chavez?
I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little bit condescending, and it might come off as insulting, but
Okay, I'm ready.
your finances work is not that difficult. And I'm being a little bit facetious, but I've seen 13 years of these budgets, right? And so it's not rocket science. Sorry, Ruthie. I know you're really good at your job, but it's basic math. It's addition, right, and subtraction. So I was like, we're not doing trigonometry here. But in all honesty, I do think that as fiduciary agents, we literally sign our names on a yearly basis. The council president does that at the CAFR and puts their name to the finances. I think we should have access to the data and the information, but I do think we need to hold each other accountable on what that looks like, and maybe city attorney, maybe that does include a non-disclosure agreement. If somebody wants to receive the data, maybe we do what our legal folks do, where they watermark it to make sure that it doesn't end up on a blog site online or things of that sort. But I just believe that as somebody who's exclusively responsible for the budget, because keep in mind that the administration recommends the budget, but at the end of the day, this body has to ratify and put our names on it as a fiduciary agent. I think we should have access to that, city manager, and that's just my personal belief. But I understand the issues that some of my councils are raising. But I think at the end of the day, we do need to hold ourselves accountable. Maybe it is an NDA if you want to have access to the back of information on there. So I hope that didn't come off as too condescending, but just
Nope.
wanted to chime in. Thank you.
Nope, not at all.
Councilmember Arias? Councilmember Carbasi?
So I'm trying to find a way where I can support this. I want to suggest some is there a motion to support yet? Okay, I want to make amendments if someone does that. I'll just share with you what the amendments would be, and if someone wants to add that. I'd like to require an NDA be signed by anyone who've used the data, so it's on the record. I'd also like, and this is the part where I think I'm piggybacking off what Councilmember Esparza said, maybe having it viewed in one location with no cell phones present, maybe having that done in the city attorney's office with someone present. Not that we need a babysitter, it's just a chain of evidence. That way we know it's not going anywhere. Those are my two suggestions. I'm open to different thoughts, but I think the NDA I'm pretty firm on.
Member Carbasi, I would be open to that on the condition that it also applied to the city staff, the same requirements.
It's a good
So
idea.
nobody gets to see it with their cell phone in their pocket. Nobody gets to see it without it watermarked and what department it came to. You know, but I'm not going to lower the requirement to, you know.
That's fair, I like that. That's even better, more
We're
accountability.
trying to be careful or not.
Yeah, that's good.
Can I, clarification, I mean, we're fine signing an NDA. The one thing I would say is, it is not conducive to our work to have to go to the attorney's office.
It's not conducive to ours either, to be
Well,
dragged into a city
we
attorney's
have
office.
binders and binders of information that we're comparing previous years. So I'm just saying, we're happy to sign NDAs. Obviously, in the decades that we've been receiving this information, it is never, you know, as evidenced by why we're here today, we've never released it. But the work that we have to do, we are at the budget office trying to put this information, so it would not be conducive for us to be looking at the information.
I understand that, City Manager, but you also have to put yourself in our positions, right? I do the same thing. I look at last year's budget, the year before that, and track down where city staff moved money around.
Yeah,
and
that's
where
not what I'm talking
projections
about.
came in.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be required to take my 3 binders that are this big to the city attorney's office to do comparisons. So if you're gonna impose that on me, then
I'm
impose
not
it on
talking about
staff.
that. I'm
Or
talking- yeah.
we just do it the old-fashioned way, the way we do it now. We get the information, it's watermarked with our district. If it gets out, we know where the source is.
Listen, it's up to you guys, whatever you want to do, but I'm just, we have binders of the UCLA forecast of USC. I mean, it's not just the budget documents that we look at. We look at all sorts of other, community services is just one part of what we look at. So, yeah, if it was just budget books, that would be no problem, but we have volumes and volumes of information of other sources that we look at. So I'm just.
So let me try and land this plane, as Chavez would say. I'll make a motion to approve with the following amendments: that the information is watermarked specific to each council district, that, you know, with that amendment.
NDA?
No, I don't feel comfortable as a public official signing an NDA, because an NDA can mean a whole lot of stuff.
But
I
if
think
we're-
if it's loose, then I go to jail. Right?
Well, it wouldn't be loose, it'd be, okay, well, I'm not gonna support it then, I'm sorry. I swore an oath, I don't mind signing an NDA.
Yeah,
on top of
but
that.
in my view, Member Carbasi, NDAs have been signed related to sexual harassment, related to claims of that nature. I don't want to go into business and set a precedent that elected officials must sign NDA to get access to financial data that we're required to review in order to be able to make a budget decision.
I don't think we're gonna agree, but talking about sexual harassment, when we're talking about finances and a person's like livelihood, I don't think those are connected at all. That's politics talking, but that's okay. I'm just gonna vote no, we can move on.
That's my motion. I'm willing to concede the watermarking for confidentiality purposes. The city attorney has made it clear that we're all exposed to criminal and civil charges if we leak it. And we have a district attorney that's more than willing to prosecute any of us. So I think that's sufficient safeguards now.
I have a motion to approve as amended. Is there a second? A second from Councilmember Esparza. Any other discussion? Any opposition? Okay. Item passes 5-2 if Councilmember Carbasi and Councilmember Bredefield opposing. Thank you. That will bring us to our last open session item of the day, and that is going to be a presentation from administration on our mid-year budget review. Who's presenting, City Manager?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, Henry. Brianna, can you bring up the PowerPoint, please?
What I'm going to ask my colleagues is to write down your questions throughout the presentation and wait to ask those questions until the presentation has been concluded. If folks start interrupting, just power through and keep going through your presentation until you're complete.
Great, thank you.
you.
Well, good afternoon, Council President, council members. Henry Fierro, Budget Director. And we'll let the PowerPoint come up. So we're starting on slide 2, actually. And it's really, if you will, a very high level. Just wanted to talk about starting with the general fund. Okay, this is really what this presentation is about. Oh, thank you. It's a mid-year general fund. And again, I'm starting with just an overall view of the revenues. And you'll see that for the general fund, the major revenue categories entail sales tax, property tax, business license, and room tax. And when you combine those four, they equate to 79% of the total ongoing general fund revenue. Now, if you were to take just sales tax and property tax, just to give you a comparison, they equate to about 71%. So they're our main drivers, if you will. And these items, they really are our best source of understanding the indicators within our local economy's activity. Now again, I'm still keeping it high level because I have additional slides with numbers. But again, I want to just give big picture in that as we did our projections and we evaluated where do we think we're going to land for fiscal year 23, what we're seeing is business license, room tax, they're on course to meet budget. Sales tax, it is based on a recent forecast provided by Muni. This forecast, when you can look at it compared to the prior actual year, it's actually growing, which is a good thing. However, when you compare it to the budget, the growth is not as great as what we built in the budget. And again, we'll talk a little bit more about that in the future slides. Property tax, again, that's another major category. And with property tax, we are basing our projection based on the latest county's assessment roll. And that is, in essence, was based on about a 7.98% growth rate. Again, based on that valuation that was provided to us. And the last item I wanted to talk about on this slide is cannabis. Cannabis is actually coming in lower compared to our budget. And that really is driven by the number of businesses that have been able to come on board. So with that, I'm going to move to this next slide, so if you'll bear with me. So now we're looking at, again, the revenues, and now we're looking at history, the last 3 years of history. Overall, it's been growing. And if I was to look at 2020, 21, 22, it actually grew about 6% on average. But if you take the last 2 years, 22 and 21, it actually grew by 10%. So again, it's been healthy growth overall within the sales tax, property tax. But what I now want to show you is I'm going to now add the budget as well as what we are projecting for a mid-year estimate. So again, this slide 4 is similar to slide 3, but now I'm adding 2 additional columns, FY23 adopted budget, and then the FY23 estimate, latest projections. So I'm going to start with sales tax, but also keep in mind, I'm going to go through each line, and when I'm done with the lines, I'm going to hand over the mic to Assistant City Manager, Ms. Quinto, and she's going to have some more discussion specifically on sales tax. So again, with sales tax, the projection is based on the latest Muni's estimate. And as I mentioned, while it is growing compared to the actuals, it's just not as growing as much or as fast as what we had intended or had budgeted at the time we built the budget. The dynamics have changed a bit. Again, going to property tax, we're making that assumption that we're tying it to what the assessment rolls have indicated. Again, 7.98% growth, pretty healthy. Business license, room tax, again, we're matching it to our budget based on what we're seeing today. We look to come into budget. Now, you'll see, I'm going to move down, charges for current services. That one's actually coming down a little bit, a couple million. And there is programs we have in the city that have not been implemented just yet as we anticipated during the budget. And I'll give you an example is we had the Park Rangers program. That is still, it's trying to get on board. We're trying to get that going, but it's not coming in at the time that we had anticipated during the budget. Another one is the street racing unit. That was another program. Again, we anticipated in the budget to start sooner, but under circumstances, that one is also working its way to get implemented. So those timing differences is causing, if you will, this projection being lower than budget. Now, in the other revenue, I have a separate slide, so I'm not going to talk about that just yet. Again, what I'd like to do then is pass the mic to Ms. Quinto, and then I'll pick it up from there.
Again, good afternoon. I'll be brief. I just wanted to give a little bit more information regarding the sales tax projection. As Mr. Fierro mentioned, it is primarily based on the projections provided by Muni Services. There are other items, as the city manager mentioned, taken into consideration, such as the UCLA forecast, information from the Department of Finance at the state level that gives very detailed and historical and current information on housing starts, permits, the unemployment rate, both nationally, statewide, and also locally. There are a variety of different sources that are feeding into what we might consider in providing you as a projection. I also just wanted to point out that in the non-confidential information that we provided for Muni Services, you do have a detailed report by sector. It does not give the actual business names, but we are able to provide you the quarter-over-quarter change and explanation thereof by sector, and also, of course, for the city, for our other jurisdictions in the state of California, particularly in the county, by different jurisdictions, the municipality or the counties themselves. And then additionally, I think something that would be helpful, not just to you, and obviously you can come and look at the whole 43-page report, but for the public might be our actual quarterly sales tax collections that the state has remitted to us, and we have that information on a monthly basis. We look at it quarter by quarter. It goes all the way back for about 10 years, but we can provide that as well, and then that will show you how that impacts our forecast moving forward. The one thing I do want to mention that I think is very important is that the Muni Services projections, and these were included in the non-confidential information that we provided you, the Muni Services projections were actually about $1.5, almost $2 million lower than what we are projecting for fiscal year 2023. And one of the reasons why I'm recommending that we go with just this slight differentiation is because over the past 12 months, the projections from Muni have varied wildly. We started out about 12 months ago with a projection for fiscal year 23 of $146 million. Then we have seen as high as for fiscal year 23, a projection of $169 million, and then now back down to $148 million, all for the same fiscal year. So while that changes, I think pretty drastically, $20 million either way for the same fiscal year in a very short period of time, I was trying to smooth out, if you will, or give us just a little bit more time and room to see the actual collections, which so far for the city of Fresno for this year are coming in slightly better than what we had projected quarter over quarter and through the calendar year end anyway. So hopefully that's helpful. And again, I wanted to be brief, so that's all I have for you. I'll hand it back over to Henry. Thank you.
Okay, so slide 5 is a breakdown of what we call all other revenue. And really, it's driven by 4 subcomponents. The first one is the intergovernmental revenue. And really what that entails is the city receives funding, be it from the federal government, from the state government as well as local agencies. So we then capture those types of funding sources within that line. The intergovernmental revenue line is actually, it's driven by, we have departments that are in the general fund that provide services to other citywide departments. And so this allows us to recover the cost of those services from the non-general fund departments. So then that becomes the intergovernmental revenue line. And then cannabis is the cannabis line, which, as you see, we had budgeted 5.4 million, but what we're projecting based on what we know today is about 2.1 million. And then lastly is just all other. There's just whatever we don't have a category, we capture in that last line item. So combining the four, that then becomes all other revenue. Now slide 6 is, what it's showing is what is the bottom line. When you take in all the ongoing revenue coming in to the city of general fund, then you have your annual expenditures such as your personnel costs, your non-personnel, interdepartmental costs. Then we also have transfers that we have to take care of for like debt service. When you take those three categories, then you get to what's known as a net ending balance. And that in yellow is, we're projecting, if you will, 11.2 million. However, that 11.2 million truly isn't available because what has happened as we've reviewed the projection is there are capital projects that have not, look to not be fully spent. So in order to continue working on those projects, those unspent dollars or appropriations need to be committed in the future. So that's where these items in the white lines are accounting for that type of activity, so that also with all the capital, we then truly come to what we call then an estimated ending balance, which is the 2,383,200. So based on that number, what we've done is then, for your understanding, are some requests that have been communicated to be considered for, being funded by, in this case, the 2,383,200. As you can see, the warming centers, a water tower project, and then there's two other projects for a dollar value to be determined. So really what, after this workshop, in essence could be the next step, is that a meeting between Council's Budget Subcommittee and the administration to be scheduled, so then discussions could take place and determine what that next step is and how to possibly utilize that 2.4 million.
Henry, let me interrupt really quick.
Sure.
If you're wondering where these came from, these are just things I've heard people talk about that I just threw on a list. They are not meant to be all-inclusive. These are just things I know I've heard several of you talk about.
And then I would say then once that discussion between the Budget Subcommittee, administration, and once formalizes how potentially the ending balance to be spent, then we would come back as staff to present to you an AAR amendment to then establish the appropriations that would then be spent. So with that, that concludes my presentation, Council. Available for questions.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm going to go in order. The folks have queued up, starting with Vice President Perea.
Sure.
Thank you, Director. Just a few clarifying questions. On slide 5, you talked a little bit about what all other revenue means, but can you give an example of what would be classified under all other, within the all other revenue table?
That's a great question. I'm trying to think off the top of my head because I'd have to, I'd like to get back to you, Council Member, to be able to give you some specifics, but it's really just this catch-all of, normally it's not anticipated, but we have to record it in accounts so that we can make sure we're recording it.
Henry, isn't that where the card room money goes?
No.
Oh,
no.
okay. Sorry. Well,
That's okay.
definitely we know cannabis.
Yes.
Definitely cannabis. So we'll get the list. We can get the
Yeah.
spreadsheet that shows what makes up all other revenue.
Okay, thank you. And then cannabis. Okay, so we are seeing a shortfall of about $3 million. What would you say, I don't know if this is a question for the city manager, but what are we doing wrong at this point? What can we be doing differently just to get more dispensaries online to help fill this gap?
I will take that. And Jennifer Rees is here as well. What I will say is, and it's something that is already in the works, what we have found is once people receive their preliminary approval, there's nothing within the ordinance that gives them a deadline of when they have to get open. So if they receive preliminary approval in multiple cities, and we have gotten a little bit of feedback that maybe they're moving forward in one city, but they haven't moved forward in our city yet. And there was nothing in the ordinance that put any sort of time constraints on it. So we are in the process of amending. It's not in the ordinance, but I believe it's in the city manager guidelines of putting some time constraints from the time they get their preliminary approval to when they have to submit their application for a CUP. And then once their CUP is approved, how long a time limit of when they have to submit for a building permit. So that we definitely have identified as a problem. We also believe that while it's great that we have people who are wanting to go into sort of older buildings and do a pretty significant rehab, what we have found is they don't quite know what they're getting into. And so they've put the address down for a particular business. In some instances, there's a tenant in there already, and the landlord has said, yeah, when that lease expires, you can go in, but the previous tenant hasn't moved out yet. So that has been an issue. Jennifer, why don't you come and talk a little bit more of some of the other things that we've encountered as to why there have been delays in these openings.
So those changes you talked about, those can be applied retroactively onto anyone who has previously been issued a cannabis permit?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, so the changes that you just spoke about, those can be applied retroactively to where we can hold their feet to the fire for those that have already been issued a cannabis license?
So we are working with the attorney's office on that. I can tell you that there is one preliminary approval that is on my desk that I am not signing until that's in place. We're looking at the retroactivity component.
And then the life of a CUP is 1 year or 2 years?
The CUP is 5 years for cannabis.
For cannabis, 5 years, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Jennifer, do you want to add anything else as what you're hearing about the delays?
I would just say the majority have CUP approval, and a few have now gotten their building permit approvals, but there's different reasons that we're hearing why they're delayed. Some landlord-related issues in terms of negotiating, the work they're doing to the building. Some are just, they have revisions required, or they have to submit documents for their CUP compliance phase, and they're just slow in getting those in. So it's really a lot of different reasons, which I think we kind of broke down into the numbers in a recent Trey memo that went out. But as the city manager stated, we're looking to be a little more, have some requirements on the timelines to encourage them to move along so they can keep their preliminary approval.
Okay. Thank you. And then my other question is for Henry. On slide 6, you had mentioned the line items that are colored in white. So this is unspent money. Has this money been earmarked yet for projects?
They have. They are assigned to specific projects. It's just that the projects look to not fully spend what was budgeted in '23. So that amount that's not to be spent is what we're calling commitments for the future.
It's what we used to call the carryover. So we carry over the revenue that hasn't been, the money that hasn't been spent, but we also have to carry over the expense into the next fiscal year because we're not going to be able to complete all the work in '23, but we do intend to complete the work. It's just going to be in '24. So as far as what is not committed, I would say that's what's in the green.
Okay, so the green is uncommitted money.
Right.
Okay. Is it possible to get a list of projects that are incomplete?
Yes, we'll get you
Okay.
that list.
Okay, thank you.
Will that be all, Vice President? Councilmember Carbasi.
Okay. So let's talk first about property tax. So, and I have a feeling we discussed this maybe a couple months ago, and I made a request that we contact the assessor's office because the city of Fresno has experienced almost 8% growth. That's, you know, I understand there's a difference between growth and then our income, but county property tax has only gone up about 3.5%. There seems to me maybe a logical discrepancy there. Have we reached out to the assessor's office to see why we're not getting as much income as we may think we should be getting from property tax if we're growing at such a high rate?
There has been an outreach, and we're working to try to get that feedback from them, but it's in
I have to
progress.
ask how long it's going to take. The only reason why I ask is this was a few months ago, and we're going into, I mean, budget will come around before we know it, but we have mid-year. What can we do to help? Is he not responding?
So just
Or-
Ruthie, before you get
No,
out.
I'm being serious. This is not
Yeah.
a facetious question. I'm being serious.
So what we looked at when we charted out property tax, so you will recall, I think last year, the year before, there was a concern expressed by the council, and I think the council budget analyst, that we were projecting too low for property tax, so we ramped it up. And then it came in 4 points lower. So what we have seen, if you graph it, we see it go up, down, up, down. We think that is a result of sort of the internal workings of the assessor's office of a timing issue. And so I know Ruthie has been trying to reach out to have a better understanding of what their process is, because every time we ramp it up, it comes in low, and then we adjust and ramp it down, and it comes in high. And so we're just really trying to get our arms around what is going on over there so that we can have, better information to more accurately project. And I know we have done, Ruthie, I don't know if you want to talk about the attempts to reach out. I know you reached out to one of your contacts over there.
I did. I thought I would start with the staff member before we went to the elected official, and I did get a call back, but I just haven't had a chance to return that call yet.
Okay. I can just tell you, when it comes to the budget committee, that's going to be one of the first questions I want to talk about, because it's a big source of income for us, and typically steady. So, okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
It hasn't been steady for the last few years, though. It's been, it's up, down, up, down.
Right. Okay, thank you for letting me know. The next question I have, I was going to ask, I think it's on page 5, I think the Vice President asked. So we'll get a list of incomplete capital projects for Public Works, Parks, ARPA projects as well. That's all that, correct?
Yes, we'll get a list
Okay.
of the capital projects.
Excellent. On page 5, you list, and I think you may have touched on this, but page 5, you talked about the annual transfers because it was adopted at 32.7 million and we're at a -2 balance. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that discrepancy, what happened there?
That is being impacted by the timing of ARPA funding. So if you can step back, we start at fiscal year 21, you see how it's at 53.2, and then it drops. But then we're having to make sure we're accounting for projects rolling over that are ARPA funded, and that's why you're seeing that movement up to the 32.8 million. But then it drops into 23 because it's not being spent.
This is based on completion, okay.
Correct, based on completion.
But the ARPA projects have very specific limitations too, correct? It's general fund, but we can't just use it for anything.
No, you are correct, council member. These projects have been evaluated and determined they are ARPA eligible.
Understood. Okay, let's see there. That's done. Let's talk about cannabis for a moment, and if Jennifer, you wouldn't mind, thank you. Some of these may be repetitive, forgive me. But I really do appreciate your help on some of these issues as well, City Manager. So again, the Measure A Community Benefit Committee, can you give us a status on that?
Yes, the Community Benefit Commission, the applications for the commission are on the city clerk's website. So far, we've received a handful, and as they come in, we're forwarding them to the relevant district office and the mayor's office.
Okay.
And at this point, nobody's been appointed to that commission.
Okay, thank you. Have there been discussion on potentially amending the ordinance where we put 3 dispensaries per district? We've had redistricting since then, which I know has created some issues. But also maybe, has there been any discussion potentially on choosing a different formula, maybe allocating dispensaries based on the BRT corridors or some other type of more appropriate, or than just saying 3 per council district? Has that ever been discussed at all? I know that we made the policy, but has there been any discussion amongst administration or stakeholders on that you're aware of?
Not to my knowledge. At this time, it is 3 per city council district, but in April 2022, the council did make an amendment in order to deal with the effects of the redistricting affected 1 project. But at this time, we have 19 preliminary approvals for retail, and there's a maximum of 21 in the city.
So even with the 2 that are open, the total are 19, or we're at 21 now?
We're 19 total, so
Okay.
that includes the 2 that are already open.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have on cannabis. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Council Member. We're going to go to Council Member Esparza next.
Henry, coming back to slide 5, the net ending balance. So I just want to clarify on the columns in the white, the approved commitments, those all 100% were budgeted in FY23.
That is correct, Councilmember.
Okay, so we didn't commit anything to, we didn't roll over anything in the future fiscal year that wasn't there already.
No, it had existed in the budget. It's just that it's not projected to fully be expended.
Okay, yes, I see the ARPA's a wash, right? The revenue
Yes.
and the incomplete projects. What are the pending ARPA reimbursements, the 14.6?
It's just a timing of expenditures that have taken place, and there's a process where it has to go through the evaluation, and then once it's been evaluated.
We'll get that
and
revenue.
Excuse me?
We'll get that revenue back.
Correct.
Okay, so we spent that out of our general fund originally, and we
The-
kind of fronted it.
Yes, the way the model worked with the ARPA is the appropriations were budgeted in the general fund, and as they got expended, and once they were found eligible or approved by the audit, then there's a revenue transfer that takes place.
So was that also for fiscal year 23, or did we reach back in the previous fiscal years for that 14.6 that we're expecting?
Primarily, it's 23.
But there's a little bit that rolls
Just a
back
little,
in further.
yeah, not very much.
Okay, I figured a little bit at least. And you'll get us the list of the
projects.
capital and public works and parks. I did have a couple thoughts with respect. I mean, my colleagues have brought up the cannabis market. You said that accounts for 3 million of that would have otherwise been revenue. Is that roughly what the number was? And what is the cannabis disparity in terms of what we projected versus
Yes.
what we brought in so far? 3 million?
Correct.
We thought 5.37 million, and we're now estimating 2.113.
2.1 million.
Insanity. We keep over-projecting cannabis every fiscal year. That just, it's tough. But just some of my thoughts, not necessarily with respect to your job, Henry, but for my colleagues who are asking and folks who are asking, I think there's got to be accountability on both sides. We have a very comfortable illicit market. I mean, people in the city are consuming cannabis, no doubt about that. I have no doubt in my mind. And not all from the two permitted shops. So I think there's got to be accountability and enforcement on the illicit market that runs in our city, and I think runs relatively successfully at this point. And then some of the accountability measures that the city manager ultimately referred to in terms of holding feet to the fire. When we were going through the process of passing the cannabis regulation framework and deciding what number of permits we would ultimately engage in or permit, we worked with the Chamber of Commerce to expand to 21 permits from the original 14, and we did some math at that point. and compared sort of apples to apples with different cities. And per capita, 21 should have worked for our city, or at least close to it. And I said at that time that if 21 didn't work out, then the market will do what the market's going to do. But the market's in a very comfortable place, with probably, or almost certainly, the bulk of consumption being in the illicit market, or maybe perhaps in other nearby cities, though I doubt that part. So we have to be proactive and kind of set the boundaries, set the rules, and bring this particular market into an uncomfortable, at least temporarily uncomfortable position, in order to have this revenue materialize. So a couple of my thoughts from my colleagues, and something for future consideration, so that we can stop overestimating the amount of cannabis revenue we think we're going to bring in every fiscal year and be disappointed over and over. That'll be it for now.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Are there any other comments or questions from council? Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Director. Do your carryover projections include the funds of unallocated resources in each council budget for infrastructure projects? I know we all have money. Some of it's not allocated, or some of it's not utilized. Does the carryover include that?
It would, but it's earmarked for each of your districts.
But it's not, if it's not earmarked for a project, then
it will roll right into your budget.
Correct.
We carried over because I think you guys passed a resolution that says that it automatically carries over. So we did carry it over to with the if whatever doesn't get spent in 23 will get spent in 24. So we're not.
So you're
counting on
assuming that those dollars are going to be spent in 23, right?
Right. However, if in actuality it doesn't get spent, then that unspent will get rolled in 24 within your budget. You will get that. Whether if you spend it all, yes, you don't get it. But if you leave so much on the table, it goes back to you.
Yeah, what I'm trying to understand is, I know we all have funds in our infrastructure budgets. How much do we collectively have that is unspent and unallocated? Is it $1 million or is it $10 million?
We'd have to add it. We could get that to you.
Can you get that to us?
Absolutely.
And with that also, how many other resources in the city are in the same position? They're there, but they're not allocated, and they're not scheduled to be spent between now and the end of the fiscal year.
That's going to be the line item that says incomplete capital projects, public works, incomplete capital projects, parks.
So what's the amount total?
So incomplete public works is 17.9 million, incomplete parks 5.4 million, and then the
It's really those two.
yeah, those two, and those are the ones that we've already been requested to provide the list of the projects.
Got it. So those basically 22 million plus whatever's outstanding in our respective accounts is
Yes.
Right.
available, and we know it's not going to be spent by June.
But your piece is only available to you.
Correct.
And I might add that there could be the case, and this will certainly be a discussion that we have, where within the incomplete public works and the incomplete parks, there are several projects that may be in design, may be in outreach. There could be projects that haven't even started yet. And so theoretically, as we move through this, if the council decided to reprioritize and say, oh, I thought this was going to be the number one priority, but now this is more important, that would theoretically be an option.
Correct. Like, for example, we technically allocated 10 million for the dispatch center, but we've only committed $678,000, which is the design phase. So technically, 7.3 million is still available to be reallocated, correct? Since it's not going to be spent this fiscal year.
So I wouldn't say reallocated. What I would tell you is any project that has already started, we are anticipating that that expense, we will continue to move forward on that project, as much done in 23, and then continue it into 24. Only the projects that we haven't even started, haven't spent a dollar on, would be the ones that I would say could be optional reallocated.
And technically, the folks that determine whether a project gets started, once the council identifies it and funds it as a priority, is the administration, right?
Well,
administration decides when to put out a design contract, when to initiate work.
Well,
Right?
I hear what you're saying. What I would say is, these are all projects that were approved as part of the '23 budget that you all approved. We're just moving forward on implementation. And so we're going along as if nothing's changed. We're going to do the projects
Thank you.
because they were adopted by the council.
But not all of them have been initiated.
I would beg to say that is yes.
Okay. And I know that there's legitimate reasons, right? Short staffing.
Totally.
A whole EIRs and whatnot you have to do.
Totally.
Director, can you give me a list of all the projects that were not in the adopted budget, but since the adopted budget, we have done a budget amendment to fund those projects? Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, and just to repeat, so I make sure I'm on the same page. So you're looking for projects that were not established through the adopted budget, but through an AAR amendment.
Correct.
Was created.
Correct. So essentially, we adopt a budget, and then between that budget and the next budget, every meeting we have some budget amendment that then funds a new project. And I'm assuming there's a funding source for that project, so at some point we got money from somewhere to prioritize that project.
Correct.
So a list of that and how much each of them cost. Club One, I remember when we approved, I think GVY called it the business killing endeavor of Club One. We were promised that expanding the amount of tables at Club One was going to generate millions of dollars for a general fund, just like cannabis was sold as that. Have we seen the additional revenue from Club One be generated, and if so, to what amount?
$1 million.
$1 million more?
That's what we're projecting.
What's actual?
Actual year-to-date, I don't have in front of me, but for card.
Yeah, but Henry, very good point. The $1 million was based on when they were in downtown. So I'm wondering if we adjusted our projection based on the new location where they had an expansion. Very good point, council member. We'll have to dig into that and look at that.
The reason I asked city manager is just like cannabis, we assumed, or we were sold on all these additional tables will be operational. We know that those additional tables are not operational, right? So I want to know how far did we miss the mark on the Club One, cash machine compared to actuals. Yeah. And then on cannabis, I just want to clarify a couple of things with the assistant director on cannabis. If I recall, when we drafted the ordinance, we put a safeguard to make sure that people did not sit on their licenses, and we made the licenses expire annually. And if you didn't open up within that 14-month window, your license would essentially expire, and we would go to the next person. Aren't those business licenses expire annually? I know the CUP is good for 5 years, but the business license is supposed to expire annually.
It does, but the time clock on that doesn't start until they're issued their permit,
What permit?
their cannabis permit.
So they only have preliminary approval until, when do they get their final permit? When they open, right?
Right before they open, we've done the compliance inspection, which is after they've done all their building construction and had their final building inspections. Then I'll do an inspection for compliance with the cannabis ordinance, and then the city manager signs off on the cannabis permit, which expires annually.
When we adopted the ordinance, the intent was that the licenses were being awarded when council approved them, not when subsequently administration dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. So you guys have essentially administratively lengthened the time that their annual licenses are good for. So right now, how many licenses have you actually awarded?
Just the 2 that are open.
And how many of them are in the CUP process?
There's 4 still working on the, 4 retail still working on the CUP. The rest of the 17 have CUP approval and are working on the next steps, which is CUP compliance and building permits.
So is it fair to say that the cannabises are basically up to the same challenge as any other business, which is getting a complete CUP and getting final approvals from the city? That's what's holding it up?
No.
What's holding it up
The
then?
city reviews on those processes are timely. There's different
Timely
reasons.
like anyone else, any other business?
timely according to the city's normal process.
So like
yes.
the 14 days or whatever the turnaround time for the inspections or the permit issuances, we have been meeting our timelines.
So there's no way that they're going to come back and say that it took the city 6 months to return comments on the conditional use permit?
No.
Are you confident that we have done our part, now it's just
Yes.
the applicant?
Yes.
She has been babysitting all of them, and she literally watches, we meet every other week with her and the city attorney to make sure that we're doing everything properly, and we go through and she's watching the status of those. So because her job is, if we see that we're a day behind, then she's on it. So it's not gonna be us.
Yeah, and I have PTSD with, cocktail establishments and housing projects, and it's always, there's the truth somewhere in between there on why there's delays, right? You don't, does the ordinance not currently give you the authority to revoke the preliminary award of a license if they're not moving timely?
The city manager has that discretion.
So she can do that now?
Yes.
So why aren't we just doing that?
So, well,
I think
on
that's
ones that
part
have
of-
already been approved, that's what we need to consult with legal counsel. That's not my understanding, as far as revoking preliminary approval because they're not getting their CUP and they're not, I think I have to have I think probably not appropriate to have the conversation.
I don't
with
want
guys.
to get us into legal
Yeah,
precedent-setting conversation, but I know we have an upcoming cannabis committee meeting. Can you all be prepared to provide us the legal advice and the exact status of each of these licenses?
Yes.
And see what options we have, because I don't want to rewrite a whole ordinance if the administration already has the authority to, create some changes. Thank you, Director. Finance Director, a couple of other questions. How much do we have in the reserve?
Off the top of my head, I believe it's about 37 million.
No, hold on.
Why are you getting an exact number, 40 million? What's our policy for a reserve level? Do we have one? Do we have like a 5%, 3% policy? I don't remember.
So under the Reserve Management Act, which I happened to be brushing up on the other night, it's 10% for the emergency reserve. Ruthie, do you remember the amount? What is it? 44 million.
So we're about 4 million short from meeting the Reserve Management Act?
It depends on how it's calculated, but at the time that the budget was adopted and the resolution that the city manager referred to is based on budgeted appropriations, so budgeted expenditures, we would have been funded at a rate of 9.33%. And being as our operating expenditures for the same appropriations will likely go down a little, we'll hover very close to 10%.
Okay, thank you. Director, Airbnbs, I know we had a discussion some time ago with the former controller on automating the collection of Airbnb fees. Right now, if you have an Airbnb, you have to manually pay somehow and hope you manually get a license. And I know Airbnb offers an automated system for charging on our behalf and collecting on our behalf. Have we figured that out yet?
I'm going to defer to the finance controller on that.
Controller, do we have an automatic collection system now for Airbnb users?
We don't currently, but we've been researching actually the city ordinance around that, and there's some very specific language that Airbnb has requested and has shown by way of example that other cities have included that would allow us to do that. So we're in the process of working right now to bring potential update to that language so that Airbnb would feel comfortable. From their perspective, they need that to legally be required to allow us to collect directly from them.
So we can't do that now based on our ordinance?
That's their opinion.
All right, can we get an update from legal counsel on that?
Yeah,
and a timeline of when we anticipate being able to do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Director, how many vacant positions do we currently have in the city?
Jennifer Meisner. Number of vacancies,
Let me retract my question. I'll just make a request.
about 450 ish.
Can we get a list of all the vacant positions and how long they've been vacant by department, by title? And also what the estimated savings are if we were to engage in a hiring freeze or eliminate vacant positions? And I want it broken down by which ones are general fund, which ones are enterprise. Be very specific on that, please. All right. A couple of questions on your charts. So if I understand you correctly, you're anticipating an $8 million reduction in sales tax, correct? From the adopted to the estimate?
Correct.
And you know as of 2/23, so are you saying that as of the tax receipts from February 23rd? Or how are you, since when are you, what information are you using to calculate that projection? Actual collection of money, not projections.
As I spoke to earlier, we are primarily utilizing the Muni Services forecast, which was provided to you, adjusted slightly for the fact that the Muni Services forecast is about 148.5, and we, so far, the receipts that we know about, which frankly, we just got our quarterly, another payment very recently, we have been collecting at slightly above the projection. So
Our projection or Muni's projection?
Muni's projection. Muni's projection. So while we want to take their lower projection into account, I'm reluctant to go all the way down to 148.5 because we're actually collecting at a clip that's better than the 158
So
that
let
we
me see
originally
if I
budgeted.
follow you, Assistant City Manager. The projection that you're estimating that leaves us with $2.3 million is based on Muni projections.
Primarily based on Muni
Primarily.
projections.
However, the actual tax receipts that we have received have been higher than the Muni projections.
Slightly higher than the quarterly Muni
By
projections.
how
yes.
much? Because a percentage means a lot of money.
Literally by just several $100,000. So as a percent, less than 0.5%.
Okay, and what is the last tax receipts that we're using to assess, to project? When was?
These numbers are based on the Muni report, quarterly report for the quarter ended September 30th, 2022. We got that report at the end of December of 2022. And here in the next couple of weeks, we should get the next quarterly report and analysis from them that would include collections through December 31st, 2022. But what we know is the appropriation, the amount that we've actually received, the payments from the state through December 31st are actually slightly higher. So that will show itself in Muni's updated analysis that they'll provide to us shortly.
So, in layman's term, when I bought my vehicle in December, and most of the Christmas shopping that people did is not yet reflected on these projections.
Not on these projections. We'll have those really in the next couple of weeks.
In the next couple of weeks. And that would be a much more accurate depiction on whether we have 2.3 million or we have 10 million.
It's not going to be 10 million, but we may have a slightly more than 2.3. As I said, actual collections are ahead of our projections. I misspoke earlier, not 158, 150.5 or whatever the number is, just over 150 million. They're slightly over that by a few 100,000. I think we're tracking at about 380,000 more than what is currently reflected in the slide.
Understood. On your room tax, you show from actuals of 15.3 million to the adopted of 14.8 to the estimated of 14.8, the exact same number.
That's correct.
So are you suggesting in your projection that we are not going to see any increase in travel during that period that's going to
Basically-
generate more hotel tax?
Basically, it's going to hold steady from how we predicted the budget. This is what, based on what we're seeing today, it looks like it's going to come in just at that level.
And you're making that assumption based on as of September 22nd of last year?
No, we're looking at actuals through July through December.
As of when?
December 31st.
So as of December 31st, you've seen no increase in the room tax?
Very, very little. I mean, like I said, taking that snapshot, and if you will, looking at the budget for the first 6 months, it's right on target.
And does that room tax include Airbnb fees?
I'll let the city controller answer that question because I've had him researching that detail. But let me just be clear that room tax is not reported via the sales tax information from the state. The room tax is actually a transit occupancy tax that's enacted by this body on our residents. So that we have more current information upon which to base that estimate. And we know that it is tracking slightly higher, but really I think it was 150,000 more than the projection.
Okay. And do we know if it includes Airbnbs?
Oh, yes. It would include, and the city controller can correct me if I'm wrong, because I believe it includes all of the transit occupancy taxes that are paid regardless of through whom, whether it's Airbnb or VRBO or a business owner who has, it was doing their own marketing. So it would include that, but it's just not, as you mentioned earlier, not directly collected from Airbnb and sent to us with information detailed.
The reason I'm focused on room tax is I've been hearing a lot that for the first time the convention center is going to make money in 20 years. And they generate room tax and occupants in hotels. So I'm trying to understand if for the first time they're making money. I've seen concerts to the galore since things have reopened. I'm not tracking why room tax would not be going up substantially if the convention center is finally making money.
You could potentially see that this spring into the summer, early summer, because our bookings are up right now. So we have more conventions coming in the spring and early summer than we've had in previous years.
So it's fair to say then that the narrative should be they may make money finally. They're not. They're actually making money.
No, on our booking side, as long as all of our bookings stick in the convention center, we will make money in the convention center. But what you're talking about now is hotel on top of that. So for example, last week, the same day we buried the Officer Carrasco, we had 1,500 California music educators here in town. Doubletree was sold out, but we don't have the Radisson anymore. And we don't have the Courtyard. So they were spread all over, including Clovis. And that was also the week of the Ag Show. So Clovis will probably see more because they've also boosted their TOT. We hope to see more because of the timeout, that some of our folks have been looking at to book for those rooms. We think that we'll be able to make up some of that ground in the spring and early summer.
Councilmember, like making money for the convention center, I mean, we're not making millions. The fact that we would be in the black, we'll be happy.
Yeah. No, and I anticipate a reduction in room tax as we purchase all these motels. The only thing that we're good for is paying motel tax. But now we're converting them to permanent housing, so we're taking them offline. The franchise fees, help me understand why it is that we're projecting less money for franchise fees.
So better left for a conversation off the dais, has to do with a closed session discussion.
Okay, I will honor your request and not go to jail today. Those are all my questions, so I don't have 13 years of budgets as Luis does, but I have enough budgets under my belt that I know it's, what you're using to project, what timeline you're honoring based on each category, how you're accounting for vacant positions and salary savings of those. But know that from my perspective, if the doom and gloom, I remember being in this, I think my first or second year here, and our former city manager predicted a doom and gloom, and then we ended up having $54 million of carryover. And if we're going to go down the path of a doom and gloom kind of narrative, then I'm going to say then let's do hiring freezes and terminate vacancies.
Have you said doom and gloom?
Not yet, but I'm just
Okay.
preparing you for don't.
I think
It's one thing
that-
to,
I think a few weeks ago when I think Councilmember Esparza pressed us on, come on, give us a hint, are we going to be in the black? And we said, yeah, we're going to be in the black. And I think about 2 million, that's about, yeah, we're going to be in the black. So.
well, I think there's more than 2 million. And the last thing I want to indicate to you is I am still struggling to make sense of some of the public comments from the last couple of meetings from staff when we discussed the animal shelter. At that time, staff was proposing to use carryover funds to pay off an unrelated loan. And we asked how much you have in that unrelated, in that fund that you have money to pay this unrelated loan. And numbers were thrown around $7 million, right? And then a month later, somehow we only have $2 million in carryover. So I don't have a photographic memory, but I do take copious notes, and I'm taking note of every single expenditure that's been proposed and how we have money to do it. Every time staff has indicated that there's extra money in funds, and magically now we're at a place where we only have $2 million of extra funds. So I do plan to look quite deep into the budget and what has been indicated to us in the past. Thank you all.
Councilmember Carbasi, you're the last one punched up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question regarding cannabis. I don't know. One last question I just wanted to ask. Jennifer, years ago when Measure A was passed, and then we started the process when I first came on the council regarding cannabis, interest rates were really low. There was money flowing everywhere. Now, things have changed in the market. For the remaining applicants that want to open up, do we have any assessment on how much are there investors still involved, or has money dried up? Is the feasibility of having these other ones come online a threat? Do we have any information on that?
Not specific to our pending applicants. I have read that in general, the cannabis industry, it is harder to find investors and financing. But I have not specifically, been told that about any of our pending applicants.
Okay. The other question, thank you, that's all I have on cannabis. The other question, Director, when it comes to Club One, I just want to be careful because there are things we say on the council that impact, and they're a business that employs a lot of people with good paying jobs. We were projecting, I think, $1 million. Now, we also said you're going to have this many tables and have access to this many tables coming online, but if I understand this correctly, they don't have all those tables online yet. Would that be correct?
I don't think Henry is going to know the
Would
answer to
anyone-
that. I don't think
Any
we're
gamblers
prepared to
in the
answer
room?
that question. I could give you a wild guess and just flip a coin, but
I just want to be wary because they have a building which they have to do a lot of TI to. So
Right.
I don't know if they're working with our department to get
We'll
permits.
check.
And I just want to make sure when we look at the numbers, I definitely want to know if we're close to our target, and if not, there may be a reason for that.
We'll find out for you.
Maybe that they haven't been able to get the tables online.
we can do that. Thank you.
Okay. And then last one, and this is mostly for, as one of the 3 members of the Budget Committee for our city employees. I personally run a pretty tight budget, so I do have a rainy day fund. It's hard to keep a rainy day fund in this day and age because expenses are up. But I can tell you that for me, I will first support belt tightening before I support raiding our reserves. And the reason for that is the last thing we need in this community, for this community, are layoffs. And I use that word, it's a very serious word, because what makes this city so great are the employees that provide the services to residents. Whether you are a parks employee, where you're a part of the graffiti team, to stop graffiti, not put more graffiti up, whether you're a police officer or a firefighter, or so many other services. So I want to make sure that, and I mentioned a lot, there's a lot of folks I didn't mention, forgive me, but I want to make sure that we are still a very service-strong organization. So I'm going to be a big proponent of protecting those reserves. God forbid we should ever get to a point so we can prevent layoffs. Thank you.
Thank you, Director and Assistant City Manager. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody, that'll conclude the open session portion of today's agenda. City Attorney, will we have anything to report out, and can you also announce the closed session items for us?
Yes, I will do that, Council President, and there are no items that we expect to be reporting out on. Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Christina Hernandez versus the City of Fresno. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Douglas Hecker versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Terrence Frazier versus City of Fresno. Item D, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Central Valley NMTC Fund LLC versus City of Fresno. Item E, conference with real property negotiator, property located at 2487 South Walnut Avenue, Fresno, California 93706. Item F, conference with labor negotiators, Fresno City Employees Association for Unit 3 regarding emergency services dispatcher. Last item, G, conference with labor negotiators, all units.
And as there are no expected reports out from closed session, we will be ending the council meeting on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.